Chapter 237. Wu Yan is stunned, Shokuho Misaki is stunned, Kuriko is stunned, and the other maidens of Tokuwadai are stunned as well. Of the two hands that were originally on Shokuho Misaki's chest, one of them had disappeared and the other hand was now on Mikoto's chest. One of his hands is still feeling Shokuho Misaki's ample bosom while the other hand is holding onto a small and delicate one. He can't believe it when he feels the same soft sensation coming from both of his hands. Wu Yan can't believe it, Shokuho Misaki can't believe it even more. In this place, other than Wu Yan and Kuriko, Shokuho Misaki dares to say that she knows Misaka Mikoto the best. This proud and pampered girl, let alone having her breasts touched, even if someone just pulled her hand, she would probably blush and lose control of the electric current flowing through her body. And now, this easily embarrassed girl actually pressed a man's hand on her breasts in front of so many people. Shokuho Misaki thought that she was brave enough, but a woman's competitive nature is scary. She can even make Mikoto do something even more daring than her. After all, Shokuho Misaki can use her ability to erase other people's memories. Mikoto doesn't have that ability. Kuriko's face is completely blank. It's like she's been done 100 times, she's completely broken. Looking at the hand on Mikoto's breasts, her mouth opened and closed but no words came out. Even Kuriko, the most perverted existence, was shocked to the point of being speechless, not to mention those young ladies of Tokuwadai who have never even seen an impure film before. Mikoto's head is already smoking, she's so embarrassed that she almost fainted. But when she thought about how Shokuho Misaki seduced her sweetheart in front of her, she gritted her teeth and shouted at Wu Yan hysterically. I won't lose to that woman. Right, yeah. Mikoto yelled at the top of her lungs. Finally Wu Yan's soul flew back from who knows where. Looking at the two plump hands in each of his hands, Wu Yan giggled. Although it's not like he's never touched two different girls' breasts at the same time, it's never been as exciting as this. Under the eyes of so many people, especially his archenemy Siskanen and Jisama, Wu Yan felt like he's in a dream. He smiled contentedly. His hands tightened, the two girls who were still arguing suddenly froze, they moaned and fell into Wu Yan's arms. On one side is Jisama's breasts, on the other side is Siskanen. Endless heart is filled with happiness. This is even more than the last time he secretly needed two girls' breasts. This is even more exciting. In his excitement, Wu Yan couldn't hold back the fire in his heart. He grabbed the two girls' breasts and started kneading them. Another seductive moan. The two girls' bodies started to soften under Wu Yan's actions. They fell into Wu Yan's arms. They couldn't help but pant. At this moment, Wu Yan hugged the two girls in his arms, his hands under their armpits, pressing on their breasts and kneading them with all his might. The two girls were lying on Wu Yan's chest at the same time, looking at each other face to face. Two flushed faces looked at each other, because of the feeling from their breasts and the stimulation from the group of Tokuwadai ladies who were staring at them. The two girls had lost the strength to speak. Their brown eyes and sparkling golden eyes were covered in a thin layer of moisture. The two girls were panting, their fragrances from their mouths and noses hit each other's body. They were so embarrassed they wanted to die. How could Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki ever imagine that, as rivals, they would one day fall into the arms of the same man, and at the same time, be hugged by the same man on both sides while fondling their sensitive parts? However, they didn't want to admit defeat to each other, so they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts and enjoy the pleasure from their breasts. As they panted, they stared at each other with all their might, trying to make each other back off. However, when two pairs of lustful eyes stared at each other, it was a very strange feeling. Wu Yan's bones were about to melt from pleasure. His hands kept rubbing the big and small soft breasts, listening to their purposely suppressed moans and gasps. Wu Yan's lust was rising. Just when Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer, he wanted to adjust the position of the two girls in his arms and give them a hard time. A monstrous chill suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him, causing his body to stiffen. Wu Yan involuntarily stopped rubbing. He raised his head mechanically. The scene imprinted in Wu Yan's vision caused Wu Yan's stiff face to completely collapse. The Tokuwadai ladies, who could be described as an army, with Kuriko as the leader, all of them lowered their heads, using their bangs to cover their eyes. He couldn't see their expressions. Under their bangs he could only see a small shadow, but behind them, there was a huge layer of black substance that could be seen with the naked eye. Standing in front of them, Wu Yan could see that their mouths were lightly moving as if they were saying something. When Wu Yan heard what they were saying, his back was instantly soaked in sweat. Die, 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 die. Like a precise machine, the Tokuwadai ladies, who were arranged in an army formation as if they were counting off one after another, they said the word die one after another. Gulp. Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, looking at the ladies who seemed to be possessed by the god of death. He pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. That, die, 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 die. A chill ran down his spine. Deep within his heart, he felt the shadow of death looming over him. Wu Yan couldn't help but be horrified by this. As a true ancestor, Wu Yan is immortal. The shadow of death is even more so. From the moment he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline, he should have left this world. But now, in front of him, a group that he could easily choke to death actually caused him to feel the shadow of death. Could it be that the dark girls are really invincible? The only thing he could hear was the word die. Other than that, the ladies seemed to have lost all ability to function. It made Wu Yan feel like he was soaked in an ice spring. He kept trembling, subconsciously, out of reflex. Wu Yan once again pinched Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki in his arms. The two girls let out a heavy moan. When the moans rang out, the black aura that enveloped the bodies of the blackened girls suddenly exploded, covering the sky and the earth, causing them to raise their heads. With the same evil smile on her face, the leader of the dark girls laughed. She laughed until her whole body started trembling. Scum, are you looking for death? 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 Everyone, can you calm down first? Oh, so you're looking for death. If you're looking for death, then we'll grant you your wish. Wu Yan's body shook and he quickly leaped back. The next second, countless attacks landed on the spot where he stood, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Looking at the bottomless crater, Wu Yan's face turned pale. He quickly put down the two girls in his arms and ran away like his life depended on it. Stop right there. Despicable scum. Don't think you'll survive today. The group of Tokuwadai girls chased after Wu Yan's figure and ran away. The next day, a new urban legend was born. It said that 80% of the Tokuwadai girls who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scum, so they formed an army of women and chased that scum to the ends of the earth. Until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Chapter 238. Sit up straight. Wu Yan shuddered and quickly sat up. He looked at Mikoto, Chuju and Astria who are looking at him like he's some kind of criminal being judged. He started crying in his heart. When did I get punished by my women to kneel on the floor? Even though I'm still sitting down? Master. Ikaros turned to Mikoto and Hinajiku as she looked at Wu Yan who was still sitting there with tears in his eyes. She couldn't bear to see him like this. Ikaros, don't you dare plead for him. How could Hinajiku and Mikoto not know what Ikaros is thinking since they are familiar with her personality that revolves around Wu Yan? Thus, they bluntly rejected the pleading in Ikaros' eyes. Master. Ikaros clenched her fists tightly. She closed her eyes and pretended she didn't see Wu Yan who was about to fall into the abyss of suffering. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Great, now even Ikaros can't save him. Looks like Mikoto and Hinajiku's scolding convention has to continue. Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest and narrowed her yellow-green eyes at Wu Yan. You caused quite a ruckus yesterday, Yan. Yep. Astria nodded as if she's serious. Wu Yan really wanted to grab her and spank her ass. It's one thing for her to not save her master when he's in danger, but to hit him while he's down. Chuju placed a laptop in front of Wu Yan. There's a message on it. More than 80% of the girls in Tokuwadai who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scumbag. They formed an army of women and chased that scumbag to the ends of the earth. Until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Looking at this latest urban legend of Academy City, also known by the nickname of the scumbag being hunted down, Wu Yan sweated profusely. What's even more sweaty is the comments below. Had he let down more than 80% of the Tokuwadai ladies who didn't have boyfriends? Forlord, you must be joking. Who would have such great ability to pick up so many girls at once? Moreover, they are the big misses of Tokuwadai. A pink-winged angel? OP, please go to the hospital. Remember to register yourself in the psychiatric department. OP, what's the phone number of being chased scumbag? Please let me take him as my master. Top floor. Those on the third and fourth floor, they've gone crazy thinking about girls. No. He must have gone crazy from wanting to be a scumbag. Hello, OP. Goodbye, Tower Master. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Wu Yan forced a smile. Chuju smiled brightly at Wu Yan. Yan, you're quite capable to be able to win the heart of such a girl. Hearing this, Wu Yan was even more speechless. I say, Chuju, you know that it's not like that. Of course I know it's not like that. Hinagiku slammed the table as if trying to show off her authority. Unfortunately, she slapped Astria's hand that was reaching for the fruit platter on the table. Astria yelped in pain and blew on Hinagiku's hand. She laughed awkwardly as Astria grabbed Hinagiku's hand and blew on it. Mikoto helplessly rubbed her forehead as she watched the drama unfold. She looked like she's having a headache, but when she saw Wu Yen sitting there trying to hold back his laughter, she got angry again. "You're still laughing? I haven't settled the score with you yet. What do I owe you now?" Wu Yen said in a wrong tone. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had. He thought it was his lucky day when Sis Cannon and Jusama gave him benefits at the same time. Who knew he would end up being chased by the Dark Girls? They chased him for 9 whole streets and almost half of School District 7. It's no wonder he became an urban legend. If it wasn't for Ikaros descending from the sky and saving him at the end, the consequences would have been, when he thought about the group of Tokuwadai Oyosama that went berserk, he couldn't help but shiver a bit. Seeing him like this, Mikoto became even angrier. "How dare you say you owe me something?" Mikoto pointed at Wu Yen in anger. Her face turned red as she trembled. "You treated me like that in front of so many Tokuwadai juniors and you dare say you don't owe me anything?" Wu Yen was stunned. Is this my fault? You were the one who grabbed my hand and pressed it against your own chest." Thinking along these lines, Wu Yen forgot that it was Mikoto who pressed down, but the one who rubbed down is him. Mikoto's face flushed red. "Now, everyone in Tokuwadai already knows that I was Just www if I don't want to face those juniors of yours. Now they use the excuse of protecting Misaka-sama from being approached by scum as an excuse to move around me every day. They even follow me when I go out on the street. If I didn't find a chance to sneak away, I wouldn't be able to come here now. Luckily you didn't stupidly bring them here. Otherwise you'll have to wait to collect my corpse. Furthermore, Heizi, that guy, when he saw me being so intimate with you, he actually began to suspect whether or not I've been taken by you. In one night he ambushed me several tens of times, saying that he wanted to check if I was a virgin. That perverted Yuri creature didn't use an aphrodisiac on you. That's good enough. The most serious thing is, those teachers, 1 or 2 of them came to scold me. They said I was too young and shouldn't go overboard. The most ridiculous thing is they told me to take care of my body. What kind of teachers are they? It's fine if those unreliable teachers came to me. I didn't expect that even the dormitory supervisor came to me. She said it was my business to mess around, but I couldn't break the rules of the dormitory. She didn't allow me to bring anyone over for the night. She said a bunch of dormitory rules until my head started to swell. The dormitory supervisor is mighty. Are you listening to me or not? I heard it. Wu Yen quickly said. Sis Cannon was very agitated now. If he angered her, it wouldn't be a big deal for him, but the house he bought with great difficulty would be in trouble. After speaking so much in one go, Mikoto felt her mouth dry up. She took a sip of her drink and panted a few times before turning her head away angrily. "Tell me, what should I do now?" Wu Yen paused for a second. "What do you mean, what should I do?" Mikoto slumped on the table weakly and whimpered. "My life has been messed up. I can't live in Tokuwadai anymore. If this continues, I'll burn to ashes." Mikoto abruptly lifted her head and yelled at Wu Yen. "Come up with an idea for me. This is all your fault." All right, I got it," Wu Yen said helplessly. "Why don't you just move in from now on?" Mikoto's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. "Uhuhu, Tokuwadai's rules are very strict. They don't even allow us to spend the night outside, let alone move out. You don't have to worry about that." Wu Yen smiled. "I have an idea. You'll be allowed to move in soon." "Really?" Mikoto looked at Wu Yen suspiciously. Wu Yen nodded in affirmation. Alistair wouldn't mind doing her a small favor. "That's great." Chuju clapped her hands and pulled Mikoto. "Let's go, Mikoto, we'll stay in the same room." Stunned, Wu Yen pointed at himself in a daze. "What about me?" Chuju blushed and said angrily. "Go sleep by yourself." Dejected, Wu Yen lowered his head, but very quickly, he looked at Ikaros with a hopeful expression. Who knew that Mikoto would say, "Ikaros, let's have a good chat tonight." After that she pulled Ikaros away. Wu Yen was stunned. He could only look at the last person left in the room. Astria's face turned red as she yelled at Wu Yen. "Master! Idiot!" She left as well, leaving Wu Yan alone with a dejected look on his face. Chapter 239. Night, tossing and turning. He tossed and turned on the bed. He tried all sorts of methods to hypnotize himself, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't fall asleep. He was used to having a pillow by his side and playing pa-pa-pa games every night. Now he was suddenly alone in an empty room. Wu Yan didn't know how many times he had cried in his heart, clenching his teeth. Wu Yan thought about how there were 4 beautiful girls living under the same roof. 3 of them were his wives, and he was reduced to sleeping alone. Wu Yan wanted to slap himself until he fainted. How about, I just run over and push her down? It's a tempting idea. Wu Yan has done this many times before. But in the past he would only do 2p at most. Now there are 3 of them. Even if he wants to fly with 3 of them at the same time, the thought of flying with 3 of them made his heart itch. But when he remembered that Railgun is still mad at him, he gave up on this tempting idea. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan finally felt a little sleepy. His eyelids fluttered and he finally closed them slowly and fell asleep. So much so that Wu Yan didn't even hear the mechanical voice that sounded like an ancient well. That night Wu Yan didn't sleep well. Even in his dreams he felt a little half awake. His whole body was itchy and he tossed and turned unconsciously. He was sleeping, but he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He felt uncomfortable all over. Towards the end he felt extremely stuffy in his chest. An unprecedented pressure spread from his chest to his whole body, causing Wu Yan to frown the whole night. This feeling tortured Wu Yan for the whole night. Wu Yan was so depressed that even the sun was shining on his butt. Wu Yan was so tired that he didn't want to get up from the bed. It wasn't until a deafening shriek reverberated through the eaves that Wu Yan opened his eyes in shock. The scream just now was from Mikoto and the girls. Quickly climbing up from the bed, he jumped up and ran out of the room. Something big must have happened to make the 2 usually domineering girls scream like that. In a panic, Wu Yan kicked the door open. What happened? Mikoto. Chuju. When the scene in the living room entered Wu Yan's eyes, a huge sense of dissonance hit him. Wu Yan was stunned. Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Yan was confused. What's going on? In the hall, Mikoto was anxiously jumping up and down, as if she had encountered something unbelievable. Hinajiku, on the other hand, was expressionless as she watched Mikoto jumping up and down, as if nothing could attract her attention. Ikaros and Astria stared at their own bodies in a daze. Wu Yan is even more confused by their current state. But the confusion only lasted for a moment. Soon Wu Yan's eyes turned into a daze. If Wu Yan didn't hear wrong, the words he shouted just now sounded sweet and delicate. That's a girl's voice. Before Wu Yan could react, the 4 girls in the living room heard the sound of the door being kicked open. They turned around at the same time. When they saw Wu Yan noticed that they were stunned. After a while, Ikaros suddenly raised her finger and pointed at Wu Yan. You woman. Why are you here? Wu Yan is stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned. First of all, Ikaros yelling at someone with an angry face is already something that doesn't make sense. Second of all, what did Wu Yan hear? You woman? Wu Yan could only try his best to hold his jaw that was about to fall off. He stuttered. Ikaros. When he spoke, Wu Yan was stunned again. The sweet and tender voice came from his throat and came out from his mouth. No matter how slow he is, Wu Yan noticed that his voice is a girl's voice. Wu Yan also noticed this. Not only did his voice change, even his body felt a little strange. Especially his chest, it felt heavy. Combined with what Ikaros said just now, a bad premonition rose from Wu Yan's heart. He reflexively looked at his chest. A pair of voluptuous breasts that covered his lower body entered his vision. As Wu Yan lowered his head, bright golden bangs and slightly messy blonde hair appeared in Wu Yan's vision. Taking a few light breaths, he looked at the 4 girls and his own body that is even more out of place. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In other words, Mikoto became Ikaros, Ikaros became Chuju, Chuju became Astria, and Astria became Mikoto. Is that it? A blonde man with huge breasts sat in the middle of the hall. Sitting in the middle of the hall, he glanced at the 4 girls surrounding him and sighed. When they heard Wu Yan's words, the 4 girls nodded in unison. Then Ikaros. No, Mikoto, who was using Ikaros' body, gave Wu Yan an annoyed look. Then you turned into that annoying woman. Wu Yan sighed again. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Yes, he turned into her, and it's the familiar her. Shokuho Misaki. Jisama. This body that Wu Yan liked a lot, now it's making him feel like he doesn't want to see it. Astria, the original Hinajiku, looked at her body and frowned. She crossed her arms in front of her chest out of habit. However, her arms were repelled by her ample bosom. She felt pressured as she was originally a flat-chested girl. Yen, according to what you said, we became like this because of that thing called angel fall? Wu Yen nodded. That's the only explanation that can explain why we became like this. Mikoto. No, Astria, who was using Mikoto's body, shouted at Wu Yen anxiously. Then what should we do? Astria doesn't want to use this body, master. Hurry up and think of something. Hey, what do you mean by this body? Mikoto slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Wu Yen felt like he was being cheated. After all, the person who slammed the table in anger was Ikaros. He can imagine how out of place Ikaros, who was supposed to be a fake samurai, suddenly slamming the table in dissatisfaction. Chuju laughed awkwardly before turning to Wu Yen. Yen, Astria is right, we can't go on like this. It's better to solve this quickly, I'm not used to other people's bodies. Is that so? Wu Yen looked at Hinajiku suspiciously before narrowing his eyes. But why do I feel like you like your current body? Everyone in the room turned to look at Chuju. Chuju's expression stiffened and she awkwardly averted her gaze. No, stare. Wu Yen, Mikoto, Astria, Ikaros. Chuju got angry when she saw their faces, saying, I don't believe you. She pointed at Mikoto. Mikoto, don't you like your current body too? Don't spout nonsense. Mikoto quickly refuted. I didn't. However, the more he spoke, the weaker his voice became. The more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. Wu Yen could only helplessly shake his head. It's understandable, Sis Kanon and Kaishisama's bodies are a pain in their hearts. Now that they have a chance to use such a voluptuous body, it would be strange if they weren't happy. In any case, let's think of a way to solve this fallen angel problem. Wu Yen decisively said. There should be people from the mage faction working on fallen angel right now. Even though we can wait for them to solve it, it's a bit unreliable. It's better if we do it ourselves. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded in unison. Chapter 240. Found it. In the living room, Wu Yen, Mikoto, Hinajiku, and Astria surrounded Ikaros as they watched her work on her computer. They didn't say anything until Ikaros said something. Only then did they step forward. Chuju, no, Ikaros, did you find it? Yes, master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yen with an expressionless face while wearing Chuju's appearance. Wu Yen wasn't used to this, it made him more determined to restore everyone's appearance. Hinajiku leaned in front of the computer screen and looked at the information on it. She asked curiously, Yen, why are you investigating this address? Is it related to Angel Fall? That address. Mikoto frowned as she looked at Wu Yen. When she saw Shokuho Misaki's face, her frown deepened. She turned her head away helplessly. Wu Yen nodded and said to the girls. To activate Angel Fall, a ritual must be set up beforehand. Once the ritual is complete, even if it's a normal person, Angel Fall will still be activated. You mean? Chuju thought for a moment and seemed to understand. That's right. Wu Yen pointed at the address on the computer screen. Once the ritual is complete, Angel Fall will be activated. On the other hand, if the ritual site is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. This address is the ritual site of Angel Fall? Mikoto looked at Wu Yen and asked. Yeah. Wu Yen smiled and said to Mikoto. Once the building at this address is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. Really? That's great. Astria was the first to jump up and cheer when she heard Wu Yan's words. However, she was using Mikoto's body. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yen with admiration. Master is amazing. You know so many things as expected of my master. Hearing this, Hinajiku and Mikoto were confused. Hinajiku touched her cheek and frowned. Now that Astria mentioned it, I do agree. Yen, you always know things that others don't, where did you get them from? The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yen. Wu Yen could only helplessly shrug and smile at them. How could he possibly tell them that he had seen everything on the screen? Seeing Wu Yan's shameless face, Mikoto, who was already unhappy with his face, became even more unhappy. She coldly humphed and turned her head away. Chuju did the same, but the two girls didn't continue to ask, which made Wu Yen relieved. After thinking for a while, Wu Yen said to the four girls, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, the four of you, go and destroy that ritual. Chuju and Mikoto immediately asked, What about you? Meh. Wu Yen smiled faintly, a strange red light flashed in his golden eyes. I will go and meet that unlucky angel. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the archangel who fell to the mortal realm because of angel fall used a spell to destroy the world in order to return to the heavens. Even though in the original work, Tsuchimikado Motoharu destroyed the ritual in time and allowed the archangel to return to heaven, preventing the apocalypse, Wu Yen didn't dare to bet everything on the original plot. He, Hinajiku Ikaros, and Astria who originally didn't exist in this world had already arrived in this world. This world was already different from the moment they arrived in this world. Wu Yen felt that he had to make a trip there to prevent himself from losing an entire instance world if things go wrong. Master. Ikaros immediately stood up and walked in front of Wu Yen. Her intention was clear. Ikaros didn't want Wu Yen to go alone against an angel. Ikaros, follow Chuju and Mikoto to destroy the ritual. Looking at Ikaros' expressionless yet pitiful face, Wu Yen felt weird but he still raised his hand and patted Ikaros' head. But Ikaros' eyes are filled with worry. Protecting her master's safety is the most basic duty of an angel, but she can't remember how long it's been since the last time she was by her master's side in a battle. Seeing the faint sadness in Ikaros' eyes, Wu Yen felt his heart ache. This girl who puts him at the center of everything, no matter how much he protects her, he feels like he owes her a lot. After patting Ikaros' head, under the shocked gazes of Mikoto, Chuju, and Astria, Wu Yen kissed the corner of Ikaros' lips and smiled at the stunned Ikaros. Be a good girl? Ikaros stared blankly at the beautiful girl who kissed her and stood in front of her. She had a strange feeling in her heart. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Yes, master. Actually, Ikaros didn't know that the strange feeling in her heart was called scam. Chuju and Mikoto's mouths twitched as they looked at the two who suddenly fell into a pink atmosphere. They felt like thousands of grass mud horses were running through their hearts, even though they know the two in front of them are a real couple, but at least in the eyes of the people here, the scene in front of them is very Yuri, especially Hinajiku. When she saw her body being kissed by a very beautiful girl, her heart was in a mess and she could only scream madly. Don't mess around with other people's bodies. Walking on the streets of Academy City, Wu Yen helplessly stopped in his tracks. Even though his body is Jisama's, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a sense of pain in his balls. As expected of an exercise idiot, after walking for less than 10 minutes, he has to stop and rest for 5 minutes. How did he manage to cultivate this body? Realizing that if he continues walking like this, the Armageddon might be activated before he arrives, Wu Yen decisively gave up. He casually turned off the electromagnetic barrier on his body and picked up his phone. He didn't even dial the number, he directly spoke into the phone. Alistair, I know you can hear me. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the other side of the phone. What do you need me to do? Very straightforward and concise, very much like Alistair's style. However, Wu Yen had a strange expression on his face. He forced himself to hold back the laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. His face turned red from holding back his laughter. This was because on the other side of the phone, Alistair's voice no longer sounded like a machine. Instead, it sounded very cute and tender, like a cute loli's voice. Even though he didn't know what Alistair looked like, Wu Yen couldn't help but imagine a cute loli with an expressionless face hanging upside down in a culture tank filled with liquid. At this time, Wu Yen finally realized that even a demon god like Alistair would be affected by angel fall. No matter how strong Alistair is, he's still just a human. Even Wu Yen, who has the system and is now a primogenitor, was affected. There's no way Alistair wouldn't be affected by the Archangel's power. He just doesn't know if that damn strong AI Waith was affected. If he was, then it would be fun. Holding back his laughter, Wu Yen coughed and said seriously, "Help me get ready, you know what I'm going to do." On the other side of the phone, Alistair was silent for a moment before saying, "The helicopter to the destination will arrive in 5 minutes." Hearing this, Wu Yen nodded. Listening to Alistair's cute lowly voice, his starry eyes curved into crescents. Perhaps Alistair knew what Wu Yen was thinking. His voice suddenly came. "I wish you success. 5th place." Wu Yan's smile froze on his face. Chapter 241. Sitting on the helicopter, Wu Yen looked at the little Shota in the pilot's seat and told himself that he shouldn't take it to heart. The one who cares about the details is Sheruno. Even though Alistair's efficiency is very good and the strength of the driver is very solid, allowing Wu Yen to rush towards the beach where the Archangel's power of God will descend at the fastest speed possible. However, the series of actions with the 4 girls at home has already delayed a lot of time. At this moment, the sun is about to set. Wu Yen doesn't know when the Archangel's power of God will activate the world-extinguishing technique. Therefore, Wu Yen can only tell himself that he has to hurry. From time to time, Wu Yan would raise his head to look at the sky to make sure that the world-extinguishing technique has yet to appear. Only then did he slow down. However, the silent sky didn't last for long. Soon, a magic formation that covered the entire sky and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction extended from the other side of the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, it covered the entire sky in Wu Yan's line of sight. Feeling the terrifying aura of destruction from the magic formation, Wu Yan's expression gradually sank. In the end, the world-extinguishing technique has been activated. It's not here yet? Seeing that the world-extinguishing technique has been activated, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He frowned and shouted at the driver. Without waiting for the driver to speak, a small figure appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight, causing Wu Yan's eyes to narrow. Wu Yan can't see the specific shape of the figure. However, Wu Yan can clearly see the huge icicle wings on her back that look like spider legs. Archangel. Power of God. Under the huge icicle wings, the Archangel's body is like a tiny dot. With the support of the wings, she stopped in mid-air. Under the huge wings and magic formation, 3 familiar figures that he met for the first time appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was old and the other was young. The old man looked somewhat similar to the young man. He had a beard on his chin and looked quite mature. The young man had a hedgehog head. His face was full of misfortune and poverty. People who saw him couldn't help but feel pity for him. They also wanted to step on his face a couple of times. Kamiju Kitsuya. Kamiju Toma. Seeing these 2 people, Wu Yan automatically ignored Kamiju Kitsuya and directly looked at Kamiju Toma, the main character of the original work. The first time he saw Kamiju Toma, Wu Yan had the urge to kill him. This urge is the same as when he went on dates with Jisama or Mikoto and the other girls. It's the same kind of urge that those who are jealous of him would have when he went on a date with Jisama or Mikoto. It's an impulse that all men will have when they face a winner in life. Although the Crystal Palace of seducing girls had almost been emptied by him, seducing girls was still a winner in life. Just indicia alone is enough to make countless lolicons burn him to death. As for the remaining woman, Wu Yan, who was still on the helicopter and could only roughly see her appearance, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a t-shirt that was tied up at the waist and a pair of jeans. The jeans were cut off from the bottom of her left thigh, giving her a very sexy look. Her long black hair was tied up into a ponytail and hung down to her waist. She had a tall and slender figure and fair skin. In her hand was a knife that was very similar to Feifei's night elf. A beauty. A 100% beauty. Even though Wu Yan, who was surrounded by all kinds of outstanding beauties every day and has already trained his taste, to a certain extent, he couldn't help but secretly admire her beauty. Soul-rending fire weave. He was a magician from the Church of Necessary Evil, a British Puritan religion, and one of the top 5 magicians in London. One of the only 20 saints in the world, the former Pope of the Forsaken Cross, able to use part of the power of the God's child. A super strong fighter with heart, technique and physique. These information that he saw on the screen automatically rolled through Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan's gaze towards Kanzaki Kaori became more serious. In Wu Yan's eyes, Kanzaki Kaori is indeed worthy of such powerful information. Kanzaki Kaori, level 72, impressive. Kanzaki Kaori is a tier 8 fighter. At this time, Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Kitsuya didn't notice a helicopter flying towards them. They were looking at the Archangel's power of God with a serious expression. Kanzaki Kaori looked at the Archangel's power of God and then at the huge magic formation in the sky and gritted her teeth. Lowering her head, Kanzaki Kaori said in a deep voice, "A rain of rockets that once destroyed a fallen civilization." Looking at the Archangel's power of God, Kanzaki Kaori said in a loud voice, "Just to return to heaven, such a goal, the power of God, you intend to destroy this entire world?" Hearing this, Kamiju Toma's body trembled. His unlucky face with a dark aura gradually became serious, and his hand that was holding the girl's hand clenched tightly. "Destroy the world? Don't joke around. Kamiju Toma." Kanzaki Kaori's eyes focused on Kamiju Toma. "Do you intend to interfere? The opponent is an angel. Even if you have fantasy killer, the next level of battle isn't something an ordinary human like you can interfere." Kamiju Toma clenched his teeth and said unwillingly, "Do you want me to watch this world be destroyed?" Kanzaki Kaori was silent, but Kamiju Kitsuya suddenly screamed on the side. A girl fell from the sky. Kamiju Toma's righteous face suddenly collapsed. He looked at his father and shouted crazily, "I'm talking to you." "This is a very dangerous time. Are you still thinking about something as unrealistic as a beauty falling from the sky? On the other hand, Shinja Hyuri was stunned when she looked up. No, there really is a girl falling from the sky. At this time, Kamiju Toma finally saw a golden-haired super beauty falling from the sky. He was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know if it was because there really was a girl falling from the sky or because the other party was very beautiful. After regaining his senses, Kamiju Toma realized that the girl was in free fall. He hurriedly yelled danger at the girl falling from the sky. Then he reached out his fantasy killer, or in other words his hand, to grab the girl in the sky. Using the word grab is not wrong because Kamiju Toma's hand, who knows if it's intentional or not, was aimed at the girl's chest. Of course, the hand didn't know that the girl in the sky, although the body is a girl, inside there's a real man's heart. This so-called girl falling from the sky is Wu Yan, who came to the scene, directly jumped down from the helicopter after sending the driver away. Looking at the hand that's reaching out towards him, Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. No wonder they're called the hand that's trying to pick up girls. They even dare to reach out to someone they just met for the first time, and with such precision too. At this moment, Wu Yan didn't plan to do free fall anymore. He turned his body, and under the shocked eyes of the girl and two boys, suddenly became light, and then directly floated in the air. Kamiju Toma stared blankly at the beautiful girl floating in the air, muttering, "The girl flew." Kamiju Toma heard Kamiju Toma's words and nodded dumbly. Looking at the old and young pair, Kenzaki Kaori was angry. "What time is it now? You guys are still playing?" She shouted at the two unreliable guys, making them tremble in fear. Kenzaki Kaori also looked at Wu Yan floating in the air and shouted, "Over there, unrelated personal. Please leave this place quickly, this place will become very dangerous." Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled faintly, but didn't immediately answer Kenzaki Kaori. Instead, he looked at Archangel God Strength. A light flashed in his eyes, his face serious to the extreme. God Strength. Level 75. Chapter 242. Archangel of God. Level 75. Wu Yan's face darkened at the sight of this level. His golden eyes became serious. Archangel of God's level is almost one level higher than his. With his current level, if he were to go against the Archangel's divine power, he would be courting death. Of course, Wu Yan might be able to rely on True Ancestor's undying ability to hold off Archangel of God for a while if he doesn't have Jisama's body. But now, it would be a disaster if Jisama's body were to be destroyed. Wu Yan sighed as he looked at Kenzaki Kaori and Kamiju Toma on the ground. His serious expression loosened up a little bit. With their combined strength, they should be able to hold their own against an Archangel of God. Kenzaki Kaori, Level 72. Kamiju Toma. Level 10. Seeing Kamiju Toma's level, Wu Yan almost fell from the sky. Helplessness in his heart, this girl's hands are really useless. But Wu Yan also knows that Kamiju Toma's level may be low, but that doesn't mean he's weak. His level may be pitifully low, but with that cheating fantasy killer, levels and whatnot aren't that important. As for Kenzaki Kaori, Wu Yan can sense that she's far from being level 72. But once she uses her sage ability and activates her holy mark, she'll be able to hold her own against an Archangel of God even if she doesn't have a helper. Wu Yan was thinking to himself in the sky. Kenzaki Kaori thought he was scared stiff by the angel's appearance, so she quickly yelled again. "Hurry up and leave this place. It's dangerous here." Hearing Kenzaki Kaori's shout, Wu Yan had no choice but to stop his train of thought. He looked up at the Armageddon in the sky and his starry eyes narrowed. Shokuho Misaki's sweet voice rippled through the turbulent space. Her lips parted slightly. "Indeed, it's dangerous here." Unconsciously raising a hand to cover his mouth, Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't realize that his manly heart had begun to crack and he was acting like a girl. That Armageddon technique is too dangerous. It's better not to leave it behind. Hearing this, Hikari Kaori was taken aback. She seemed a little surprised that the other party would know about Armageddon. But Wu Yan's words made her feel that the other party's background was not simple. Wu Yan glanced at the Archangel's divine power and spoke indifferently, as if the person in front of him wasn't one level higher than him, but one level lower. "Archangel, the power of God, you're willing to destroy this world in order to return to the heavens? In that case you have to get the consent of us tenants first." After speaking, Wu Yan ignored Kenzaki Kaori and the others who were stunned by his words. He looked up at the sky and stared at the Armageddon technique formation. He raised his hand. A ray of light flashed by. Kenzaki Kaori, Kamiju Danma, Kamiju Katsuya, and the Archangel's divine power only saw a blur before they saw a bow in Wu Yan's hand. It's a transparent longbow that looks like a pair of wings. It's as black as ink and it's shining like stars. Meteor Knight. This is the Meteor Knight that even IWSI wouldn't be able to take on without getting hurt. Once again it's in Wu Yan's hand. Light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky. They were like fireflies floating slowly in this space. Then, with a burst of speed, they turned into starlight with a faint silver glow, and madly gathered towards the Meteor Knight. The familiar stars rushed towards the Meteor Knight in his hand. Wu Yan's lips curled into an excited smile. This time he can finally use the Meteor Knight. With excitement, Wu Yan knocked the bowstring of the Meteor Knight and slowly pulled. Starlight as resplendent as the Milky Way gathered on the body of the elegant transparent longbow, forming a shining silver arrow. With the appearance of the arrow, the Archangel's calm expression finally changed. Kenzaki Kaori on the ground was also shocked to see a terrifying aura gushing out from the elegant longbow. It even overshadowed the aura of the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. What kind of bow is that? Kenzaki Kaori looked at the Meteor Knight in Wu Yan's hand and gulped. If it's even more terrifying than the Armageddon spell formation, that's not necessarily the case. If the Armageddon spell formation is activated, then the Meteor Knight will definitely be no match for it. It's only now that the Armageddon spell formation still needs a lot of time to prepare. The Meteor Knight is only slightly stronger than the Armageddon spell formation. The stars are circling around Wu Yan and the Meteor Knight like meteors in the night sky. At this moment, Wu Yan with Shokuho Misaki's body is like a goddess under the moonlight, very moving. Even Kenzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the Meteor Knight, couldn't help but be a little dazed, let alone Kenzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the Meteor Knight. The Archangel seems to be stunned by the Meteor Knight. She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was aiming at the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. For a moment she forgot to react. Looking up at the giant spell formation, Wu Yan pulled the string of Meteor Knight to its fullest. The surrounding stars are constantly replenishing the arrow, increasing its power to the maximum. Until the moment the power reached its peak, a meteor streaked out from the Meteor Knight, cutting through the sky, space and night. Kenzaki Kaori, Kenzaki Kaori, Kenzaki Kaori, Kenzaki Kaori, and the Archangel all had different expressions on their faces. The meteor crashed into the Armageddon spell formation. There was no strange sound, no strange phenomenon, no terrifying aura, and no brilliance that filled the sky. The meteor collided with the magic array. In the instant it collided with the magic array, the meteor disappeared without a trace. Only the Armageddon spell formation is still shining brightly in the sky. It's as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. After a long time, under Kenzaki Kaori's stunned gaze, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky suddenly cracked. Along with this crisp cracking sound, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky started to emit continuous cracking sounds, and then countless cracks appeared on the Armageddon spell formation as if it was glass that had been shattered. In the end, with a loud clang, the magic array that covered the sky turned into fragments and disappeared. Wu Yan put down Meteor Shower as if he just did something not worth mentioning. Wu Yan bathed in the light of the Armageddon magic formation. Kenzaki Kaori's heart was deeply shaken. Wu Yan's heart was deeply shaken. That bow, that meteor, everyone was immersed in that beautiful scene for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. What kind of person was she? Kenzaki Kaori stared at Wu Yan, who was floating in the sky. Her shock turned into seriousness and curiosity. Of course, she's looking at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand. As a saint of the magic faction, Kenzaki Kaori has never heard of any spiritual equipment that can shatter a Armageddon spell formation. Even the spiritual equipment left behind by God Jehovah is the same. With such a terrifying weapon, Kenzaki Kaori could foresee that the Church of Necessary Evil's cute bishop would have sleepless nights if the other party was a hostile faction. As for her curiosity, of course she's curious about Wu Yan himself. She? Just who is she? A magician? An ability user? A free agent? Or a subordinate faction? All of these mysteries made Kenzaki Kaori unable to react. Of course, the Archangel God's power is an exception. Chapter 243. The destruction of the Armageddon didn't seem to have caught the attention of Archangel Godly. The only exception was when Wu Yan took out Meteor Shower. Archangel Godly's expression changed a little when Wu Yan took out Meteor Shower. On the other hand, Kenzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Katsuya looked at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand with a blank, serious and fearful expression. Of course, the other person who just arrived had the same expression. Is that mind control? Tsukimike's Motoharu froze for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. Living in Academy City and with such a sensitive identity, it's impossible for Tsukimike's Motoharu not to recognize the LV5 Shokuho Misaki. Kenzaki Kaori and the others immediately turned to look. Kenzaki Kaori frowned and asked Tsukimike's Motoharu, "Do you know her?" Tsukimike's Motoharu took a deep look at Wu Yen floating in the air and nodded. Her name is Shokuho Misaki, the fifth of the 7 LV5 in Academy City. Her ability is mind control. Just like her title, she's an expert at manipulating other people's minds. Tsukimike's Motoharu smiled and started to tease her. But this one shouldn't be the fifth Meow. After all, I've never heard of the fifth Meow being able to fly. Kenzaki Kaori froze for a moment before realizing something. You're saying that she was also affected by Angel Fall? Tsukimike's Motoharu nodded. Kamiju Toma scratched his head in annoyance. Then who is that up there? No one answered this question because this was also the biggest doubt in their hearts. Kenzaki Kaori even murmured a sentence with rapt attention. I hope it's not an enemy. Tsukimike's Motoharu seems to have heard Kenzaki Kaori's words. He glanced at the girl in the sky again and told himself that he must figure out her identity. Otherwise, with such a terrifying power hidden in the dark, as long as she casually interferes with the current state of the world, it will cause a lot of trouble. Just now, Tsuchimikado Motoharu also saw that arrow that seemed to be able to shatter the sky. And at this moment, there was a new movement in the sky. Archangel Godpower didn't say anything about her doomsday technique being destroyed, but angels don't have any other surnames, but Archangel Godpower's current body is a lowly, so she's using her. Is clearly focused on Wu Yen. A strange light flashed in her eyes, but it was as colorless as stagnant water. The Archangel stared at Wu Yen expressionlessly and suddenly raised the strangely shaped weapon in her hand. For the emotionless Archangel divinity, there is no need for formalities. Anyone who tries to stop her from returning to her Lord is a heretic that should be eradicated. Who knows how the Archangel divinity moved? The ice wings on her back suddenly shook and ripples appeared in the air. Countless icicles shot out from her wings. The target is Wu Yen. Wu Yan's expression changed. His fingers moved slightly and his body suddenly floated away like a green leaf in the wind. If you look closely, you will notice a layer of fine iron particles that can only be seen when standing directly in front of Wu Yen rolled into a liquid and gently floated around Wu Yan's hands and feet. Wu Yen only slightly modified some of the original calculation formulas to control the fine iron particles to support his body and achieve flight. This was the inspiration he got from the battle with Accelerator, where he controlled the iron particles into a ball to empty himself. Wu Yen didn't need much computing power to achieve this goal. With a light push of the formula in his mind, the fine iron particles around his hands and feet became like his own hands and feet, carrying him around in the air. It's as if he's really flying. Let's do it. Kenzaki Kaori placed one hand on her 7 heavens 7 blades and said to Kamiju Toma, Kamiju Soya and Tsuchimikado Motoharu, "You guys, go destroy the ritual site of Angel Fall." Kamiju Toma was taken aback and quickly shouted to Kenzaki Kaori, "What about you?" Kenzaki Kaori looked up at the sky and saw Wu Yen dodging in a sorry state. "I'll stay here and hold back the Archangel divinity." "You want to fight against an angel?" Kamiju Toma was shocked. Even if he did not know anything about magic, he at least knew that those angels are not something humans can fight against. Kamiju Toma did not know that in some aspects, a sage with the stigmata can fight against an angel. But Kenzaki Kaori did not plan to use the stigmata. She looked at Wu Yen, who was dodging the Archangel divinity's attack, and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, with my ability and that mysterious strong person, we should be able to hold back the Archangel divinity." But, when Kamiju Toma was still a little hesitant, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly pulled his hand and smiled at him. "Don't worry, Meow. Big sister is very strong, Meow. We also have things to do, Meow." Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, Kamiju Toma gritted his teeth and nodded. He followed Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Kitsuya to his home. That was the site of the Angel Falls ceremony. Kenzaki Kaori looked at their backs as they left. "I'll leave it to you guys." Unfortunately, Kenzaki Kaori did not know that there was another group of people who were preparing to demolish Kamiju Toma's house. The endless ice pillars were like raindrops on a rainy day. The ice pillars mercilessly pierced Wu Yan's body. As long as one is pierced, that delicate body of Jisama will come to an end. Wu Yen could only rely on his newly developed flying ability to escape in the sky. After a while, he was already panting heavily. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful bullet screen made it so that if he moved, one or two icicles would appear in front of him. He didn't even have the time to raise his meteor shower. The only thing Wu Yan can use to fight against the Archangel is Meteor Shower. The other skills like Kendo Mastery and Electromaster LV5 are all useless against someone of a higher tier than him. Challenging someone of a higher tier than him would be suicidal. Now, just dodging the attacks of Archangel God's Might is already a bit too much for Wu Yan. This Archangel God's Might is really strong. A simple ice pillar attack is already so strong. If she uses those angel techniques, on the other side, Archangel God's Might seems to want to end this quickly. Her eyes suddenly lit up and countless water tornadoes appeared on the surface of the sea. With a whoosh they shot towards Wu Yan like water dragons. The distance between the two was only a short dozen meters. With the strength of both sides, such a distance could be covered in almost an instant. In a few breaths, the water tornadoes had already rushed in front of Wu Yan. Facing such a powerful attack, Wu Yan did not dare to take it head-on. His body flashed with electricity, and the iron sand around him swept away Wu Yan. When Wu Yan retreated, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the water tornadoes. All the water tornadoes turned into huge ice pillars in an instant. They directly passed through Wu Yan's previous position and fiercely collided with Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again. The speed of the water tornadoes was already quite fast. After turning into huge ice pillars, their speed did not decrease but instead increased. With a strong whistling sound, they rushed towards Wu Yan, who could not react in time. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and secretly apologized to Shokuho Misaki in his heart. Then, he raised Meteor Shower in his hand, as if he was planning to exchange injury for injury. At this moment, a sword light suddenly slashed across the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan, shattering all the huge ice pillars that came towards him. Chapter 244. The ice pillar and the sword light cancelled each other out, saving Wu Yan, who was about to take the hit. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time he felt a little more confident. She's finally going to make a move. Shinja Kaori pointed the seven heavens' seven blades at the Archangel's divine power. Her face was serious but her mouth was sneering. As a member of the Cross Sect, I never thought I would one day make a move against an angel of the Cross Sect. Soulcrack Kaori's face turned serious as she stared at Archangel God's Might. Of the Church of Necessary Evil, Soulcrack Kaori, magic name, Salvra 000, lending a helping hand to those who can't be saved. Soulcrack Kaori swung Soulcrack Kaori's might with a wave of her sword. The air around the blade was rolled into a shockwave and swept towards Archangel God's Might. By mentioning the name of the spell, it meant that Soulcrack Fireweave had decided to take down the Archangel power of God as an existence that must be defeated. It also meant that she was going to go all out. However, Soulcrack Kaori still didn't plan on using the stigmata. That's to be expected. Even though she could contend against Archangel God's Might after using the stigmata, as a human, using the stigmata from a son of God's Might would cause her body to crumble easily. Of course, even without the stigmata, Soulcrack Kaori was still very strong. With her as the main attacker and Wu Yan assisting from the side, it's not impossible to go against Archangel God's Might. Wu Yan immediately floated away and aimed Meteor Shower at Archangel God's Might. Soulcrack Kaori seemed to understand and leaped forward. Soulcrack Kaori swung Soulcrack Kaori's might with Soulcrack Kaori's might. Instantly, a sharp sound rang in the air. Several sharp blades that could cut a normal person into pieces followed behind the shockwave and attacked Archangel God's Might. 7 flashes, the shockwave tore through the air, its power enough to injure a peak Class 7 powerhouse. However, the Archangel didn't even bat an eyelid. The ice wings on her back unfurled, and a huge ice spike shot out, blocking the Archangel's path. The air wave and 7 flashes hit the ice spike and cut it into pieces. However, they were also blocked by the ice spike at the same time. The Archangel of God didn't even look at Soulcrack Kaori, who was attacking her. Instead, she looked directly at Wu Yan and waved her ice wings. The ice wings turned into sharp ice spears and pierced towards Wu Yan, who was about to draw his bow. This also meant that the Archangel was afraid of Wu Yan's meteor shower. Faced with the incoming ice spear, Wu Yan could only helplessly give up on attacking and float away. As for the other ice spear, it followed after the first ice spear was dodged and suddenly attacked. Not only that, countless ice spears were also coming towards Wu Yan from behind. Seeing the ice spear in front of him, Wu Yan smashed his bow against the ice spear and pushed upwards. His body instantly accelerated and moved away from the attack. The Archangel of God looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. The ice spear was like a moving spider's leg, turning in the air and continuing to stab towards Wu Yan. It seemed to want to destroy him first. 7 flashes, seeing the Archangel's divine power ignore her, Soulcrack Kaori seemed to be a little angry. She sheathed her 7 heavens 7 swords, and with a flip of the scabbard, she shattered all the ice spears with a sharp screech. After losing the ice spears formed from the ice wings, the Archangel of God immediately touched the surface of the sea, and a waterspout attacked again. But this time the target was not Wu Yan or Soulcrack Kaori, but the Archangel of God herself. The waterspout directly hit the Archangel of God's back and gradually turned into ice. The ice spread out, and a pair of ice wings suddenly appeared behind the Archangel of God's back. While the Archangel of God was condensing the ice wings, Wu Yan's eyes turned sharp. Taking a beating was not in his character. He was not a masochist. Since he did not have time to use Meteor Shower, he had to use other moves. In his mind, all the computing power suddenly surged wildly. A burst of crazy beep 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 sound appeared on Wu Yan's surface, accompanied by a crazy flow of blue and white electricity. At the same time, countless black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally boundless night sky, covering the night sky. A storm-like silence filled the entire scene, making it seem like the crater of a volcano before an eruption. It was extremely solemn. A burst of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the layers of dark clouds. The blue-white lightning seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a giant dragon rolling within the clouds. Soulcrack Kaori's face shook. This isn't magic, this is a superpower. Soulcrack Kaori abruptly turned her head to look at Wu Yan in the sky, bathed in lightning and thunder. Her eyes turned cold. It's her. She's from Academy City? After figuring out that Wu Yan was from the science faction, Soulcrack Kaori did not relax. Instead, her heart sank. The relationship between science and magic is not that good. With Wu Yan's current strength, Soulcrack Kaori had no choice but to take him seriously. Without using the sacred mark, Soulcrack Kaori felt that it would be very difficult for her to defeat him. On top of that, he had a terrifying bow. This thought flashed through Soulcrack Kaori's mind before she buried it deep in her heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. Dealing with Archangel God's might is the most important thing right now. Suddenly Wu Yan closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them. A violent aura suddenly came from the clouds, causing Soulcrack Kaori to stop her 7 heavens 7 blades. Like a giant dragon rolling in the clouds, the lightning gathered above Archangel God's might. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning condensed into a white lightning ball. A real lightning strike, Wu Yan yelled, and he pointed at the white ball of lightning above the Archangel. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. In less than 1,000th of a second, the bolt of lightning struck the Archangel. Kaboom! The lightning struck Archangel God's might. It wasn't until Archangel God's might was wrapped in lightning that the loud sound of thunder could be heard. What a powerful strike! Soulcrack Kaori clenched her 7 heavens 7 blades in her hand and muttered something only she could hear. It's much stronger than 7 flashes. It's comparable to Solitary Flash in terms of speed and power. If only the time it took to condense the attack was a little shorter. Did it work? Wu Yan panted slightly as he looked at Archangel God's might wrapped in lightning. His eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. True Lightning Strike is the strongest move in Electrocaster LVL5. It's even stronger than Railgun. Even with Wu Yan's strength, using this move still gave him a headache. At a certain point, Wu Yan looked at the location where the lightning flashed. His expression changed and he felt helpless. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Archangel God's might was still there, expressionless. Her body was unharmed except for the tattered ice wings on her back. This told Wu Yan that Archangel God's might was fine because of this. Archangel God's might tilted her head like a puppet. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. This is probably what they call an angel, a puppet of God. The Archangel's eyes flickered a little. She leaned to the side, and the ice wings on her back flapped in the air. A circle of light swayed out from the ice wings. Archangel God's might pointed at it, and a familiar giant magic circle appeared once again, covering the entire sky. Armageddon. Wu Yan and Soulcrack Kaori were shocked. Archangel God's might was not going to waste any more time. The magic circle in the sky glowed with an icy blue light. The familiar aura was once again emitted from it. But halfway through, an explosion came from afar. Following that, Armageddon and Archangel God's might gradually disappeared under Wu Yan and Soulcrack Kaori's stunned expression. Chapter 245. In the eyes of the two, the Armageddon magic formation in the sky is slowly fading away. The dark night sky is also slowly disappearing along with the Armageddon magic formation, revealing the color of dusk, Archangel God's might, along with the disappearance of the Armageddon magic formation in the night sky. The ice wings on her back crumbled and turned into ice shards on the ground. Archangel God's might herself, as if she's in a painting, is slowly being erased, until she completely disappears. Wu Yan and Kenzaki Kaori, one in the air and the other on the ground, both of them let out a sigh of relief when they saw dusk and the Archangel's godly power vanish from sight. At this moment, Wu Yan and Shinja Kaori's body suddenly flashed with a layer of color. As the color flashed, Wu Yan's body that belonged to Shokuho Misaki also began to disappear, returning to his original state. On the ground, Shinja Kaori also looked at her body in surprise, seemingly happy that her body has returned to its original state. Wu Yan couldn't help but scratch his face in confusion. Divine Rend Fireweave seemed to have been affected by Angel Fall as well. That's why she turned into that Shota uncle stare. So it's only natural that Shinja Kaori would be happy when Angel Fall is removed. However, in Wu Yan's eyes, Shinja Kaori has always been like this, not changing at all. That's why he wasn't as happy as Shinja Kaori was. Of course, to Wu Yan, Shinja Kaori didn't change much. But to Shinja Kaori, Wu Yan has changed a lot. A peerless beauty suddenly turned into a stinky man. Isn't this a big change? Shinja Kaori looked at Wu Yan, who was floating in the air, carefully sizing him up. It's like she's trying to imprint Wu Yan's appearance into her mind. Shinja Kaori pondered for a moment before taking a few steps forward to speak to Wu Yan. Thank you for your help. Wu Yan nodded. He turned around and without another word, he flew off in a different direction. Wait. Shinja Kaori reached out a hand to stop Wu Yan, but Wu Yan's figure has already turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Shinja Kaori stared blankly at the direction Wu Yan disappeared, thousands of questions in her mind. But Wu Yan's gone, she can only bury these questions deep in her heart. Big sis. Shinja Kaori. Two voices interrupted the beautiful scene of Shinja Kaori looking up at the sky. She engraved Wu Yan's appearance in her mind before turning around. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at the dusk sky, his eyes flashing under his sunglasses. He asked Shinja Kaori, "Did the divine power return?" Shinja Kaori nodded and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma in confusion. "How did you guys get back so quickly? If I recall correctly, the Angel Fall ceremony isn't that far away, right?" Hearing this, Tsukimike's Motoharu and Kamiju Dangma looked at each other, and then Kamiju Dangma said, "We haven't even reached the ritual site, and the magic formation in the sky has already disappeared." What? Shinja Kaori was shocked. Tsuchimikado Motoharu shrugged and smiled. "It's true, meow. Then, who destroyed the ritual site and stopped the Angel Fall?" Shinja Kaori frowned and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma. "We want to know too, meow." Tsukimike's Motoharu pushed up his sunglasses and said in a strange tone, "Knowing about Angel Fall and knowing the location of the ritual before us, I'm curious who has the ability to do this, meow." "Well, it doesn't matter as long as you guys are fine, that's the best." Kamiju Toma called out in satisfaction. Kamiju Toma nodded with a smile on his face, agreeing with him. These two poor people still don't know that their home has turned into dust, leaving only a piece of land. Speaking of which, meow, big sis? Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Shinja Kaori and asked her, "Where's that mysterious person?" Shinja Kaori sighed and said helplessly, "He left, is that so, meow?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu touched his chin and asked, "Did you see that mysterious person's appearance?" Shinja Kaori nodded slightly and described Wu Yan's appearance to Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu pondered, trying to find memories of Wu Yan in his mind. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Tsuchimikado Motoharu's mind, making him slightly surprised. "Big sis, are you sure that mysterious person has black hair and red eyes?" Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who suddenly became excited, Shinja Kaori was surprised. "You know him?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu bitterly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "Should be considered as knowing him, I've only seen him once, if he's really the person I'm thinking of." Tsukimike's Motoharu returned to his usual carefree self. With his hands on his hips, he smiled and said, "Well, if it really is him, then it's not surprising that he can do this, meow." Hearing this, Shinja Kaori looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with interest. Everything about Wu Yan is so mysterious and so powerful, Shinja Kaori couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Who is he? I saw him use a scientific ability. Is he really someone from Academy City? Tsuchimikado Motoharu scratched his face and helplessly said. Actually, I'm not sure about his background, Miao. I only know that his name is Wu Yen. According to the records in Academy City's library, he's a LV0 powerless Miao. LV0? Shinja Kaori shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. He's very strong, even compared to steel he's much stronger. Also, I saw him use a very powerful lightning attack with my own eyes. There's no way he's LV0. Lightning attack. Tsuchimikado Motoharu nodded this time. Then this mysterious person should be that Wu Yen Miao. But didn't you say he's LV0? Kamiju Toma couldn't help but ask. Could it be that he's LV0 like himself but has an inexplicable ability? I already said Miao, that's the record in Academy City's database Miao. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Shinja Kaori and said in a deep voice. Big sis, remember what I'm about to say and report it to the highest bishop. Seeing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's serious expression, Shinja Kaori's face turned serious and firmly nodded. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu said. That person, although I don't have any specific information, but if I'm not mistaken, he has the ability to rival the chairman of Academy City, Alistair, or even the entire Academy City. Even though she was prepared, Shinja Kaori's body still trembled. Is this possible? If he can rival Academy City, doesn't that mean he can rival the Church of Necessary Evil? That's why I'm not sure. That person's identity is very mysterious, no, too mysterious. Tsuchimikado Motoharu raised his face as if he was recalling something. He was able to hide from that person and hide his identity in Academy City. Just this alone is already not simple. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but he has a trump card that isn't weaker than that person. This is something that I can be sure of. I can see that even that person can only be compared to him and can't suppress him. Is that so? Kenzaki Kaori lowered her head and said in a troubled tone. So, Academy City and that mysterious guy called Wu Yen have already formed an alliance? Then we... Don't worry about that, Miao. Tsuchimikado Motoharu waved his hand without care. At least for now, these two existences have no intention of joining forces, Miao. Well, big sis, tell the highest bishop she'll make the decision, Miao. Shinja Huoji nodded and looked at the sky again, as if she was recalling the figure that had disappeared. Wu Yen ha. How you won. Chapter 246. The conversation between Kenzaki Kaori and Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't reach Wu Yan's ears as he flew towards Academy City. He also didn't know that the magic faction had already listed him as a major faction on par with them. If he knew, Wu Yan would be flabbergasted. To be able to pretend to be mysterious with such a background, no wonder he's a transmigrator. He even needs to pretend a bit. Even though Wu Yan didn't come from a major faction, he wasn't that bad compared to them. Even though there were only 5 of them, Chuju was a tier 7, equivalent to a LV5 in Academy City. Wu Yan was also a tier 7, and after the battle with the power of God, Wu Yan leveled up to level 67. Even though the power of God disappeared due to the destruction of the Angel Fall ritual site, Wu Yan gained experience from the battle with the power of God. The battle with the power of God was recognized by the system as Wu Yan leveled up. Even Kaishisama gained experience and leveled up to level 64. Wu Yan might be a tier 7, but with the true ancestor's bloodline and meteor shower, he could even hold his own against a tier 8. If his opponent was careless and got hit by his arrow, he might even be able to turn the tables. As for the remaining 3, Mikoto also gained experience from the power of God and leveled up to level 71. Astria was at level 76, and Ikaros was at level 78. The battle with the power of God gave Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria a level up. This wasn't surprising, Astria had accumulated a lot of experience. Accelerator was a tier 8, the power of God, and the scattered experience from before, it wasn't surprising that she leveled up. Not to mention Ikaros. Ever since she was summoned, she had been accumulating EXP. She had accumulated a lot of EXP during the treasure hunt, and with the help of 3 tier 8 powerhouses, as well as the EXP of several powerhouses in Academy City, she only managed to level up by 1 level after much difficulty. Level didn't necessarily represent strength. Wu Yan was only level 67, but he still managed to fight 2 rounds with the power of God with Meteor Shower. Ikaros and Astria had powerful armaments, they were definitely at the peak of tier 8. Even without that, 2 7th tier and 3 8th tier were enough to attract the attention of the big shots of the magic faction. One had to know that in Academy City, Only Accelerator and Alistair were able to attract the attention of the big shots of the magic faction. This didn't even include Iwas, who never appeared in front of Wu Yan. His actual strength was still unknown. Of course, Academy City itself was a factor as well. Since he didn't know what happened, he naturally wouldn't express his thoughts. However, it's impossible for him not to know that they all leveled up. This is enough to make him feel a lot better. Along the way, Wu Yan flew into Academy City and came back much faster than when he went out. This made Wu Yan sigh at Jisama's frail body. If he was in his own body when he went in, he would have been able to fly all the way to the end. With the EMP barrier in place, he's not afraid of being caught by the surveillance cameras in Academy City, breaking the traffic rules and flying towards home. However, when he caught sight of a figure below him, he stopped. She had a shoulder-length brown bob hairstyle, a petite figure and face, and two slender beautiful legs that seemed to be exposed intentionally or unintentionally, swaying back and forth. She was a girl who had the habit of adding the word, super, in her speech to emphasize the tone of her voice. Right now, the girl was swaying her slender legs as she walked into a small alley. Her face was covered by a hoodie, her expression couldn't be seen, but she seemed to be mumbling something. Wu Yan looked at this petite but alluring girl with interest. He rubbed his chin and flew towards her. He landed behind her. As a member of Academy City's Black Ops, how could she not be vigilant in a place like this? Feeling someone approaching her, she turned around and saw Wu Yan standing behind her with a smile on his face. "It's Super You?" The girl was taken aback. Her face, which was originally calm, suddenly changed as if she had seen a dreadful beast. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran away. Wu Yan predicted her movement. He grabbed the petite girl into his arms and teased. "Yo, Kinohada girl, long time no see. Why are you running away the moment you see me? Super, let go of me. You super pervert." Kinohada Sai struggled with all her might. However, Wu Yan, who had evolved into a true ancestor, wouldn't lose to a girl in terms of physical strength. He ignored her weak resistance. Kinohada Sai forgot to use her ability. Who knows if she really forgot or she didn't use it subconsciously. In any case, she's only struggling to please Wu Yan while she's in his embrace. Oh? Is this how a little girl greets a friend you haven't seen in a long time? You're the little girl. Super little girl. Who's your super friend? You super pervert. Kinohada Sai was very unhappy with Wu Yan calling her a little girl. After all, as a girl she would want to be more mature and prettier. Being called a little girl was an insult to the self-proclaimed charming Kinohada Sai. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard Kinohada Sai say super. Yo, Kinohada girl, you're so arrogant. You seem to have forgotten the lesson from last time. Do you need me to remind you? After saying that, Wu Yan touched Kinohada Sai's seductive thigh. It made one wonder if he had such thoughts in mind before appearing in front of Kinohada Sai. The thigh that she was most proud of was suddenly touched by a warm hand. Kinohada Sai's struggling body instantly froze. Feeling the familiar shape of the hand that she had only experienced once, Kinohada Sai gave up resisting and put on a crying face. You really are a super pervert, Wu. The moment the word super pervert was said, Kinohada Sai felt the hand on her thigh tighten, causing her to cry out in shock and shut her mouth. Wu Yan kneaded Kinohada Sai's thigh, feeling the smooth skin. Little girl, change the word super pervert, and I will let you go. How about it? Originally, Wu Yan thought that Kinohada Sai would be happy to change it after hearing his words. However, he forgot that the word little girl was a huge blow to Kinohada Sai. I am not a super little girl. Kinohada Sai was furious. Enduring the pain from her thigh, she shouted at Wu Yan, "You still say you are not a super pervert? Where is your hand super placed?" Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and gave Kinohada Sai a smile that made her tremble in fear. "Me? Where is my hand? Can you please tell me?" As he spoke, Wu Yan's hand continued to move upwards. Very soon, it reached a position where Kinohada Sai had no choice but to submit to him. Kinohada Sai cried out in shock and started to struggle again. "Hurry up and super let go of me. Otherwise I will scream." Although Wu Yan really wanted to say, "Scream all you want, no one will come and save you even if you break your throat," when he thought of how stupid he would sound if he said that, Wu Yan gave up on that thought. Scream all you want, no one will come and save you even if you break your throat. Reality has proven that Wu Yan can be really stupid sometimes. Kinohada Sai quickly shouted when she felt Wu Yan's hand on her thigh and it's about to reach into her panties. "I got it. I super got it. Hurry up and super stop." Kinohada Sai wanted to cry but no tears came out. The sky is not even dark yet and I am not walking at night. How did I meet this wolf? Chapter 247. Lightly rubbing Kinuhata Sai's thighs, Wu Yan has to admit that Kinuhata Sai's most prided thighs have the right to be proud of them. Even though they aren't as slender as Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuho Misaki's thighs, their smoothness is comparable to Mikoto and Chuju Mikoto's. To be able to maintain her thighs to such an extent at the age of 12, she even spent her days researching how to release the charm of her thighs, such as making them faintly discernible. This loli's attractiveness has reached a whole new level. As the only person who has enjoyed this pair of thighs, Wu Yan can vouch for it with his own sister. Perhaps this is the reason why Wu Yan couldn't resist teasing Kinuhata Sai after not seeing her for a long time. Patting Kinuhata Sai's cheeks, Wu Yan lamented. "Why didn't you hold on a little longer? I thought I could play with you for a little longer." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai gritted her teeth. She really wants to punch this shameless bastard away. However, the hand that is constantly moving between her lower abdomen and the base of her thighs made Kinuhata Sai give up on this tempting thought. "Hurry up and let go of me." Chuckling, Wu Yan retracted his hand and let go of Kinuhata Sai. The moment her feet touched the ground, Kinuhata Sai ran away with the fastest speed she has ever run in her life. She only stopped when she put a safe distance between her and Wu Yan. She looked at Wu Yan cautiously. Looking at Kinuhata Sai who ran 10 meters away, Wu Yan held his breath. "I say, don't you think it's hard for you to talk like this? I don't have that much to say to you." Due to the distance between them, Kinuhata Sai had to raise her voice. "Honestly speaking, it's a bit difficult." Even though Kinuhata Sai said that she had nothing else to say, she didn't leave immediately. Looking at the slightly arrogant Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "Then little girl running to such a remote alley, are you planning to do something bad again?" "I'm not a super little girl." When the word little brat was mentioned, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but grumble, as if she hadn't learned her lesson. "I won't do anything bad." "You won't do anything bad." Wu Yan couldn't help but curl his lips. "Have you guys never done anything bad?" Kinuhata Sai gulped and bit her lips as she glared at Wu Yan without saying a word. If she were to say that she had never done anything bad as a member of in Academy City, that would be *T, even she herself wouldn't believe it. That super pervert probably hates girls who do bad things. This thought uncontrollably sprouted from Kinuhata Sai's heart. This was also the reason why Kinuhata Sai didn't say a word. She didn't know why, but the only person who had ever touched her body was this super pervert, who had fiercely touched her body. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but be concerned about her image in his heart. Kinuhata Sai didn't know that for Wu Yan, who was familiar with all kinds of 2D girls, as long as the girl wasn't rotten to the core and beyond redemption, Wu Yan wouldn't hate her. Of course, that's only if she's a cute girl. Looking at the silent Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yan had a feeling that if he continued to talk about this topic, it would lead to a bad ending, so he didn't bring it up. "So, little girl, where are you planning to go now? It's almost dark and you're still running to an alley alone. Don't tell me you're planning to rob some hoodlums?" "I super told you not to call me super little girl," Kinuhata Sai said frantically, but what she got in return was Wu Yan's casual reply. "I got it, little girl, I got it, little girl." With a pa sound, a Jing character appeared on Kinuhata Sai's forehead. Looking at Wu Yan's infuriating face, Kinuhata Sai resisted the urge to go berserk, turned around and walked away. "Hey hey!" Wu Yan was startled and quickly followed her. "You still haven't told me what you're planning to do." "I'm going to do bad things," Kinuhata Sai said in a depressed tone. At the same time, she quickened her pace as if she didn't want to talk to Wu Yan anymore. Unfortunately, Kinuhata Sai underestimated a certain someone's shamelessness and also underestimated his leg strength. One didn't want to be caught, so he kept increasing his speed, while the other followed behind as if nothing had happened, casually following behind the former. Compared to the former's running posture, the latter was obviously much more relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll, but he was still hanging behind the former. Soon, the scene of a man and a woman running after each other in the alley appeared in this empty space. Running towards a certain direction, Kinuhata Sai's face was flushed red, not sure if it was due to lack of stamina or anger. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan, who looked like he was taking a stroll. Kinuhata Sai's face collapsed. Stopping her footsteps, Kinuhata Sai slowly turned around with a sad face and said dejectedly, "What are you super planning to do?" Wu Yan lightly smiled, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Of course I want to know what you're planning to do." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Why do you want to know what I'm going to do? Hearing Kinohata Sayai's question, Wu Yen still had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was a bit embarrassed. Of course, Wu Yen had a purpose for following Kinohata Sayai so lazily. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission, Rescue. Mission 1, Save 20,000 Misaka Sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka Sisters and heal all the Misaka Sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka Sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Completed. Mission Reward, Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points, 100,000 each. Mission 2, Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City. Accelerator, completed. Mission Reward, Randomly summon a character. Mission 3, Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world and make them willingly follow you out of this world. Mission Reward, Summon a character that fulfills the requirements of Mission 3 for free. This very loving Mission 3 is still clearly displayed in Wu Yan's system list. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world. This is a very loving mission. But, will girls come to you for you to seduce? The answer is of course not. That's right, in other words, Kinohata Sayai has been targeted by Wu Yan. Back then, when Wu Yan received Mission 3, 2 people immediately appeared in Wu Yan's mind. The first one was Shokuho Misaki. Queen Sama came to him on her own accord. How could Wu Yan not accept it? Although conquering Queen Sama is extremely difficult, after experiencing the ripples in the amusement park, Wu Yan already felt that the road ahead is much smoother. As for the second one, it was this very cute and seductive girl, Kinohata Sayai. Other than Queen Sama, she also appeared in Wu Yan's mind for the first time. An item, other than Mujino Shizuri, Kinohata Sayai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were all taken advantage of by him. Naturally, Wu Yan thought of them the moment he received the Mission 3. Moreover, the Mission 3's targets just so happened to be these 3. This time, with the high difficulty level of the Mission 3, if he targets Kinohata Sayai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda from item, then it should be much easier. After all, they were all taken advantage of by him. They should have some impression of him, whether good or bad. As long as they have an impression of him, he would have a way to clear them, right? Besides, they are also characters he likes. As for the fact that Kinohata Sayai is 12 years old and Frenda is a standard infant, Wu Yan automatically ignored that fact. Chapter 248. Kinohata Sayai suddenly had a bad premonition. She felt a chill down her spine as if a pair of glowing green eyes were staring at her from behind. Kinohata Sayai started to look around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the ominous feeling. Kinohata Sayai didn't know that the wolf eyes that were staring at her was actually the wolf standing in front of her. Wu Yan naturally wouldn't say something like, "I'm here to woo you," but he couldn't find a reason to do so, so he could only shrug helplessly. "So are you going to tell me or not?" Kinohata Sayai narrowed her eyes as her gaze slowly turned vigilant. "Don't tell me you're here to pry for information." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "Pry for information? What kind of information would I pry for?" Kinohata Sayai snorted coldly as she placed her hands on her waist and said proudly, "As the super dark unit of Academy City, there are plenty of people who come here to pry for information." Upon hearing this, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain, completely destroying Kinohata Sayai's arrogance. If I really wanted to pry for information, would I need to go through so much trouble? I could just go straight to her door and take down Mujino Shizuri. What kind of information can't I get? Kinohata Sayai's arrogance instantly disappeared. Wu Yan's words reminded her of the battle at the research facility. Their leader Mujino Shizuri was taken down by Wu Yan and the 3 of them became his toys. Kinohata Sayai could only say with a wronged expression, "Don't underestimate Mujino, she's super strong." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Kinohata Sayai's stubborn tone, Wu Yan replied nonchalantly. This caused Kinohata Sayai to clench her fists tightly. Looking at Kinohata Sayai's angry expression, Wu Yan scratched his face and said impatiently, "I say, if you really don't have anything else to do, why don't you come with me for a stroll?" This time, Kinohata Sayai finally understood that the other party wasn't interested in her goal at all. His real goal was her. As soon as this thought popped up in her mind, Kinohata Sayai's face turned pale and she turned around to run. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at Kinohata Sayai who suddenly ran away, he couldn't react in time. Why did this girl suddenly run away? Could it be that she really had something secret to do? Wu Yan, who didn't know that Kinohata Sayai had already found out about his wild ambition, could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He looked at Kinohata Sayai who ran away with a playful look as if he's looking at an underpowered vehicle. With a light step, he appeared behind Kinuhata Sai. I say, little girl, why are you running again? You don't want me to know where you're going? You're the super little girl. Don't chase after me. Kinuhata Sai shouted without turning her head. Then she mustered all her strength and started running. Her face was filled with panic, just like a little loli being chased by a strange uncle. If you stop, I won't chase after you. Get the hell away from me. You're a super pervert. Little girl, it seems like you're planning to let this brother chase after you. I already said that I'm not a super little girl. Are you going to stop or not? Super no. No. Then you want me to catch you? Fine, I'll definitely catch you properly. Help. There's a super pervert. Kinuhata Sai had just shouted for help when she noticed a pair of wine-red eyes appearing from the side of her face. This caused Kinuhata Sai's soul to leave her body and she started running for her life. At this moment, Kinuhata Sai noticed that Wu Yan's eyes had turned wine-red. Although she was a little confused as to why this super pervert's eyes turned so beautiful, this wasn't a reason for Kinuhata Sai to stop running. If she stopped, her beautiful body would be licked by that wolf's saliva again. I say, why are you running? Because a super pervert like you is chasing after me. If you don't run, I won't chase after you. Then super stop chasing after me. Why are you so against me? I just want to invite you to watch a movie. Who the hell wants to watch a movie with you? A movie? A B-rated movie? When she heard the words B-rated movie, Kinuhata Sai's feet stopped for a moment, but she immediately started running again with all her might. Although B-rated movies are very tempting to her, it's too dangerous to watch a B-rated movie with Wu Yan. Looking at Kinuhata Sai running even faster, Wu Yan pursed his lips. His figure flashed, and this time he didn't appear beside Kinuhata Sai but right in front of her. In the next second, Kinuhata Sai felt herself crashing into someone's embrace, and at the same time, that person hugged her. Feeling that familiar embrace, Kinuhata Sai didn't even need to think to know who this person is. Kinuhata Sai's face was filled with tears as she screamed in despair. Woo Mujino Takitsubu Frenda Kinuhata, I'm going to become super impure. My super beautiful body, you're finally going to super take advantage of this super pervert. Oh. Hearing that, Wu Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking at Kinuhata Sai, who had given up on resisting, her eyes were tightly shut, her face was filled with nervousness and her mouth was constantly screaming something. Wu Yan didn't hold back and slapped her butt. Super attack. Super attack is starting. Super attack is starting. Kinuhata Sai was extremely nervous as she screamed in panic. This caused the black lines on Wu Yan's face to collapse. In the end, it turned into the word, awkward. Little girl, I really don't know what you're thinking, but if it's possible, you should stop. Kinuhata Sai didn't give up and started scratching again. However, her strength was slowly decreasing. She opened one of her eyes and met with Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. Kinuhata Sai said meekly, Didn't you super want to eat me? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Although he did want to eat this girl, he can guarantee that he didn't want to do it at this moment. Little girl, do you really want me to eat you that much? Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sai from the corner of his eyes and pressed her delicate body into his embrace. If that's the case, then I don't mind. No. Super don't want to. Kinuhata Sai shouted without hesitation. This caused Wu Yan to feel hurt in his heart. This Kinuhata Sai seems to hate him a lot. Wu Yan didn't even think about how many times he and Kinuhata Sai have met each other. Plus, the first time they met, he already did this to her. Any girl would subconsciously reject him, let alone have sex with him. Then, Kinuhata girl, accompany me to watch a movie? Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sai in his embrace with a smile. His hands even tightened as if he was saying, if you don't agree, I won't let go. One has to say he's too shameless. No, super no. Kinuhata Sai shook her head without hesitation. For a B-rated movie, it's weird that a girl would like to watch it. But to bring a guy along to watch it, that's even weirder. And to bring Wu Yan along, that's too dangerous. Kinuhata Sai struggled for a bit but couldn't break free. Seeing Wu Yan's shameless look, Kinuhata Sai could only whimper and surrender. Please super let me go. I really have something super important to do, I can't go. Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sai with interest. What's the matter? Tell me. Kinuhata Sai hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, Mujino gave a death order, everyone has to be super present today. Hearing Kinuhata Sai's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Mujino Shizuri gave such an order? What is she trying to do? Mujino Shizuri wants to super challenge the second. No, she wants to super challenge the third place dark matter. Wu Yan was stunned. Mujino Shizuri wants to challenge Kikin Taitaku? Kinohara Sai nodded. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he couldn't stay calm. Chapter 249. Mujino Shizuri vs. Kikin Taitaku. It's not like it's never happened before. In the original work, Mujino Shizuri's Dark Ops fought against Kikin Taitaku's Dark Ops. Mujino Shizuri even went up against Kikin Taitaku. But the result was terrible. Kikin Taitaku's ability, Dark Matter, was a bit of a cheat. Mujino Shizuri's Atomic Collapse could not even touch Kikin Taitaku's Dark Matter, which allowed him to create new substances. In other words, Mujino Shizuri was crushed by Kikin Taitaku. Just how powerful was the Dark Matter? It was so strong that even Accelerator would be at a disadvantage if he wasn't careful. It was so strong that even Mikoto, who had reached the 8th tier, had to use her railgun to blast it away. Otherwise, electricity alone wouldn't be able to hurt Kikin Taitaku. Mujino Shizuri's Atomic Collapse is of the same type as Mikoto's ability. With Mujino Shizuri's current level, if she goes up against Kikin Taitaku, the result will be the same as in the original work. This Mujino Shizuri, what's wrong with her that she wants to challenge Kikin Taitaku? Wu Yan couldn't help but let go of Kinohara Sai and rubbed his forehead. Kinohara Sai tidied up her messy clothes. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinohara Sai was unhappy. How could Kinohara Sai not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? He's obviously saying that Mujino Shizuri will definitely lose if she goes up against Kikin Taitaku. Don't underestimate Mujino. No matter what, Mujino is still ranked 4. Even if that Kikin Taitaku is 1 rank higher than Mujino, Mujino won't be that far behind. That's because you don't understand Kikin Taitaku. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown and said to Kinohara Sai in a serious tone, to put it bluntly, among the 7 LV5 players in Academy City, aside from Accelerator and Mikoto, anyone who goes up against him will die. Hearing this, Kinohara Sai wanted to refute, but seeing Wu Yan's serious expression, Kinohara Sai hesitated and said with uncertainty, Is it that powerful? Wu Yan helplessly nodded and said, let's put it this way, you know about Accelerator, right? According to the tree diagram designer's calculations, if Accelerator goes all out, he can kill the old Mikoto within 185 moves. Impossible. Kinohara Sai jumped up. That super railgun even in the past was ranked 3rd. How could it be so weak? It's not that Mikoto is weak, but Accelerator is too strong. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head, and then he laughed. Of course that was in the past. Now Mikoto's strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if she can't win against Accelerator, she won't lose so badly. Kinohara Sai stared blankly at Wu Yan, as if she was shocked by Wu Yan's words. After a while she squeezed out a sentence. This is also related to that super Accelerator. What does it have to do with that dark matter? That's the crux of the matter? Wu Yan sighed and looked at Kinohara Sai. You know, if Kikin Taitaku goes up against Accelerator, then he will definitely lose badly. Kinohara Sai let out a sigh of relief. However, Wu Yan's next words caused her to worry again. But, with the special properties of dark matter, even if he loses badly in the end, he will be able to force Accelerator into a disadvantageous position in the beginning. Say, do you think Mujino Shizuri can defeat Kikin Taitaku? If possible, please let me become his disciple. Kinohara Sai went silent. She looked at Wu Yan, her eyes were filled with worry. Then wouldn't it be dangerous for Mujino Shizuri to go up against him? Unless Mujino Shizuri goes up against Kikin Taitaku in her high exertion state, then maybe there's still a chance of winning. Wu Yan looked at the worried Kinohara Sai and nodded in admiration. This is the good thing about Kinohara Sai, even though she lives in the Academy City's Black Ops, where people eat people, she cares a lot about her companions, even if the companions she cares about don't care about her at all. High exertion. Kinohara Sai went silent again. Wu Yan shrugged with a bitter smile. He understood why Kinohara Sai went silent. Mujino Shizuri's Atomic Collapse was actually very powerful. Just like light, electrons could adapt to different situations, displaying the properties of both particles and waves. It possessed the ability to forcefully manipulate the ambiguous situation between the two. What was directly emitted was neither waves nor particles, but the electron itself. Even if an electron that was fixed in an ambiguous state hit an object, it would stay on the spot because it could not decide whether it would be a particle, or a waveform. Originally, the electron only had a mass that was infinitely close to zero, but the effect of this stay would become a pseudo-barrier, and the barrier would hit the target with terrifying power at the same speed as when it was released. Thus, due to the excessive power of this ability, it was very unstable and required a lot of fine-tuning and careful settings. Normally, Mujino Shizuri would control the power of her meltdown of atoms to a level that she could endure. This was the so-called low-output state. A researcher in a certain research institute in Academy City once said that if she didn't have her survival instincts restricting the output of atomic collapse, in other words, if she fully unleashed the power of atomic collapse to a high exertion state, Mujino Shizuri would be able to instantly kill the third-ranked railgun. But in reality, if Mujino Shizuri really did that and completely removed her survival instincts restricting atomic collapse, then her own body would also be shattered by the reaction of the high exertion state. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri went up against Kikin Taidaku with a low exertion state, she would lose instantly, but with a high exertion state she would die instantly and she might not even win. That Mujino Shizuri, why would she want to challenge Kikin Taidaku? Wu Yen couldn't help but pat his cheeks, feeling a headache coming on. Kinuhata Sai told Wu Yen, Mujino used to hate Railgun a lot. She always thought that the reason Railgun was able to surpass her was because of Railgun's ability. In terms of military usage, Railgun was better than Mujino's. Plus, Railgun was a high school student, so Mujino hated her a lot. In the end, Kikin Taidaku was defeated by Railgun. Originally, the research institutes thought that the third and fourth ranked should be on par in terms of strength. But this time, the research institutes thought that Mujino's ability was weaker than Railgun's. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. That's why Mujino hated dark matter so much. She wanted to prove that she could also defeat dark matter, to prove that she wasn't weaker than the second-ranked Railgun. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he suppressed the urge to curse and slumped his shoulders. He knew that Mujino Shizuri hated Mikoto, but he didn't expect her to hate Mikoto to this extent. Those trashy research institutes, did they take the wrong medicine to come up with such a conclusion? Aren't they just trying to lure the arrogant Mujino Shizuri to her death? What should I super do now? Kinuhata Sai clenched her fist. Super tell Mujino not to go? But with Mujino's personality, she'll definitely super think that I'm looking down on her and kill me with a meltdown atom. I say, are you that worried about her? Wu Yen couldn't help but ask. It's not just because of Mujino. Kinuhata Sai shook her head. Frenda and Takitsubu might be super dangerous as well. Mujino Shizuri, you're really something. Aren't you just trying to provoke this brother to make a move? Speechless helplessly. Dragging down the three girls he's already decided on. Mujino Shizuri. Wu Yen sighed and he said something that made Kinuhata Sai flabbergasted. Looks like it's time to get rid of Kikin Taidaku. Chapter 250. In an empty alley, Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda are waiting for Kinuhata Sai's arrival. They've been waiting for quite some time now. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri's face is starting to show signs of impatience. There's even a hint of anger in her eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Frenda. Frenda, is Kinuhata not here yet? Arara, this is so weird. Frenda is holding a phone and continuously dialing Kinuhata Sai's number, but she didn't pick up every time. What's going on in the end? Kinuhata has always been punctual, plus, Mujino already gave her a death order. Kinuhata shouldn't have disobeyed Mujino's orders. Could something have happened? Takitsubu Riku resisted her exhaustion and raised her head to ask Mujino Shizuri and Frenda. The only thing she can think of is that something happened to Kinuhata Sai. In a way, something did happen because at this time, Kinuhata Sai is running for her life because of a certain wolf behind her. Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri felt that it made sense. She had been doing missions with Kinuhata Sai almost every day. Mujino Shizuri understood Kinuhata Sai very well. If it wasn't for something happening, she wouldn't have been late. Do we need to pick her up? Frenda raised her phone and asked Mujino. The four of them have GPS, they just need to track her down and they'll be able to find Kinuhata Sai. Mujino Shizuri clicked her tongue and said impatiently. Forget it, with Kinuhata's abilities, even if something happened with her nitrogen armor, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Let's not wait for her, let's go. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other helplessly. But they also know that once Mujino has made her decision, she won't be able to change it. Yes. Don't tell me you're super eager to deal with that dark matter? This was Kinuhata Sai's first reaction when she heard Wu Yen say that it's time for him to leave. After seeing Wu Yen nod his head, Kinohada Sai couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me you're super crazy? Didn't you just say that the dark matter was super powerful? Indeed, Kikin Taidaku is very powerful. His wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. Of course, it was only for an instant before the golden color disappeared. Even Kinohada Sai, who was right beside him, did not notice this change. Wu Yen smiled faintly. But I'm stronger than him. Wu Yen sounded very confident and resolute when he said this. If it was before, perhaps Wu Yen wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning against Kikin Taidaku's abnormal dark matter. In fact, the chances of him losing would be much higher. But now Wu Yen, with his bloodline and new equipment, could even hold off an archangel, let alone a Kikin Taidaku. Therefore Wu Yen was confident that he could kill Kikin Taidaku directly. Hearing Wu Yan's resolute words, Kinohada Sai was stunned for a moment before she frowned again. Indeed, since you can super defeat Mujino, it seems like you're also a super LV5. If you team up with Mujino Chao, you might be able to defeat Kikin Taidaku. Wu Yen smiled faintly and did not explain. He was secretly laughing in his heart, hoping that Kinohada Sai wouldn't be so shocked that her jaw would drop when the time comes. But Kinohada Sai suddenly changed her tone and looked at Wu Yen. Why do you super want to help us? Yeah, what? Wu Yen pretended to be confused and touched his chin. He looked at Kinohada Sai's serious face and smiled. I have no choice. That Kikin Taidaku might hurt my sisters. If I don't help him, he might. Your sisters? Kinohada Sai was stunned and widened her eyes at Wu Yen. She raised her finger and shouted at Wu Yen. Who are you calling your sisters? You super pervert. As expected, you're super pervert, you're super targeting the four of us. Hey, don't misunderstand. Wu Yen immediately shook his head and said righteously, not four, it's three. That Aunt Mujino who goes through menopause every day is not my cup of tea. You. Kinohada Sai pointed at Wu Yen with a trembling finger. She saw how righteous he was when he declared that he wanted to take in 3 sisters, and one of them was her. Kinohada Sai went crazy and shouted. They're not your super sisters. You super pervert. Don't even think about it. Kinohada Sai, don't be shy. You see, we've already done that kind of thing, isn't it natural for them to become my sisters? Don't make it sound so flirtatious. I was just super hypnotized by you. Kinohada Sai didn't realize that she just said something outrageous and continued to criticize Wu Yen. Also, it's not us, it's you, you're super hypnotized. We didn't do it willingly. Ma, it's all the same, it's super hypnotized. Kinohada Sai felt that her throat was burning and she was panting heavily. One could imagine how excited she was just now. Wu Yen looked at the panting Kinohada Sai and suddenly reached out his hand. While Kinohada Sai was stunned, he lifted her chin and brought her lips closer to his. What are you super trying to do? Looking at the pair of charming wine-red eyes, Kinohada Sai panicked and shifted her eyes away. Her face was frozen because of Wu Yan's action. She wanted to break free from Wu Yan's hand, but she stopped because of Wu Yan's next sentence. Kinohada Sai, do you really want to stay in the dark ops and live a dark life? Kinohada Sai went silent. She didn't know how she should answer him. She could say she doesn't want to, but she's already used to living a life of darkness. If she said she wants to, she would feel a sense of helplessness that came from the depths of her heart. Thus, Kinohada Sai could only stay silent. Kinohada Sai's silence made Wu Yen sigh. While Kinohada Sai was silent, Wu Yen suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. The silent Kinohada Sai was stunned. By the time she reacted, a warm tongue had already reached into her mouth. Grabbing onto her little tongue and entwining them together, Kinohada Sai's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yan's face that was magnified countless times. She panicked and started to whimper and hit Wu Yan's chest with all her might, trying to get him to let go of her. Wu Yen directly hugged Kinohada Sai and started to rub her lips. Kinohada Sai started to lose her strength, and the strength of her hands that were hitting Wu Yan's chest became weaker and weaker. In the end, she couldn't even kill a mosquito. Kinohada Sai's eyes narrowed as she looked at Wu Yen kissing her lips. She slowly closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. She started to treat her first kiss seriously. Their tongues intertwined and their saliva passed. This is the first time she kissed someone, and it was such an intense kiss. Kinohada Sai's heart started to beat faster and faster. Even her body started to heat up. Her breathing started to become difficult. That suffocating feeling made Kinohada Sai feel a faint sense of happiness. Kinohada Sai was at a loss as she felt this suffocating happiness. She didn't know what to do. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Kinuhata Sai, who was panting heavily, Wu Yen smiled. Kinuhata Sai, are you still going to reject me? Kinuhata Sai was gasping for breath. Even answering Wu Yen was a bit difficult. Seeing this, Wu Yen smiled and said domineeringly. Anyway, I want you, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda. I don't plan to let any of you go. After saying that, Wu Yen lowered his head and licked Kinuhata Sai's lips. He then pecked her lips a few more times before smiling. Well, it's okay if you don't know how to answer me. Wait until I find Takitsubu Riku and Frenda first. Chapter 251. While Wu Yen is trying his best on the girl in his arms on the other side of the street. How is it? Takitsubu, have you found that person yet? Mujino Shizuri asked impatiently with her arms crossed. Due to the excessive flow of people on the street, the AIM force field of the aptitude users affected each other and cancelled each other out. In order to find the person Mujino Shizuri is looking for, Takitsubu Riku has expended too much of her energy. Her face is pale and sweat is dripping down her forehead. Her footsteps are weak and she looks like she will collapse at any moment. At this time, Takitsubu Riku has already consumed a body crystal. Frenda clenched her fists. Seeing Takitsubu Riku in such a state, her heart ached. Frenda may be a little timid and afraid of death, but she still cares a lot about her companions. In the original work, if Kikin Taidaku didn't threaten Frenda with her life, she wouldn't have betrayed him. Now, seeing Takitsubu Riku in pain, she wanted to stop her but she was too afraid of Mujino Shizuri. Hence, she could only watch without moving. Mujino Shizuri could clearly see that Takitsubu Riku was expending all her energy and computing power to search for Kikin Taidaku. However, she didn't ask her to stop, instead she kept urging her. At some point, Takitsubu Riku's eyes trembled. She immediately turned to Mujino Shizuri and said with a trembling voice. Found him. Not far away, he doesn't seem to be moving. He stopped. After Takitsubu Riku found him, she immediately stopped using her ability. There was an unconcealable look of exhaustion on her face as she panted heavily. If one were to look closely, they would notice that her body was already a little weak. All right. Takitsubu, let's go now. Don't let him get away. Mujino Shizuri smiled. She didn't care if she can defeat Kikin Taidaku. In her heart, if that middle school student can defeat Kikin Taidaku, she can too. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's words, Takitsubu Riku revealed a smile but it quickly disappeared. Even her smile was a little forced. One could imagine how weak Takitsubu Riku was at this moment. After Mujino Shizuri finished speaking, she walked briskly towards Kikin Taidaku's seat. She did not seem to have any intention of consoling Takitsubu Riku as she walked away. Seeing this, the two girls quickly followed behind her. However, after taking a few steps, Takitsubu Riku stumbled and half knelt on the ground. Takitsubu! Frenda exclaimed and quickly ran to Takitsubu Riku's side to support her. Are you all right? Takitsubu. Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. Seeing Takitsubu Riku's extremely weak state, she frowned and asked in annoyance, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Perhaps it was due to her mental exhaustion. Takitsubu Riku's reply was weak and feeble, which made Frenda a little worried. "Takitsubu, why don't you take a rest first?" Frenda asked hesitantly. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Mujino Shizuri, as if to ask for her opinion. Mujino Shizuri looked at Takitsubu Riku with furrowed brows. Even though Takitsubu Riku was of no help during the battle, she was indispensable during the pursuit. If Kikin Taidaku ran away again, how are they going to pursue him? Seeing Mujino Shizuri's silence, Frenda also fell silent. Takitsubu Riku took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. "I'm fine, we can continue." This time, Mujino Shizuri smiled. "That's good, if that's the case, let's continue the pursuit." Frenda and Takitsubu Riku could only nod in agreement. Passing through the crowd, under Takitsubu Riku's guidance, they crossed street after street. Finally, the three members of Item turned into a small street and arrived in front of a very large warehouse. After arriving at this place, they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, they focused their attention and looked ahead without moving an inch. A young man with an evil aura is leaning against the wall outside the warehouse. He has a half-smile on his face, but it's not hard to tell that he's not in a good mood. His eyes are filled with a faint evil aura, his brown pupils are looking at Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda. He doesn't seem surprised by their appearance, it's as if he's been waiting for them here. It's Kikin Taidaku. Finally found me? Well then, members of Item, what business do you have with me? Kikin Taita laughed evilly and said to Mujino Shizuri and the others. What he said surprised Mujino Shizuri and the others. You knew that we were following you? Mujino Shizuri raised an eyebrow. It's an elegant action, but it can't hide her anger at Kikin Taidaku's teasing attitude. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's question, Kikin Taidaku pursed his lips and looked at Takitsubu Riku. When that little girl used her ability, I knew. Mujino Shizuri's expression froze, her eyes narrowed. Kikin Taidaku didn't even look at Mujino Shizuri, he continued to look at Takitsubu Riku. Originally, I wanted to create a special particle to emit the same AIM field as me and lure you guys to another place. But I was curious why you guys were looking for me, so I stopped here and waited for you guys. Why? Mujino Shizuri smiled. Green light suddenly appeared around her. Green light orbs appeared around her. Do you need me to explain? Holding up an atomic collapse orb, Mujino Shizuri looked at Kikin Taidaku with a half-smile. She seems to be laughing at his teasing just now. Kikin Taidaku laughed. He laughed very happily but also very angrily. You, the fourth member who couldn't even take down a hunter, even if all of you went out together? Ah. Kikin Taidaku laughed out loud as if he just discovered something very happy. He couldn't stop himself. You bastard. Ever since her defeat against Wu Yen, Mujino Shizuri still felt like there was a thorn in her back. She felt very uncomfortable. Now that Kikin Taidaku pointed it out, the anger from her memories instantly swallowed her rationality. A blinding beam of light shot out from Mujino Shizuri's hand and hit Kikin Taidaku. Mujino Shizuri frowned. Even though it looks like she hit him, but how could Kikin Taidaku be defeated so easily? This is your atomic collapse? Kikin Taidaku's disdainful voice rang out. Mujino Shizuri's face turned serious as she looked up. A faint black gas appeared in front of Kikin Taidaku's chest. He stood there unharmed. This. Mujino Shizuri stared at the unharmed Kikin Taidaku in disbelief. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had the same expression on their faces. They had never seen anyone come out unscathed after being hit by Mujino Shizuri's meltdown atomic bomb. Kikin Taidaku patted his chest, and the black gas in front of his chest rippled. Kikin Taidaku curled his lips and said with disdain, "What's so strange about that? This layer of dark matter, no matter what it is, as long as it touches it, it will be broken down into the most basic atoms. At the same time, it will lose all its speed and most of its energy." Kikin Taidaku looked at Mujino Shizuri and laughed. If I remember correctly, your atomic collapse is the basic electrons, right? Mujino Shizuri was stunned. She didn't expect her atomic collapse to be countered so easily. Mujino Shizuri had an ominous premonition. She suddenly had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Did I think too much of it? Chapter 252. Seeing Mujino Shizuri's stunned expression, Kikin Taidaku finally stopped laughing. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he shook his head and said disappointedly, "Looks like you're very confident in your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this after seeing your ability fail. Once your ability fails, you won't have any other tricks up your sleeves." Kikin Taidaku glanced at Mujino Shizuri. "If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves, then you're dead for sure." Kikin Taidaku smiled faintly and looked at Mujino Shizuri like she's a dead man. Mujino Shizuri finally recovered from her shock. She was furious when she saw Kikin Taidaku looking at her with disdain. She shouted, "Good. Very good. Since you want to die faster, I'll grant you your wish." Mujino Shizuri took out a crystal chip that looked like a rhombus from her pocket. It was none other than the diffusion support semiconductor. Almost instantly, Mujino Shizuri's meltdowner hit the diffusion support semiconductor. Countless meltdowners shot out from the disintegrated diffusion support semiconductor towards Kikin Taidaku. Kikin Taidaku had an evil smile on his face. He smiled at the incoming meltdowner atomic bomb as if he was welcoming a guest. He squinted his eyes lazily and leaned against the wall of the warehouse, ignoring the terrifying amount of meltdowner atomic bomb comments. A thick layer of dark elemental gas appeared in front of Kikin Taidaku and covered his entire body. Following the movement of the gas, countless meltdowns appeared and smashed into Kikin Taidaku's body. The meltdowners exploded continuously and buried Kikin Taidaku's body. The warehouse behind Kikin Taidaku started to distort severely. Several meltdowners shot out from the walls from time to time. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku ran away as fast as they could when Yujino Shizuri took out the diffusion support semiconductor. They stood there looking at the center of the explosion in fear. This isn't the first time they've seen this scene, but every time they see it, they're terrified. The battle only lasted for a short while. Even the time spent talking was longer than the actual battle. But this battle was destined from the start. It's not something people of their level can interfere with. With the help of the diffusion support semiconductor, the meltdowner atomic bomb fired randomly at Kikin Taitaku's position. Yujino Shizuri smiled when she saw Kikin Taitaku's figure buried in the center. But soon her smile froze. Countless meltdowns hit Kikin Taitaku's body, but they all stopped in front of him. Then they were all disintegrated by the layer of black gas, the dark elemental substance. Not a single one hit Kikin Taitaku. This. Yujino Shizuri stared blankly at Kikin Taitaku, who had a calm smile on his face. She couldn't believe that her own ability was so powerless in front of his dark matter. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other in disbelief. After all, in their eyes, Yujino Shizuri was the epitome of invincibility. Ever since they formed item with Yujino Shizuri, they've never seen an enemy that could last more than 10 rounds against Yujino Shizuri. However, after that day everything changed. The invincible Yujino Shizuri was defeated by a thief who stole a test subject by Wu Yan. From that day onwards, Yujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half. On the day of the encirclement mission with the hounds, Yujino Shizuri was once again defeated by a strange woman. She didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half again. Could it be that Yujino Shizuri was going to fail again? This thought appeared in Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's mind. At the same time they felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at the evil smile on Kikin Taitaku's face, Frenda and Takitsubu Riku didn't think that Kikin Taitaku, the leader of Academy City's Black Ops, would let them go like Wu Yan and Ikaros. In other words, if Yujino Shizuri loses this time, they're dead for sure. Kikin Taitaku looked at the stunned Yujino Shizuri and felt even more disdain in his heart. He slowly walked towards Yujino Shizuri. Kikin Taitaku's action made Yujino Shizuri's face twitch. Almost reflexively, Yujino Shizuri took a step back. Kikin Taitaku acted like he didn't see it and continued walking towards Yujino Shizuri. Every time Kikin Taitaku took a step forward, Yujino Shizuri would subconsciously take a step back. It's obvious that Yujino Shizuri is starting to feel fear towards Kikin Taitaku. Kikin Taitaku frowned and looked at Yujino Shizuri. Why are you taking a step back? Didn't you want to mess with me? Then stop wasting time. What other skills do you have? Hurry up and use them. Kikin Taitaku looked a little annoyed. In his mind, this kind of low-level battle is just a waste of his time. This is also the result of his personality of looking down on those below him. Damn it. Yujino Shizuri stopped in her tracks. She looked at Kikin Taitaku with anger and fear. She had to admit that Kikin Taitaku had guessed correctly. Due to her strong confidence in her abilities, Yujino Shizuri relied too much on her abilities. Now that her abilities have failed, she has no other options left. At this moment, due to the meltdown of atoms, the warehouse is burning with flames everywhere. The temperature is rising rapidly, making Yujino Shizuri feel her throat dry up. Feeling her emotions fluctuating, Yujino Shizuri clenched her fists tightly. Thinking about the recent failures, Yujino Shizuri almost went crazy. Am I going to fail again? Thinking of this, Yujino Shizuri screamed hysterically. Damn it. He's clearly only ranked 3rd before me. Kikin Taitaku stopped in his tracks. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. His expression sank and his bangs covered his eyes. Following Kikin Taitaku's silence, a bloody aura started to spread in the air. Yujino Shizuri's body trembled and a horrified expression appeared on her face. A low voice that sounded like it came from hell crawled out from Kikin Taitaku's mouth. I have to say, Yujino Shizuri, you have angered me. What does Kikin Taitaku hate the most? In the past it might be Accelerator Passage, but now it's Misaka Mikoto. That day he was defeated by Mikoto without any resistance. The layer of dark matter on his chest that can decompose anything was torn apart by Mikoto's railgun in the most violent way possible. At the same time, Kikin Taitaku's pride was shredded to pieces. Especially when he thought about how confident he was in the beginning, flapping his 6 wings and appearing in front of Misaka Mikoto. From his point of view, asking for something from Misaka Mikoto should be a piece of cake. However, Kikin Taitaku did not expect that he was wrong from the beginning. very wrong. What he thought would be a piece of cake in Misaka Mikoto's eyes, it was like a circus. When he thought about how he acted like a clown explaining his invincible ability, Kikin Taidaku almost went crazy. On top of that, his ranking dropped to 3rd place. Mujino Shizuri's words about being in 1st place completely ignited the hatred in Kikin Taidaku's heart. Chapter 253. When Kikin Taidaku raised his head again, the gloominess on his face was gone. However, Mujino Shizuri did not let her guard down. She could feel an even stronger aura in the air. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back, fear creeping into her heart. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku shared the same feeling. Suddenly, Kikin Taidaku raised his hand. The dark matter around him began to glow and swirl into his palm. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all had different expressions on their faces. A floating black orb appeared in Kikin Taidaku's hand. Then, in an instant, it was fired in the direction of Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri felt a great sense of danger. Her mind went blank. Looking at the black ball of light that was filled with a destructive aura, Mujino Shizuri bit her lips in hatred. Without thinking, she simply threw away the diffusion support semiconductor in her hand and opened the collapsing atom electronic shield made of ambiguous wave particle state in front of her with all her strength. In the next second, the black orb exploded a meter in front of Mujino Shizuri. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came from the center of the explosion. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded. A rather powerful mushroom cloud slowly rose from the empty space of the warehouse. It was just that it was much smaller than an atomic bomb's mushroom cloud. Even though it is much smaller, it is still enough to cover the entire sky. Countless rocks were blown away and mixed within the mushroom cloud. The ground is already a mess. Closer to the warehouse, the loud sound was also heard by the people here. They all looked towards the source of the sound and saw a small mushroom cloud. Kikin Taidaku rode his 6 white wings and flew out from a corner of the mushroom cloud. He stopped in the air and looked inside the mushroom cloud with a cold smile. His eyes were like lightning as he looked inside the mushroom cloud. It was as if he could see what was going on inside the mushroom cloud. A gust of wind blew through the area and blew away the mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the scene on the ground fell into Kikin Taidaku's eyes. The ground was in a mess. Countless large and small craters littered the ground. Rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. At the center, in the largest crater, Mujino Shizuri was there. Not far away on the ground, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda are also covered in wounds. Their clothes are tattered and their faces are covered in dust. They're struggling to move on the ground. Mujino Shizuri coughed incessantly as the dust was sucked into her windpipe. Her clothes were in tatters, but compared to Takitsubu Riku and Frenda, she was in a much better state. Looking at Kikin Taidaku flying in the sky with absolute power, Mujino Shizuri's face was filled with fear. One hit. Just one hit. Her meltdown atom shield was destroyed in one hit. The shockwave from the explosion caused quite a bit of damage to her. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were so far away, but they were also caught in the shockwave. They can't even stand up now. How is this possible? How is he so strong? Impossible. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back a little. Her heart kept repeating this sentence. Even her mouth was mumbling like a mosquito. It was as if she had lost her mind. Mujino Shizuri raised her head with difficulty to look at Kikin Taidaku in the sky. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. They were both LV5. How could he be so strong? Was the dark matter really that powerful? Misaka Mikoto. How did she defeat such a monster? Kikin Taidaku flapped his 6 pairs of wings and gently floated down from the sky. He landed in front of Mujino Shizuri, giving her a shock. Looking at Mujino Shizuri's cowering body, Kikin Taidaku narrowed his eyes and shook his head in disdain. That's it? How boring. Mujino Shizuri gritted her teeth and used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kikin Taidaku's body. However, it was quickly disintegrated by the layer of dark matter. Mujino Shizuri was stunned for a moment before she hysterically used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kikin Taidaku's body. However, without exception, all her attacks were disintegrated 10 centimeters away from Kikin Taidaku's body. Looking at the crazed Mujino Shizuri, the disdain in Kikin Taidaku's eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at Mujino Shizuri as if he was looking at a dead person. A beam of light shot out from Kikin Taidaku's wings and landed on Mujino Shizuri's body. After a loud bang, Mujino Shizuri was sent flying by the beam and landed on the ground. Her body was covered in wounds and traces of blood were all over her body. Kikin Taidaku walked in front of Mujino Shizuri and looked down at her who was struggling to get up from the ground. He chuckled. I really don't understand. With your abilities, why did you dare to come knocking on my door? Do you have a death wish? Mujino Shizuri was silent. It's not that she didn't want to speak, it's just that she can't speak anymore. It's as if all the bones in her body have fallen off. Her throat was filled with the thick taste of blood. Her eyes have lost all light and despair filled her heart. Kikin Taidaku clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head to look at Frenda and Takitsubu Riko. His lips curled into an evil grin. Seeing that you're also LV5, I'll let you live and kill you last. Kikin Taidaku laughed maniacally and turned to look at Frenda and Takitsubu Riko. I'll help you take care of your subordinates first. Frenda's face was filled with shock, fear and the desire to live. She struggled to speak to Kikin Taidaku. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Oh? Kikin Taidaku looked at Frenda in surprise and laughed. Who knows what he was laughing about? He nodded as if he understood her and laughed. Surprisingly cowardly. Fine, I'll let you live too. After saying that, Kikin Taidaku glanced at Takitsubu Riku, bent down and grabbed her by the collar, pulling her up. Laughing maniacally, Kikin Taidaku said, If that's the case, I'll let you die first. Seeing that you were able to track me down, I wanted to let you live until the end. But your leader is a LV5, I can't let her die before you, right? Your teammates are begging for mercy, so I'll kill you first. Takitsubu Riko's tired eyes turned to Kikin Taidaku. Looking at his maniacal laughter, her eyes flickered. Memories of the past surfaced in Takitsubu Riko's mind. Takitsubu Riko realized that almost all of her memories were stored in item. Due to the negative effects of activating her ability, Takitsubu Riko spent most of her time sleeping. Other than sleeping, all she did was sleep. When she was still conscious, all of her memories were of her activating her ability and completing missions. Facing death, Takitsubu Riku went through the memories in her mind. Suddenly she realized that her life had been so dull and boring. If I can live again, how great would that be? This time I will definitely create my own memories. Suddenly a scene appeared in her mind. It's different from those repetitive scenes. This time there's a real change. It's not sleeping, it's no longer a mission, it's herself. She's lying in a man's arms, being groped all over her body. Die. Kikin Taidaku raised his hand with a sinister smile. But before he could raise his hand, it was grabbed by another hand. Let go of your filthy hands. Chapter 254. Let go of your filthy hands. A cold voice echoed in this eerily quiet place. Mujino Shizuri and Frenda who are lying on the ground are stunned. Kikin Taidaku who was laughing crazily also froze. A second after the voice sounded, a huge force was applied to Kikin Taidaku's hand. Intense pain was transmitted to Kikin Taidaku's mind, he subconsciously screamed in pain. Takitsubu Riku immediately opened her eyes. Her eyelids had been closed for most of her life. The speed at which she opened her eyes in the past was not as fast as this time. Therefore, Takitsubu Riku quickly saw the last image that appeared in her mind. It was a figure that looked exactly like the man in the movie. I told you to let go of your filthy hands. Didn't you hear me? As soon as he finished speaking, a fist enlarged in front of Kikin Taidaku's eyes. Before he could react, the fist landed on his face. Intense pain came from his face. This time Kikin Taidaku couldn't scream as he was sent flying. His hand that was holding onto Takitsubu Riku's collar loosened. A pair of hands pulled Takitsubu Riku's falling body into his embrace. When that unfamiliar yet familiar embrace embraced her body, Takitsubu Riku's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the face that she has only seen 3 times, she actually had the urge to cry. Takitsubu. Frenda. Kinohata Sai saw the scene of Kikin Taidaku being sent flying. She saw Frenda lying on the ground and Takitsubu Riku being held by Wu Yen. She saw their injuries and couldn't help but scream. Mujino. When the scene of Mujino Shizuri lying on the ground entered Kinohata Sai's eyes, Kinohata Sai was stunned. She then ran to Frenda and looked at her and Takitsubu Riku. Are you guys super okay? Kinohata Sai said worriedly to the two of them. She didn't expect that in the short time she was gone, her 3 companions would suffer such serious injuries. Kinohata. Frenda weakly called out to Kinohata Sai, but when she saw the person holding Takitsubu Riki and sending Kikin Taidaku flying with a single punch, she was shocked. It's you? What? Wu Yen looked at the shocked Frenda and said in an annoyed tone. Can't it be me? Why are you here? Frenda asked in a bewildered manner. After all, Wu Yan used to be their enemy. Kinohada, why are you with him? Before Kinohada Sai could say anything, Wu Yan hugged Takitsubu Riku even tighter. Looking at Takitsubu Riku, who was staring at him in a daze, he laughed. Of course I am here to save you guys. Save us. Frenda felt like her brain couldn't process what was happening. Why did you save us? In the end, aren't you our enemy? I'm your man. Wu Yan didn't hesitate to say this sentence that caused Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's brain to short-circuit. He then ignored the shocked Frenda and Takitsubu Riku and looked forward. It's you. The same sentence came out of Frenda's mouth with shock, but it came out of Kikin Taidaku's mouth with hatred. Covering his face, Kikin Taidaku stood up from the ground and looked at Wu Yan. His eyes were filled with both old and new grudges. The new grudge was naturally Wu Yan sending him flying with one punch. As for the old grudge, Kikin Taidaku knew that the man in front of him was Misaka Mikoto's man. Kikin Taidaku, Wu Yan said softly. At the same time, he shoved Takitsubu Riku into Kinohada Sai's hands and stood up. If I remember correctly, you're the third man? Kikin Taidaku looked at Wu Yan with murderous intent. Whenever Mikoto was mentioned, he couldn't help but feel hatred. Hearing Kikin Taidaku's question, Wu Yan laughed. Third man? You seem to have remembered wrongly, I'm the second man now. Kikin Taidaku trembled. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a knife that cut into Wu Yan's body. Obviously, Wu Yan poked Kikin Taidaku's sore spot. Why? Frenda yelled at Wu Yan in fear. Are you trying to provoke him or something? You're crazy. Even Mujino couldn't fight back against that guy. Even if you can rape Mujino, you're no match for that guy. Let's just run. Kinohada Sai and Takitsubu Riku also looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear. They seemed to be thinking of running away too. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Running on the ground is no match for flying in the sky. Besides, there's no need to run. Ignoring Kikin Taidaku's murderous intent, Wu Yan walked to Mujino Shizuri's side and looked at her struggling on the ground. You once again were harmed by your pride. Mujino Shizuri's pupils shrunk and a pained expression flashed through her eyes. She looked at Wu Yan while coughing. Are you here to make fun of me? You succeed. Wu Yan shook his head. If I want to mock you, I'll have to wait until after this is over. After this is over? Mujino Shizuri smiled bitterly and looked at Kikin Taidaku. Her eyes dimmed. I don't even know if I can keep my life. I'll protect you. Wu Yan's words made Kikin Taidaku laugh. Kinohada Sai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were stunned. Mujino Shizuri's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. You don't understand. This dark matter is not just strong. Wu Yan waved his hand and asked. Just tell me, do you want to live or not? Yes. Mujino Shizuri answered without hesitation. Naturally, no one wants to die if they can live. Mujino Shizuri is the same. That's enough. Wu Yan glanced at Kikin Taidaku and said to Mujino Shizuri. I'll save you, but I want a reward. Mujino Shizuri turned to look at Wu Yan, as if signaling Wu Yan to state his conditions. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Kinohada Sai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda. My reward is your 3 subordinates. Mujino Shizuri was stunned. Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were also stunned. Only Kinohada Sai cursed silently and looked at Wu Yan without saying a word. How about it? Looking at the different expressions on the 3 girls, Wu Yan chuckled in a rather pleased manner. He then asked Mujino Shizuri with a smile. Mujino Shizuri's expression kept changing. She's not the type to care about her companions. Even if all of her companions died, she wouldn't shed a single tear or feel sad. However, with Kinohada Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku gone, if item doesn't disband, it will be reorganized. But when she saw Kikin Taidaku's figure, Mujino Shizuri's heart trembled. She looked at Wu Yan and said, As long as you can save my life, I have no objections. Mujino? Frenda was stunned. She couldn't believe that she was sold just like that. What followed was a wave of sadness. Frenda has done a lot of things in the past. She didn't expect that this time, it would be her turn to be sold. As for the other 2 girls, it's a completely different story. Kinohada Sai gnashed her teeth and looked at Wu Yan as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. Takitsubu Riku's eyes flashed with surprise. Can I follow him from now on? All of this, Wu Yan, who thought he only had half of Kinohada Sai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda, didn't know that his battle results have changed from half to 1.5. Now that Mujino Shizuri agreed, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. His gaze towards Kikin Taidaku also gradually turned cold. An item, other than Aunt Mugino, who is having menopause and throwing tantrums every day, the other three are all his favorites. They're all his targets. When he saw Takitsubu Riku and Frenda's miserable state, Wu Yan had already decided to bestow Kikin Taidaku a glorious death. Chapter 255. Kikin Taidaku has been standing aside since the beginning, quietly waiting for Wu Yan and Yujino Shizuri to finish their conversation. He doesn't seem to care about anything. Only Kikin Taidaku himself knew how much of a storm was blowing in his heart. Kikin Taidaku has sworn more than once that he will make Misaka Mikoto, the woman who humiliated him and pulled him down from his pedestal, suffer a fate worse than death. However, every time Kikin Taidaku wanted to take revenge on Mikoto, the orange beam that shot through the sky would flash across his mind. The beam that killed him in an instant. That orange light was like a demon in Kikin Taidaku's heart. Whenever he thought of that orange light, Kikin Taidaku's hatred would vanish as if it had been struck by that orange light. In other words, Kikin Taidaku is afraid. At least, before he finds a way to counter that orange beam, Kikin Taidaku is destined to hide from Mikoto for the rest of his life. However, Wu Yan's appearance and his words have caused all the hatred in Kikin Taidaku's heart to erupt. He can't deal with the railgun, but can't he deal with her man? She wondered what kind of expression the third person would have on the face of the man who had killed her. It's obvious that Kikin Taidaku hasn't recovered from the fact that he was pulled down to the third person. He's imagining things as if he's trying to escape. After making up his mind, Kikin Taidaku no longer cared about Wu Yan's words. He calmly waited for Wu Yan and Yujino Shizuri to finish their conversation. Kikin Taidaku chuckled when Wu Yan turned around to look at him. Are you done with your work? If not, you can continue, I don't mind waiting. In Kikin Taidaku's heart, the man in front of him is only Misaka Mikoto's man. Nothing else is worth mentioning. Kikin Taidaku has investigated Wu Yan's identity before. Level 0 Powerless Hooligan. If Wu Yan didn't have Misaka Mikoto as his backer, Kikin Taidaku wouldn't even bother to look at him. Kikin Taidaku thinks that killing Wu Yan is a piece of cake. However, Kikin Taidaku has already forgotten the last time he said that it was a piece of cake. Oh, is that so? Wu Yan saw the nonchalance in Kikin Taidaku's eyes. He smiled faintly and said to Kikin Taidaku's astonished gaze, "But I do mind." Wu Yan chuckled and tilted his head. He looked at Kikin Taidaku and said, "I don't have that much time to waste with you. It's already dark and my wives are waiting for me for dinner." He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. Frenda pulled her beret tightly to cover her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was fine if he didn't want to escape, it was fine if he wanted to fight, but why was he courting death? Takitsubu Riku and Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yan worriedly. Even Yujino Shizuri felt gloomy. She thought that Wu Yan will be chopped into pieces by Kikin Taidaku. Kikin Taidaku chuckled, but his eyes didn't have the slightest hint of a smile. Wu Yan's words didn't fail to infuriate him. You seem to be very confident in yourself. What? Do you think the third Misaka Mikoto will come and save you? Wu Yan looked at Kikin Taidaku with a half-smile. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were shocked to see Wu Yan facing Kikin Taidaku was like. It was exactly the same as when Kikin Taidaku faced them in the first place. That's a sign that he doesn't put Kikin Taidaku in his eyes. Tapping his chin, Wu Yan shrugged. Mikoto isn't here. I'm the only one here. You don't have to be afraid. Afraid? Kikin Taidaku was so angry that he laughed. You said I'm afraid? You didn't hear wrong. Wu Yan took out a coin from his pocket. Kikin Taidaku's pupils shrunk as he held it in his hand. I did say that you're afraid. Am I wrong? The third. You're courting death. Kikin Taidaku said to Wu Yan with a gloomy expression. His eyes kept looking at the coin in Wu Yan's hand. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. That fear disappeared quickly, but Wu Yan still caught it. Wu Yan was slightly stunned. He looked at the coin in his hand and pondered for a while. Suddenly he realized something. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned and he came up with a plan. Beep beep beep. A burst of blue-white electric light appeared on Wu Yan's body. The electric current screeched crazily and made a sharp sound like glass being scraped. The blue-white electric current filled Wu Yan's entire body. What? Kikin Taidaku was shocked. Looking at the electric current on Wu Yan's body, he shouted in shock. This is impossible. Aren't you a powerless person? Could it be that you're hiding your abilities? If Wu Yan was just a powerless person who hid his ability, Kikin Taidaku wouldn't be so shocked. However, the familiar blue-white electric current and the relationship between Wu Yan and that person made Kikin Taidaku shocked. Looking at Kikin Taidaku's shocked expression, Wu Yan was even more certain of his guess. He tossed the coin in his hand and smiled at Kikin Taidaku. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kikin Taidaku's face was completely dark. Anger flashed in his eyes. Wu Yan's words made Kikin Taidaku forget about Wu Yan's ability. Kikin Taidaku snorted coldly, flapped his wings and flew up into the sky. He laughed coldly and said, "Is it similar to the railgun? That's an electric power. No wonder the two of you are together, but..." Kikin Taidaku looked at Wu Yan and said with a fake smile, "You can't use the railgun." Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Kikin Taidaku and didn't say anything. He raised his hand and the electric current on his body flowed towards the coin in Wu Yan's hand. Kikin Taidaku's pupils shrunk when he saw this familiar yet nightmarish scene. He pretended to be calm and told himself that this was impossible. However, what happened next made Kikin Taidaku's handsome face turn green. The coin in his hand glowed white as the electricity flowed through it. It turned into a tiny white dot. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned golden. Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, Frenda, and Yujino Shizuri who were watching Wu Yan were stunned. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were enough to make them suspicious. Now that they turned gold, it was extremely strange. As for Kikin Taidaku, when he saw the token in Wu Yan's hand, he couldn't help but shudder. A sense of dread crept into his heart. He screamed, "Oh no!" in his mind. The next second, the railgun's orange beam shot towards Kikin Taidaku with lightning speed. Kikin Taidaku, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were all shocked. Super electromagnetic gun. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Instinctively, Kikin Taidaku waved his hand, and 3 layers of dark matter appeared in front of him. Then he saw the railgun coming towards him, and he dodged to the side like his life depended on it. Wu Yan smiled. If Kikin Taidaku looked closely, he would notice that his railgun was nothing compared to Mikoto's railgun last time. His railgun was not enough to break through Kikin Taidaku's layer of dark matter, let alone 3 layers. There was no need for him to dodge. This proved that Kikin Taidaku was afraid of the railgun. Chapter 256. The railgun swept past Kikin Taidaku's original position, and he easily dodged it. However, Kikin Taidaku's face was still filled with shock. It was as if the beam that he easily dodged was some kind of terrifying thing. It was hard to understand. Kikin Taidaku didn't realize that the railgun was no match for Mikoto's railgun in terms of speed and power. He looked at Wu Yan and gritted his teeth. "Why do you know how to use railgun? Isn't that Misaka Mikoto's skill?" Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face the whole time. He looked at Kikin Taidaku, who was still in a state of shock. His eyes flashed with a playful glint. He waved his hand and he took out another coin and kept it in his hand. "Who knows? You bastard." Kikin Taidaku slowly put away the shock on his face. Instead, it was replaced by anger. The 6 pairs of wings on his back spread out. Instantly, each of the wings glowed with white light. Following that, 6 pure white beams of light shot out from the 6 wings. These 6 pure white light beams were facing the 6 super railgun cannons that were already right in front of them. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the railgun to be fired so easily. The railgun tore through the pure white light beams and headed straight for Kikin Taidaku. Kikin Taidaku looked at the 6 railguns and felt that they were not a threat to him. Still, he could not help but feel a little scared. In the end, Kikin Taidaku chose to dodge. With his wings, he was very agile in the air. Even though the railgun was 3 times the speed of sound, Kikin Taidaku still managed to dodge it. Seeing that Kikin Taidaku dodged his railgun, Wu Yan didn't care. He took out another coin and shot it at Kikin Taidaku. Wu Yan turned into a cannon and fired the railgun. Kikin Taidaku kept flapping his wings and dodging the railgun. Kikin Taidaku didn't realize that he was getting further and further away from the railgun as he dodged the railgun. Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were looking at Wu Yan numbly. They felt that something was off. The railgun can't do anything to Kikin Taidaku. Why is Wu Yan still wasting time and energy on useless things? Also, Kikin Taidaku was so strong just a moment ago. Why was he being pushed back by the railgun that wasn't much of a threat? Kikin Taidaku, on the other hand, started to feel that something was off. He realized that these railguns weren't as strong as the railgun Misaka Mikoto used. That's right. That's right. His eyes flickered. In the end, Kikin Taidaku didn't choose to take the railgun head-on. He flapped his wings and dodged the railgun while flying away from the ground. When Kikin Taidaku's body became a dot in the sky, Wu Yen smiled in satisfaction and stopped firing the railgun. Wu Yen extended his hands and his fingers started to glow with electricity. The electricity turned into electricity and under Wu Yan's control, it drilled into the ground. In the next second, small iron particles started to float up from the ground and wrapped around Wu Yan's limbs. Looking at Mujino Shizuri, Kinohata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, Wu Yen chuckled and said, "Wait here for a bit. It'll be over soon." Ignoring the reactions of the four girls, Wu Yen floated up from the ground and flew towards Kikin Taidaku like a rocket. Kikin Taidaku let out a sigh of relief when he realized that the railgun was no longer firing. However, before he could relax, a figure appeared in front of him like a cannonball. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Kikin Taidaku's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to fly. A hand grabbed Kikin Taidaku's collar and threw him even higher into the sky. Kikin T2 was tumbling in the sky. His face was filled with anger. After all, he had been tricked by this guy who he didn't even put in his eyes. Kikin Taidaku steadied himself and spread his 6 wings. White light flashed and a beam of light shot out. Wu Yan's golden eyes narrowed and he leaped into the air like he's walking on solid ground. He left behind afterimages as he dodged the pure white beams. Then he dashed towards Kikin Taidaku. The wings on his back flapped again. This time it wasn't white light but black light. The black light spun around the wings and turned into a few black flames. They followed the beam of light and attacked Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed when he sensed the presence coming from the black flame. He changed direction and with a quick dash he dodged the flame. However, as Wu Yan changed direction, the black flames also changed direction and chased after Wu Yan. Wu Yan was surprised. Kikin Taidaku laughed coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. It was too easy to add a tracking property to his dark matter. Smell, aura, airflow, all of these could be the target of his dark matter. Wu Yan looked at the sneering Kikin Taidaku and then he turned to look at the ground. Seeing that he can't see the ground anymore, Wu Yan grinned. The black flames caught up with Wu Yan at an unimaginable speed. Just as it was about to hit Wu Yan, it was entangled by a large amount of electricity. The blue and white electricity collided with the black flames. There was a muffled sound and then it dissipated into sparks. An acceleration. Wu Yan quickly approached Kikin Taidaku and suddenly stopped. He looked at Kikin Taidaku. His golden eyes were like still water. There was no emotion in them. It was as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. Kikin Taidaku frowned and looked at Wu Yan who suddenly stopped. He laughed. "What? You don't want to fight anymore? You think you can just let it go like this?" Wu Yan smiled and looked at the vast sky. He said to Kikin Taidaku, "This place is not bad, right?" Kikin Taidaku was shocked. He shook his head and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be in the mood to admire the environment. Are you trying to stall for time? Or have you already informed Misaka Mikoto and she is coming to save you?" "No, I said from the beginning that I am the only one here. There is no need to stall for time." Wu Yan shook his head and floated in the air. His golden eyes shone with an intriguing light as he looked at Kikin Taidaku. "I just think that this environment is not bad. If I let you die here, die?" Kikin Taidaku chuckled. His laughter got louder and louder. Soon, his laughter echoed in the dark sky. "Are you saying that you want to kill me here? Ah, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Kikin Taidaku raised his hands. In the sky, countless black dots appeared around him. They were like black fireflies. They circled around Kikin Taidaku and flowed into his hands. The black dots gathered in Kikin Taidaku's palms. As the black dots flowed in, 2 black balls of light appeared in Kikin Taidaku's hands. Kikin Taidaku raised the 2 black balls of light and laughed. He looked at Wu Yan and said, "I would like to see how you are going to kill me." "You will find out soon enough." A transparent bow appeared in Wu Yan's hands. Chapter 257. It looks like a pair of black crystal wings. The bow is transparent, but inside it there is a star-like glow. The first time someone sees it, they will have this thought in their mind. Elegant, beautiful, full of charm. Seeing such a beautiful bow for the first time, Kikin Taidaku was stunned. He stared at the elegant bow and couldn't move his eyes away. Even the black ball of light in his hand almost couldn't be maintained. That was the meteor knight that had repeatedly achieved merit. Wu Yan raised the meteor knight and stroked the body of the bow. The meteor knight is beautiful. Even Wu Yan, the owner, has the urge to touch it every day. Wu Yan said to Kikin Taidaku while touching the meteor knight. You know what? Actually, I have a headache when I face you. Kikin Taidaku flinched and he looked away from the meteor shower. He looked at Wu Yan and he coldly sneered. What's the matter? Are you regretting it now? Too bad. Do you think I will let you go? Glancing at Kikin Taidaku, Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He raised his head and he continued. Your intangible matter can create new substances, not ordinary substances or undiscovered substances, but substances that didn't exist in this world to begin with. By creating these substances, you can set the physical and chemical properties of these substances. Kikin Taidaku frowned and looked at Wu Yan coldly. He was confused. He didn't understand why Wu Yan would explain his ability at a time like this. By creating dimensional substance that doesn't belong to this world and giving it properties, you can control it to fly, defend, and attack. You can even create strong winds, shockwaves, and light beams. From a certain perspective, you can be considered omnipotent. Dimensional substance. Kikin Taidaku felt irritated when he saw Wu Yan talking to himself and analyzing his ability. He even felt uneasy. Kikin Taidaku suppressed his irritation and said coldly to Wu Yan. You know it pretty well. That's right. My dimensional substance is that powerful. Even if you know it, what's the point? What's the point of saying all this? Psychological warfare? I'm sorry, but you are destined to fail. It's very powerful. Dimensional substance. Kikin Taidaku's expression darkened as he listened to Wu Yan's monologue. He can see that Wu Yan has no intention of talking to him. Kikin Taidaku was furious. He threw the black orb at Wu Yan. The black balls fell from the sky, bringing with them traces of sparks. They looked like two black meteorites, at least on the surface. And the power, even if it was not as strong as a meteorite, was definitely enough to crush a person into powder. Wu Yan only glanced at the two black balls with such terrifying power. Then, a black wave that looked like a giant wave of the ocean suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan from the distant ground and rolled in front of him. The huge black wave rolled and surged. As the iron sand wave surged, countless iron sand swords began to condense with a purpose, pointing at the attacking black ball from afar. Accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, the iron sand swords were thrown out. In the vast night sky, the swords were divided into two groups, shooting towards the two black balls respectively. The black orbs and the black swords met. One side had countless swords while the other side only had two. However, the meeting was like the meeting of two powerful armies. The black orbs were two generals who had always been victorious. They moved freely in the huge army formed by the black swords. Wherever they passed, the soldiers formed by the black swords were like fragile glass, smashed into pieces. In a short period of time, the soldiers formed by the black swords were retreating in defeat. Their numbers were also decreasing. As long as they were hit by the two victorious black balls, they would immediately scatter into primitive iron sand and be toyed around by the two victorious generals. If the black balls were like two victorious generals who had fallen into an army's lair, then the terrifying number of black swords would be like ants that were about to bite an elephant. They would bite down on the two powerful but clumsy elephants one after another. Even if the charging ants were trampled to death by the elephants, new ants would immediately replace them from behind. Gradually, under the biting of numerous ants, the two elephants began to lose strength. Even though the number of ants that died under their feet was uncountable, the new ants were slowly nibbling away at their lives bit by bit, slowly bringing them to their end. In the end, the victorious general killed an entire army and died from exhaustion. In the end, the ants finally bit the huge elephant to death, but they themselves also died out. In the end, only the masters of the two armies were left. They faced each other without any injuries. However, one of them was calm while the other looked a little pale. Wu Yan smiled faintly. His golden pupils landed on Kikin Taidaku. Looking at the layer of black dark matter in front of him, Wu Yan said softly, Kikin Taidaku, do you know why I said so much? Wu Yan didn't seem to want Kikin Taidaku to answer. He immediately said something that made Kikin Taidaku laugh. That's because I can't do anything to your dark origin substance either. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. Even Mujino Shizuri's meltdown atom, and my super railgun couldn't tear apart your layer of dark matter. What can I do? Kikin Taitaku's expression changed when he heard Wu Yen say that his railgun couldn't tear through your dark matter. He seemed a little upset that he was afraid of Wu Yan's railgun. Wu Yen noticed Kikin Taitaku's upset expression. Wu Yen smiled and said, "Looks like you're really scared by Mikoto's railgun." Wu Yen raised the meteor shower in his hand. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This meteor knight was originally my trump card, but I didn't expect to use it twice in just a few days. Now I'm taking it out again. How ironic. Wu Yen smiled as he looked at Kikin Taitaku's expression. His lips curled into a cold smirk. Do you know why I said so much? Kikin Taitaku flinched and he frowned. Wu Yen snickered when he saw this. That's because I'm trying to lure you away from the ground. Kikin Taitaku was shocked. At this moment he finally realized that under his feet, not far from the layer of dark elemental substance that wrapped around his body, there was a thin layer of iron sand supporting him, slowly lifting him up. When Kikin Taitaku looked down at his feet, Wu Yen raised the meteor shower in his hand. Starlight began to gather in the night sky. Silver light began to appear. An arrow made of starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow. Be it the super railgun, the iron sand, or the analysis of the dark matter, all of them are meant to lead you to a higher place. A cold voice sounded. Following that was a flash of starlight and a terrifying aura that caused Kikin Taitaku's expression to change. It came from the meteor shower and enveloped his body. Because the arrow was pointed at the pale-faced Kikin Taitaku. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. If I use my meteor shower in Academy City, it will destroy the entire city. A meteor was released from the meteor shower. It pierced through space, through heaven and earth. At the same time, it pierced through Kikin Taitaku's weak body. When Kikin Taitaku regained his senses, the dark matter in front of him had disappeared. All that was left was a bloody hole in his chest. Chapter 258. Starlight exploded in the dark night sky. The arrow that turned into a meteor pierced through the sky and shot towards the distant horizon. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound rang out and a destructive energy spread out from the distant horizon. It passed through the void and ripples appeared on the horizon. As the ripples spread out, the clouds in the night sky were like ice cubes placed in high temperature. They were quickly extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ripples were like waves of fire that swept across the entire sky. In an instant, the temperature of the land seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Under the night sky, Academy City. Countless people stood foolishly on the streets. They lifted their heads and looked at the night sky. The starlight was like a beautiful firework exploding. Even though they were separated by the distance between heaven and earth, the powerful pressure still caused everyone to feel a wave of helplessness in their hearts. In the huge Academy City, the people who raised their heads to look at the night sky were all silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as if they didn't understand what this firework, which was so beautiful that it made people unable to have the heart to appreciate it, was. Maintaining his shooting posture, Wu Yen looked through the bloody hole in Kikin Taitaku's chest. He looked at the sky where the arrow was shot and felt the familiar power. He slowly put down the meteor shower in his hand. Ugh, ugh. Kikin Taitaku was like a drowning man. He made a soft sound but his throat didn't have any strength. Kikin Taitaku was like a robot. He slowly lowered his head. The center of his body had already disappeared, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Inside the huge bloody hole, the surroundings had already been burnt to a crisp, not allowing the liquid in his body to flow out. Kikin Taitaku opened his eyes wide when he saw the bloody hole. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to touch it. An intense pain came from his chest as if he had only just realized it. Kikin Taitaku looked at Wu Yen who is not far away from him. His mind is filled with pain. Regret flashed through his mind. He regretted that he underestimated his opponent. He regretted that he provoked them. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's system doesn't have an item like the regret potion. Kikin Taitaku couldn't find a potion like this to give him a second chance. Kikin Taitaku's consciousness is fading away. Kikin Taitaku's outstretched hand went from his chest to Wu Yan's position as if he wanted to grab hold of something. Kikin Taitaku slowly closed his eyes as he lowered his outstretched hand. The wings on Kikin Taitaku's back turned into feathers and scattered. Kikin Taitaku's life force was completely gone. His body was falling down but before he could fall 1 meter he was caught by a hand. Wu Yen flipped his hand and the meteor shower disappeared. His golden eyes turned red. Wu Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Wu Yan and Kikin Taidaku were having a good time. Wu Yan was having a good time. It was the opposite. Wu Yan was having a hard time. He could find a way to counter Accelerator's reflection, but Kikin Taidaku's dark matter was just like what Wu Yan said. He couldn't do anything about it. The layer of dark matter that can decompose anything has restricted all of Wu Yan's attacks. Wu Yan couldn't hurt Kikin Taidaku at all. If he didn't have the meteor shower, Wu Yan could only fight to a draw with Kikin Taidaku. Luckily he had the meteor shower, so he could destroy Kikin Taidaku with brute force like Mikoto. But Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Kikin Taidaku's body. Sure enough, it was a wise decision to exchange for the meteor shower. On the ground, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku raised their heads and looked at the beautiful meteor shower in the sky. They were stunned. What happened to that guy? Frenda couldn't find the right words to describe what she saw, so she wisely changed the topic to Wu Yan. Finally, the stunned Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku woke up. You should be super fine. It's been so long. If that guy was super killed, the dark matter would have returned a long time ago. Takitsubu Riku nodded when she heard Kinuhata Sai's words. She looked at the sky and clenched her fists. After going through the gates of hell, Takitsubu Riku seemed to have changed a lot. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda couldn't pinpoint the exact changes, but they felt that Takitsubu Riku seemed to have become more hardworking. She's no longer the tired and sleepy person she used to be. Instead, she treasured the time she had when her eyes were open. Only Takitsubu Riku herself knew that she didn't just change her appearance. Her heart changed a lot as well. At least, a certain guy who took advantage of the situation and played the hero to save the damsel in distress has made Takitsubu Riku very concerned. Hey, Kinuhata Takitsubu? Frenda suddenly turned to look at Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku. She asked them sneakily. Should we be like Mujino and run away? Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku shook their heads without hesitation. Frenda was surprised and asked, why? Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku choked. They didn't know why, but they just didn't want to run away. Seeing this, Frenda couldn't help but get angry and jumped 2 to 3 meters high. If we don't run away now, when the dark matter returns, we won't be able to escape anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Frenda saw Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku's expression change to one of joy as they looked behind her, as if there was something worth being surprised about. Frenda grabbed her beret and said anxiously, "Why don't you guys say something? Just run with me." Hearing Frenda's words, Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku retracted their joy and looked at Frenda with a weird expression. There was even a hint of pity in their eyes. Frenda couldn't help but let out a strange "eh?" as she looked at Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku's expression. She didn't know if they were scared out of their wits. "Where do you think you're going?" Before Frenda could ask, a voice came from behind her, causing her to stiffen. She swallowed the words she was about to say. Swallowing her saliva, Frenda laughed dryly. Hearing that familiar voice, she said embarrassedly, "It can't be." Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku nodded at the same time, confirming one of Frenda's guesses. Cold sweat dripped down Frenda's face. Creaking sounds came from her neck as if she was a doll. Frenda turned her head with much difficulty and saw a face with a faint smile. A face with a smile yet not a smile, a face with cold sweat. The two faces looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, Frenda smiled brilliantly and tilted her head. Her little fist lightly knocked on her head and she closed her little eyes. Her tongue also stuck out mischievously and she let out a cry. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was simply adorable to the extreme. But this move was mercilessly destroyed by a certain someone. He raised his hand and also knocked on Frenda's head. But this time it's not a light, but a heavy one. It's useless to act cute. Thus, a certain creature that was acting cute immediately cried out in pain, covered its head, and used its acting cute skill. With tears hanging from the corners of its eyes, it squatted on the ground. Chapter 259. Looking at Frenda, who is squatting on the ground and clutching her head with a teardrop at the corner of her eye, Wu Yan felt a sense of guilt and he couldn't help but turn his head away. He has to admit at this moment he was really touched by her cuteness. Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku didn't seem surprised by Frenda's antics. They ignored Frenda, who was trying to act cute, as they looked at Wu Yan. Soon they saw Kikin Taidaku's body in Wu Yan's hand. Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku were stunned. Even Frenda, who was squatting on the ground and sneaking glances at Wu Yan and Kikin Taitaku's body, had the same expression. You. Did you really take care of him? Kinohara Sai's mouth formed an O shape. She looked at Kikin Taitaku's body in disbelief. If even Kinohara Sai is like this, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda would be even more shocked. Kinohara Sai only heard about Kikin Taitaku's strength from Wu Yan, but Takitsubu Riku and Frenda have personally witnessed and experienced how terrifying Kikin Taitaku is. Even the LV5 Mujino Shizuri couldn't harm a single hair on his body, but now he was killed by this man in front of them. Furthermore, this person was also completely unharmed. Just how strong is this person? At this moment, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were so shocked by this reality that their minds went blank. It's cute to see the three beauties in a daze in front of him, but at the same time, it makes him feel helpless. That's how he feels. Looking at the three girls' exaggerated expressions, he couldn't help but sigh. Do you need to do this? Rolling his eyes at Kinohara Sai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda, Wu Yan casually threw Kikin Taitaku's body on the ground. Kikin Taitaku's body fell to the ground mercilessly. At the same time, it hit the hearts of the three girls, causing their hearts to beat violently. Looking at the two gaping holes in Kikin Taitaku's chest, the three women couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a crueler death, but how could this be compared? Kikin Taitaku, who killed Mujino Shizuri, was different from those who died in the past. There was no comparison at all. Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other. They don't know what kind of expression they should use to face this reality. Wu Yan looked around and frowned. He asked the three girls, "Where is Mujino Shizuri?" The three girls acted like they didn't hear anything. They were still staring at Kikin Taitaku's body as if they were trying to determine the authenticity of the body with their eyes. Very silly, sighing helplessly, Wu Yan mercilessly gave them a flick on the head. After 3 moans of pain, there were 3 more Mo creatures kneeling on the ground and acting cute. I say, where is Mujino Shizuri? This time the 3 girls finally heard Wu Yan's words. They looked at each other and finally Kinohara Sai raised her hand weakly. Mujino, she ran away. Ran away? Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at the 3 girls in shock. When he saw that they didn't seem to be lying, he shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Frenda smiled embarrassedly. Mujino didn't believe that you could deal with the dark matter. So when you flew away with the dark matter, Mujino took the opportunity to escape. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He knew that he was looked down upon, but he didn't expect Mujino Shizuri to be so good at seizing opportunities. Wu Yan didn't really care. Mujino Shizuri wasn't his target anyway. She may look good, but with her temper, Wu Yan didn't dare to compliment her. She just ran away and didn't care about you guys? Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku's face fell as they helplessly said, yeah, when Mujino left, she didn't even say goodbye to us and just left. This Mujino Shizuri, she really wasn't someone who cared about her companions. If that's the case. Wu Yan crossed his arms and glanced at Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku from the corner of his eyes. He smiled at them and said, well then, come home with me. Ha! Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned for a moment before regaining their senses. Before the battle, Wu Yan mentioned the reward. The 3 girls blushed and Kinohara Sai jumped up. Who wants to go home with you? You super pervert. I'm super telling you. Don't you dare have any ideas about us. Oh. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. So, you guys want to go back on your word? Kinohara Sai choked and shouted, that's what Mujino Chao promised you, not us. Wu Yan looked at Kinohara Sai in surprise. Aren't you guys her subordinates? She sold you guys to me. Are you going to refute? Is the Dark Ops really that transparent? This time, Kinohara Sai was speechless. The Dark Ops have done a lot of human trafficking. If they were transparent, those people who were traded would have been long gone. But human trafficking isn't something that can be written in black and white. In the past, human trafficking was done directly. If the goods didn't comply, the Dark Ops in charge of selling them would clean them up. Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are Dark Ops members. They didn't think that Mujino Shizuri would clean them up for Wu Yan. Thus, Kinohara Sai decided to act shamelessly. That's right. Without our consent, don't even think about us following you. Wu Yan was speechless. Kinohara Sai acted so shamelessly, what else can he do? But in terms of shamelessness, Kinohara Sai found the wrong opponent. Rubbing his chin, Wu Yan smiled and said, so, as long as you guys agree, there won't be any problems? Kinohara Sai paused for a moment before putting her hands on her waist and said, Of course, since we've super agreed, there won't be any problems. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. His eyes turned to Frenda and narrowed. A hint of threat filled his eyes, causing Frenda to tremble. Hey, you'll agree, right? Wu Yan beamed. Frenda felt a strong sense of danger when she saw his smile. She felt a strong sense of danger coming her way. Trembling, Frenda crossed her arms and wanted to refuse. But, looking at Kakin Taidaku's corpse on the ground and Wu Yan's eyes, she couldn't find the courage to do so. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Frenda forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Of course, it's my honor to be able to follow my lord. Wu Yan laughed in victory while Kinuhata Sai looked at Frenda with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could she forget about this super cowardly girl? Kinuhata Sai glared fiercely at Frenda, puffed out her chest and said loudly, even if Frenda surrenders, Takitsubu and I will never agree. Takitsubu Riku sneaked a glance at Wu Yan and raised her hand weakly. She said timidly, what's wrong? Takitsubu? Kinuhata Sai looked at her strangely. Wu Yan and Frenda also looked at her at the same time. Looking at the three pairs of eyes on her, Takitsubu Riku closed her eyes and mustered her courage to say, I also agree. What? Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and even Wu Yan shouted in shock. Kinuhata Sai reacted and stomped her feet. Takitsubu, are you super crazy? You super pervert. I'll super eat you up. Takitsubu Riku blushed and glanced at Wu Yan. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. She tapped her fingers together and looked like a shy girl. The three of them were stunned. Is this still the same powerless beauty? Chapter 260. One has to admit that Takitsubu Riku is a great beauty. Not only is she beautiful, even her figure is far beyond the reach of these two cute girls. It's just that she's always in a daze and can't even squeeze out a bit of energy. It makes people feel tired for her, but she still managed to get the title of a powerless beauty, and yet, such a girl is acting so shy right now. Not to mention Kinuhata Sai and Frenda who are familiar with Takitsubu Riku, even Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Dumbfounded, other than dumbfounded, there's nothing else to be dumbfounded about. Takitsubu Riku's current state is clearly that of a young girl in love. And the person in love seems to be himself. Wu Yan's heart is already rippling. Even he himself doesn't know when he became this godly character. Could it be the protagonist's aura? Or the Crystal Palace's aura? But with this, Frenda and Takitsubu Riku both agreed. What's left is, how is it? Little girl, they've all agreed. Wu Yan grinned at Kinuhata Sai. Now you're all alone. Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai clenched her fists tightly. Looking at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku, her eyes were filled with resentment for not living up to her expectations. You two are really crazy. Don't you know what this super pervert is planning? Kinuhata Sai gnashed her teeth as she glared at Wu Yan. Looking at his smiling face, Kinuhata Sai really wanted to punch him. She wanted to punch him in the face, especially when she's wearing a nitrogen armor. She wanted to make sure his face turns into a peach blossom. But when she said planning, Kinuhata Sai's face turned red. Because she was the first one to experience that planning, even though it was only her first kiss, Takitsubu Riku's face also turned red, causing the other three to be stunned once again. Hearing Kinuhata Sai's words, Takitsubu Riku didn't say anything and continued to lower her head. From the looks of it, she didn't intend to change her mind. Frenda opened her mouth as if she had some objections, but after some hesitation, she swallowed her words back into her stomach. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. If possible, Frenda really wanted to shout at Wu Yan, "Can you not look at me with such a fierce gaze?" Looking at Takitsubu Riku and Frenda going silent again, Kinuhata Sai stomped her feet in anger. She was about to cry. She never knew that her two best friends were so easily taken in by someone else. Kinuhata Sai could only droop her shoulders dejectedly as she screamed, "It's up to you. In any case, I will never agree to it." Wu Yan raised his eyebrows, his pair of wine-red eyes moved closer to Kinuhata Sai's face as he said in a strange tone, "Oh? Is that so? Looks like I didn't leave a deep impression on you." Kinuhata Sai jumped in fright at the sight of those sinister eyes. She quickly backed away. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinuhata Sai's face turned bright red. Biting her lips, Kinuhata Sai threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Since even if I super follow you, I'll be super eaten by you sooner or later, and I'll be super eaten whenever I want to be super eaten." Why don't we super do it now and get everything over with? Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. He looked at Kinuhata Sai helplessly. This Kinuhata Sai, isn't she a little too spicy? Sure enough, the biggest problem is this Kinuhata Sai. With Takitsubu Riku, Frenda, and Jisama, who is also one of Wu Yan's targets, the requirements for Mission 3 are met. However, if he let Kinuhata Sai go, he wouldn't be Wu Yan anymore. Wu Yan immediately took a few steps closer to Kinuhata Sai. Kinuhata Sai was shocked. She reflexively retreated, but very quickly, a pair of large hands pulled her petite body into a familiar embrace. Kinuhata Sai was shocked. She immediately swung her small fist towards Wu Yan's face. However, a small electric current flowed from Wu Yan's hand into her petite body, causing her body to go numb and her hand to stop. Wu Yan pretended to shake his head regretfully and said, "All right, since you said so, I'll reluctantly agree to your request." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai was stunned. When she regained her senses, Kinuhata Sai said in disbelief, You can't really be planning to." Wu Yan let out a sinister laugh. One of his hands quickly slid down. Very quickly, a petite petal fell into Wu Yan's palm, causing Kinuhata Sai and the two girls beside her to be shocked. Frenda shrunk her head timidly and said embarrassedly, "In the end he can't be thinking of doing Kinuhata here, right?" Even though this sentence was soft, it was heard by Kinuhata Sai, who was in the middle of hugging her sister. Her body stiffened. She looked at the silent Wu Yan and exploded. "Super, let go of me. You super pervert. Super pervert. Super H creature. Super, let go of me." Kinuhata Sai struggled with all her might. She had already chosen to forget the fact that she had never been able to escape from Wu Yan's embrace before. It was obvious that Frenda's words had scared her. Even though she said to settle everything with one shot, if Kinuhata Sai really wanted to do it, how could Kinuhata Sai possibly do it? Not to mention in a place like this, with two pairs of bright eyes watching them. Furthermore, even though she hadn't known Wu Yan for long and the number of times she had met him can be counted with one hand, Kinuhata Sai had already seen through Wu Yan's true colors. If she really pissed him off, he would definitely do something like this. If Wu Yan knew about his image in Kinuhata Sai's heart, he would definitely find a piece of tofu and kill himself. One has to admit that Kinuhata Sai's eyes were bright as snow. Wu Yan rubbed Kinuhata Sai's breasts, causing her to lose some of her strength in her struggle. He looked at Kinuhata Sai with disdain and laughed. "What's wrong?" "Kinuhata Sai, didn't you say that you wanted to go straight to the point? Why are you backing out now?" Hearing that, Kinuhata Sai was furious. "Then why don't you super choose a place for me?" Wu Yan shook his head and said righteously. "How can I do that? My wives are still waiting for me to go back for dinner. It's already dark. Where would I have the time to choose a place?" Kinuhata Sai was stunned. "You already have super wives at home and you're still thinking about taking advantage of us? How can there be such a shameless person like you in this world?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and rubbed Kinuhata Sai's breasts. With a serious face he said, "Of course, the more wives I have, the better." Kinuhata Sai's veins were popping out as she endured the burning sensation from her breasts. She stopped talking to this shameless person and started a new round of struggle. But soon she froze again. The reason, of course, was the hand that moved away from her breasts and started moving towards her breasts. Before Kinuhata Sai could even make a sound, a familiar warmth had already wrapped itself around her petite little bunny. With a forceful squeeze, all the words that Kinuhata Sai wanted to say turned into a soft moan. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had already covered their eyes with their hands. Their faces were bright red, but the gaps between their fingers were wider than their mouths. Inside her originally loose clothes, a large hand was moving back and forth between her breasts, causing her clothes to bulge. Kinuhata Sai's face was already flushed red. When the other hand reached towards her breasts, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but scream. "I got it. I super got it. I agree. I super agree. Super, stop right now. You should have done this earlier." Wu Yan stopped moving his hands and shook his head. He didn't even try to hide the delight in his voice as he let go of Kinuhata Sai. After regaining her breasts, Kinuhata Sai fell to the ground with a pale face. Chapter 262. Academy City Number 3, Dark Matter. Kikin Taidaku has been defeated by the newly promoted LV5, Lightning Flash Wu Yan. From today onwards, the LV5 rankings of Academy City have been reorganized. Wu Yan of Lightning Flash is ranked 3rd. Dark Matter, Kikin Taidaku has been removed from the rankings. When this news appeared on the screen of the airship, the 3 million people of Academy City were in an uproar. Among them, the ones who were in the most uproar were the research institutions in Academy City, as well as the ladies of Tokuwadai. At this time, those research institutions in Academy City, those scientists with developed brains, once again bombed the brains that they were so proud of until they went blank. The fact that an 8th LV-5 had appeared in Academy City was enough to cause a ruckus among the so-called experts. After all, developing superpowers was one of their main jobs. The appearance of another LV-5 not only meant that Academy City's strength had improved, it also meant that the research institutions that were looking for research topics all day long had another research target. In the past, whenever a LV-5 appeared in Academy City, the research institutions would quarrel until they couldn't get away with it. It was possible that they would even fight or secretly scheme against the LV-5, and the reason was just to get a LV-5 to do research. But this time they didn't because they were already in a frenzy. When these experts broke their heads and still couldn't find any information about Wu Yan, countless information about Wu Yan was placed on their desks. At this time they were shocked to find that this so-called LV-5 was actually just a LV-0. And it was a LV-0 that was judged by the attainment judgment to be useless for the rest of his life. What did this mean? It meant that the railgun Misaka Mikoto, the current number 2 who broke the attainment judgment craze, was once again ignited. And it couldn't be more explosive. The fact that the railgun broke the attainment judgment and went from number 3 to number 2 was already enough to make them go crazy. But now this Wu Yan seriously broke the attainment judgment from LV-0 to LV-5. Misaka Mikoto's example could be explained by, since they were both LV-5, it was inevitable that the judgment would be wrong, but it was still LV-5. However, Wu Yan's example could no longer be explained. The attainment judgment was a serious blow. Not only that, these experts also found out that Misaka Mikoto and Wu Yan who broke the attainment judgment were a couple. This was too much of a coincidence, so much so that they couldn't help but think that Misaka Mikoto might have a way to break the attainment judgment. Or maybe this Wu Yan had had a way to break the attainment judgment? If that's the case, then wouldn't Academy City be able to mass-produce LV-5s? Countless researchers went crazy. Later on, people kept coming to their door, trying to get Wu Yan or Mikoto to join their so-called research. Once they were rejected, they resorted to underhanded methods. Of course, these people were all sent away by Wu Yan to seek Yama's love. As for the missus of Tokuwadai, they were even crazier. Some of them even wanted to jump down from the Tokuwadai dormitory to prove that they weren't dreaming. How could they not go crazy? The scum that they looked down on, the scum that stole Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama in their hearts, actually jumped up and became a LV-5 that they looked up to. Furthermore, he defeated Kikin Taidaku and became the 3rd LV-5 in the ranking. How could the missus of Tokuwadai who wanted to chop Wu Yan into pieces every day accept this? Especially a certain black and white creature. No. This can't be real. That's scum. How can he be LV-5? And he defeated the dark matter, just like Sis. He even took over Sis's previous ranking. This is so enviable. My sis. She's getting further and further away from me. Sis. Then this black and white creature's neck was broken by a dormitory supervisor for disturbing the peace of the dormitory. Then it was thrown in front of Tokuwadai's door and turned into a corpse. When this news appeared on the airship, Shokuho Misaki was in her dormitory. After hearing this news, Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Arara, this is getting more and more interesting. Shokuho Misaki, who was in her dormitory, was the first to hear this news. Then Mujino Shizuri, who was stumbling along a small path, also saw the news on the airship. She stared blankly at the screen on the airship, not sure if it's because she can't believe it or because she's trying to figure out if there's any difference between the picture and the news. Number 3, Mujino Shizuri lowered her head. She couldn't help but recall the time when she went to look for Kikin Taidaku and tried to defeat him. She also recalled the time when she was crushed by Kikin Taidaku and almost lost her life. Mujino Shizuri couldn't believe that Kikin Taidaku, the one who almost killed her, was defeated by the person she hates the most. No. After seeing Kikin Taidaku's withdrawal from the ranking, Mujino Shizuri already guessed that Kikin Taidaku was killed by Wu Yan. Otherwise, Kikin Taidaku would have been pushed down to number 4 and she would have been number 5. Taking a deep breath, Mujino Shizuri lifted her foot and continued to walk forward with great difficulty. If one were to observe her closely, one would discover that her eyes were filled with unwillingness. In Wu Yan's house, Chuju and Mikoto were also stunned when they saw the news. Ikaro stood there quietly without saying anything. Only Astria cheered, "Master is on TV." And they looked at each other. How did Yen become number 3? Mikoto patted her own cheeks in shock, asking in disbelief. Who knows? Chuju frowned. We'll ask him when he comes back. Chuju, who said that didn't expect Wu Yen to bring them such a big surprise. When he comes back, Academy City is in a state of shock because of Wu Yan's promotion to number 3. Meanwhile, Wu Yan's side was stunned for a moment before calming down. Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku saw Kikin Taitaku's corpse being carried over by Wu Yen. Being able to kill dark matter, it's not surprising that Wu Yen became number 3. The reason why Wu Yen calmed down is because he's frowning. If he were to become the 3rd, it would mean that the fact that he had defeated Kikin Taitaku had already been known by others. Or more accurately, Alistair already knew about it. Wu Yen couldn't help but frown. It hasn't even been half an hour since he killed Kikin Taitaku. How did Alistair find out about it in half an hour? Hovering loop doesn't work on him anymore. However, with Alistair's methods, it's not hard for him to find out. Wu Yan's real question is, why did he send this message? Is he trying to tie me down to Academy City? He should know that it's pointless, or was Alistair trying to warn him? Was he trying to tell him that Alistair was keeping an eye on him? Since he can't figure it out, Wu Yen decided to stop thinking about it. Wu Yen knows his own limits, even though he has the advantage over Alistair with Meteor Shower. If he wants to compete with Alistair in terms of brains, he'll be courting death. At the very least, Wu Yen doesn't think he's as smart as Alistair, that freak. No matter what Alistair wants to do, he'll just have to deal with it. After all, he's not the only one on his side. Chapter 263. So you're the 3rd one? Mikoto smoothed her bangs and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked at Wu Yen and sighed. She really didn't expect Kikin Taitaku to die just like that. Well, I didn't think of this myself. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks. His wine-red eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He didn't expect to be the 3rd ranker in the first place. But didn't you say that the chairman of Academy City already knows of your existence? Why would he want you to be the 3rd one then? Mikoto asked curiously. If he really wanted you to be a LV5 in Academy City, shouldn't he have announced it earlier? Ma, I didn't think of that myself. Wu Yen grinned. He can only say the same thing as before. He has to admit that his brain isn't working that well. It's just that with Sis Cannon and Kaisha-sama with their high IQ and Ikaros with her off the charts, I'll just leave it to them to figure things out. I'm not alone after all. Mikoto also began to ponder over the implications of this matter. However, Hinagiku, who had been quietly waiting for the two to finish their conversation, suddenly pulled Mikoto's arm. Let's put this question aside for now. I'm more curious about... Hinagiku's yellow-green eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as she looked at Wu Yen. Her lips also curled into a dangerous arc as she raised her slender fingers and yelled. Who are they? Why are they here? The direction Hinagiku was pointing at was none other than Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Wu Yan's smile froze for a second before he pretended to be calm. Oh, them? They're Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. I don't want you to introduce them. Chuju cut off Wu Yen with a hateful glare. I want to ask you, why did you bring 3 girls back when it's almost bedtime? Mikoto on the side also realized what the bigger issue is. She turned her head to look at Wu Yen and then at the 3 pretty girls. A blue and white electric current started flashing across her forehead. Wu Yan's smile didn't fade, but his back and clothes were drenched in sweat. This proves that Wu Yan's heart isn't as calm as it seems. For some reason, the system didn't share the contents of the 3rd quest with Hinagiku and Mikoto like it did with Accelerator last time. That's why Hinagiku and Mikoto still don't know that they have a 3rd quest that they love so much. Wu Yen didn't have the guts to tell Chuju and Mikoto directly. He couldn't possibly tell them that he brought these 3 cute girls back just to push them down. If he really did that, Wu Yen is sure that White Cherry and Taser will hit his head at the very next second. Kinohara Sai and Frenda stood obediently at the side, watching the scene where the villain, in their hearts, is about to be blackened and chopped. Their faces were filled with unconcealable schadenfreude. It's Wu Yan's fault for forcing them. Kinohara Sai hated Wu Yen to the core. Even though Frenda was intimidated by Wu Yan's oppression, she was still gnashing her teeth in hatred. They were happy to see Wu Yen in trouble. They even hoped that Wu Yen would be chopped to death by the 2nd girl and the pink-haired girl. Takitsubu Riku, on the other hand, was looking at Wu Yen with a worried expression. She couldn't bear to see Wu Yen in trouble. Ikaros was the same as Takitsubu Riku. From a certain point of view, Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku did have some similarities. At least at this moment, they both hoped that they could rescue Wu Yen from his predicament. Of course, there were also those who were gloating along with Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. A certain blonde glutton angel. Wu Yen was as anxious as an ant on top of a pot. Even though Wu Yen already had this thought when he decided to bring Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku to his house, but when it really came down to it, Wu Yen still felt that girls are precious, but life is even more precious. His eyes involuntarily glanced at Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. When he saw the gloating expression on their faces, Wu Yan's face darkened. He cursed in his heart, but he didn't reflect on himself. Who's to blame the most for Kinuhata Sai and Frenda's actions? Perhaps the two of them saw Wu Yan's glare. The gloating expression on their faces intensified. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. While he gritted his teeth, an idea popped up in his mind and Wu Yen hardened his heart. While Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned, Wu Yen looked at Chuju and Mikoto and pretended to be relaxed. The three of them are actually here to be maids. Maids Chuju, Mikoto, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda all screamed in shock. It's as if they didn't hear maids, but fierce tiger. Yeah. Wu Yan's face was full of smiles as he looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Look, our house is big enough, right? It's usually Ikaros who cleans the house. She's the only one taking care of such a big house. My heart aches just looking at her, so I invited the three of them. Chuju and Mikoto fell into deep thought. As for Ikaros, when she heard Wu Yan's words, her indigo eyes shone with a charming light. Anyone can see that Ikaros is very happy. As for Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, they were completely stunned. Looking at Wu Yen, who tried to justify himself by kidnapping them and treating them like maids, Kinuhata Sai and Frenda almost went berserk. Even Takitsubu Riku couldn't help but feel regretful. She wondered if it was worth it to sell herself out. Chuju and Mikoto frowned as they looked at Kinuhata Sai and the other two girls. Their eyes were filled with doubt. They're really here to be maids? Of course. Wu Yen replied without hesitation with a straight face. The three girls' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could say anything, Wu Yen turned to Frenda. Don't you think so, Frenda? When he said this, Wu Yan's eyes had an ominous glint as he stared straight at Frenda. Her delicate body trembled as she clutched her beret tightly. What schadenfreude, what rage, all of that vanished into thin air as her little head nodded furiously. Wu Yen nodded in satisfaction before looking at Takitsubu Riku. Don't you think so, little Lee? When he said this, his eyes were filled with tenderness, causing Takitsubu Riku to blush and her heart to beat faster. In addition to the endearment of little Riku, Takitsubu Riku's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and shyly nodded. Seeing that, Wu Yen smiled as if he got his way. He turned to Kinuhata Sai, who was staring blankly at her companion, who sold herself out again, and smiled. Don't you think so, little AI? When he said that, Wu Yen sized up Kinuhata Sai's body. His eyes were filled with aggression, causing Kinuhata Sai to feel as if a pair of large hands were caressing her body. An electric current flowed into her heart, causing her to almost fall to the ground. Looking at Wu Yan's deep gaze that was sizing her up, Kinuhata Sai reflexively crossed her arms in front of her chest. However, she couldn't stop that gaze from invading her body. Kinuhata Sai knew that if she dared to say no, then tonight her pure body would be sacrificed. Thus, Kinuhata Sai could only nod her head in grievance. This caused Wu Yen to finally reveal a victorious smile. At this point, it had to be said that a person could make such a difficult change in expression and gaze in such a short period of time, and could also be shameless to this extent. Lee, how could the word harm be enough? Chapter 264. In the end, when Wu Yen thought that he had gotten away with it, the cruel reality shattered his naive fantasy. It also proved that good people have good karma and evil people have bad karma. When the crystal sword and iron sand sword came down on him, he finally realized how stupid he was. That so-called ingenious work of art might be able to fool the newcomers, but to think that he could fool Railgun and Kaisha-sama, who have been sleeping with him every day and have already seen through him? Stealing Big Brother Egg's words, you're digging your own grave. Luckily, the kind sis Canon and Kaisha-sama are only playing the role of the hatchet goddess. Thus, when Wu Yen laid on the floor with a head full of bruises, the two girls let Wu Yan off the hook. Obviously, the two girls are just a little jealous of Wu Yan for bringing a girl home. In the end, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku still ended up staying in the wolf's den. It's unknown if Sis Kanon and Kaosama knew about Wu Yan's wild ambition, or if they pretended not to know. In the end, the three women moved in as maids. However, a certain someone once again welcomed the delightful scene of being alone in an empty room. He was chased out of his room by Sis Kanon and Kaosama. Even Ikaros was dragged away for what they called an all-night-long talk. So when Wu Yan saw Ikaros looking at him with a pitiful and unwilling expression while being dragged away, Wu Yan cried and laughed. Crying? Of course he was crying about his miserable experience. He had 3 delicate wives, but he still had to play the drama of staying alone in an empty room. It must be said that sometimes, it was difficult to be a winner in life. As for laughing, of course, it's because he has other plans. His 3 delicate wives won't be able to eat tonight, but his 3 equally delicate future wives are waiting in the room for him to pamper them. As for a certain foodie, fine, Wu Yan has to admit that he has zero resistance towards blonde hair and big boobs. However, when he looked at Astria with a pitiful expression and got called an idiot by her blushing face before dashing back to her room, Wu Yan knew that there's nothing he can do about it here. Moreover, with that gluttonous angel's personality, if he were to touch her room, it was guaranteed that all the girls in the room would come and watch. Thus, Wu Yan decisively abandoned her. As for Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, Kinohara Sai is definitely at her wit's end. This loli is already dissatisfied with him for forcefully abducting her. She wants nothing more than to find a chance to add insult to injury in front of Mikoto and Hinajiku and push him onto the chopping block. If he dares to enter her room right now, then Kinohara Sai would be more than happy to be the same as Astria. She would turn into the type of girl who would scream and scream when she meets a certain wolf. Then she would happily watch the scene of Wu Yan being butchered. Thus I pass for now. As for Takitsubo Riku, have to say when he thought of Takitsubo Riku, Wu Yan's heart fluttered. With that girl's current favorability towards him, pushing her down wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Takitsubo Riku's figure is the best among Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and himself. In fact, in this family she's probably in the top 3. That's why he's still interested in pushing down Takitsubo Riku. Wu Yan's heart that can't stand the test of time. However, after thinking about it seriously, he shook his head and decided to pass. Towards this girl who took the initiative to be with him and who has the highest favorability towards him, Wu Yan mysteriously felt pity for her. Or perhaps it should be said, of course the best should be saved for the last. Thus, a certain high school student with a lowly body was lucky enough to be chosen by Wu Yan? But, are you sure you're not making up all those excuses just to have a taste of a pure lowly? Night, when the small house was completely plunged into darkness, the sound of light breathing could be heard from every room. A certain wolf's room door opened. Poking his head out, he sneaked a glance at Chuju and Mikoto's room. Wu Yan's lips curled into a smug smile. Then he looked towards Frenda's room. Wu Yan tiptoed towards Frenda's room. Right now he has the aptitude to be a thief. Furthermore, this is his own home. His heartbeat quickened. With Wu Yan's personality, of course he wouldn't be nervous about the impending push down. Right now he's just excited. This scene is like picking a flower. For some reason Wu Yan felt all sorts of excitement. One couldn't help but sigh at his lustful and self-righteous heart. At this moment, Wu Yan was once again glad that he has Mikoto's ability. The Electromancer ability is indeed very convenient. Whether it's hacking the internet or picking locks, Wu Yan would have to put in a lot of effort if he didn't have Mikoto's ability. But now, with just a grasp of the doorknob and a push of his ability, the tightly locked door opened to Wu Yan with a crisp sound. As the door opened, a certain cute blonde in pajamas hugging a pillow fell into Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. The smug smile on his face turned into a sinister one. Perhaps because Wu Yan didn't try to hide his actions. When Wu Yan entered the room, Frenda, who has been in the dark branch for quite some time, immediately noticed that her room was invaded. Her vigilance was honed through years of experience in the dark branch. She opened her eyes abruptly. There's a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She was wondering which bastard dared to trespass into this terrifying house. Furthermore, it's my room. It's not an exaggeration to call it terrifying. At least, in Frenda's eyes, other than the 3 of them, there's a second and a third person in this room. If this isn't terrifying, then what is? Of course, Frenda didn't know that the 2 girls who are really strong are the dull-looking Ikaros and the clumsy-looking Astria. When the intruder entered her line of sight, Frenda quickly realized who this fearless bastard is and why he's not afraid of death. Because this is his home. You. Frenda was stunned when she saw Wu Yan standing at the door smiling at her. She pointed at Wu Yan with her mouth wide open. The intruder is Wu Yan, who abducted them with ulterior motives. He even came in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep. Frenda only needed to turn her head a little to know what he's here for. However, Frenda wasn't happy at all after knowing the truth. Before she could recover from her daze, the figure standing at the door blurred and the door was closed. A pair of wine-red eyes met hers. Frenda jumped in fright and subconsciously took a step back. But she was quickly stopped by a pair of large hands. "Yo, little Frenda," Wu Yan snickered as he lifted Frenda's chin. His wine-red eyes glowed with a demonic light. The heat in his eyes could be seen with the naked eye. Frenda's heart raced as her chest pounded. The sound of her heartbeat was very clear in this dark and silent environment. Looking at Frenda's cute face, Wu Yan lightly licked it as if he's the most lustful villain. He teased. "Are you ready?" He didn't ask for a reason, he didn't explain himself, he just asked her if she was ready. His intention was obvious enough. Frenda's body trembled and she started crying inside. She screamed in her mind like a madwoman. "Why is it me?" Chapter 265. When Frenda's soft body entered his senses, Wu Yan couldn't help but lick the corner of his lips. Wu Yan's heart was filled with eagerness. Frenda's body was, without a doubt, the smallest body he had ever tasted. Compared to Mikoto and Hinajiku, who were half loli that had already outgrown their loli shelf life, Frenda's body was that of a pure loli despite being a high school student. Every geeky uncles have a grand dream in their heart, and that is to push down a cute loli. Wu Yan may not be a geeky uncle's, self-proclaimed, but at this moment he suddenly understood the dream of a geeky uncle's, self-proclaimed. Therefore at this moment, Wu Yan's heart was filled with unprecedented excitement. Guards. There's a weird uncle here. Wu Yan couldn't help but put his hand on Frenda's shoulder. When Wu Yan put his hand on Frenda's shoulder, Frenda's body visibly trembled and her face stiffened. Frenda's heart started beating faster and she pulled out a smile that looked worse than crying. Just when Wu Yan thought she was going to beg for mercy, the words that came out of her mouth made him choke on his own words. "Why me? Takitsubu's figure is so much better than mine, and Kinuhada also has a pair of beautiful breasts. Why me?" Frenda's face was filled with tears as she complained to Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gently patting Frenda's soft back, Wu Yan smiled and said, "Little Frenda, don't underestimate your charm. You must know many times Mo is justice. And you, who have this secret, are the only one in the world." Hearing this, Frenda was dumbfounded. Listening to these words that clearly came from a different dimension, Frenda's head was filled with a well. At this time he's still talking nonsense, but soon Frenda was speechless again. Because this time, Wu Yan suddenly pressed her against him, and then her lips were blocked by a big mouth. With a loud bang in her head, Frenda's eyes widened. She could feel a tongue licking her small breast. Frenda couldn't believe it. Every girl's first kiss is very important, very precious. Back then the kiss came too fast, so fast that Frenda didn't have time to prepare. Frenda suddenly realized that such a precious thing was taken away in an instant. Moreover, this wasn't a normal kiss, this was the kind of deep kiss that only couples in love would have. Wu Yan's tongue easily broke through Frenda's teeth while she was still in a daze, tightly intertwining with her breasts. Frenda's eyes widened again, her tongue passively accepting Wu Yan's invasion. Their tongues intertwined, and under Wu Yan's lead, Frenda's body slowly went limp. Her tongue also slowly and uncontrollably took the initiative. However, this action was still too immature. Wu Yan, who was familiar with all kinds of kissing scenes, laughed in disdain, as if looking down on Frenda's kissing skills. However, Wu Yan was happy to let Frenda perform, so he relaxed his control over his tongue, savoring the taste of Frenda's breasts and enjoying her immature actions. Frenda didn't know what was wrong with her, but her tongue was moving uncontrollably. She wanted to stop, but she couldn't bear to let go of this wonderful feeling. Thus, she could only sit there and let her subconscious drive her along. After their lips parted, Frenda looked like she was drunk, her face flushed red and her body seemed to have no energy left. If Wu Yan didn't hold her, she would have been lying on the bed. After a few seconds, Frenda woke up from that strange feeling. She widened her eyes again, looking at Wu Yan in disbelief. However, this time the disbelief was directed at herself. She never thought that kissing would be such a comfortable thing. Frenda immersed herself in it, but now she couldn't believe that she was the one who took the initiative to entangle with his tongue. No. This wasn't me. I was forced. Frenda screamed crazily in her heart, but she didn't realize that her screams were getting weaker and weaker. At this time, Wu Yan gently pushed Frenda onto her own body, causing her to turn pale with fright. Feeling Wu Yan's weight on her petite body, Frenda struggled in her heart and finally, please be gentler. I'm afraid of pain. Frenda shyly closed her eyes, preparing for the most important moment in her life. Wu Yan listened to Frenda's words in shock. Looking at her tightly shut eyes, he suddenly laughed. He originally thought that he was going to force her again. Then Wu Yan's heart burned with lust. He couldn't wait. However, Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry to release his emotions. He moved his lips to Frenda's ear, licking her small earlobe at the same time. He started to lightly touch her small asterisk through her clothes. Woo. Frenda didn't expect Wu Yan to not invade her body right away. Instead, he started caressing her body gently. Frenda could feel a slight change in her body. Even though there was a layer of clothes between them, the temperature of Wu Yan's hand and the action of touching her asterisk were all felt by her sensitive body, causing her to tense up. Whenever Wu Yan's hand touches her body, Frenda's body will heat up, and the asterisk he's touching will heat up even more. At the same time, there's a strange tingling sensation. Wu Yan's experience in this area has been proven many times. For someone like Frenda who's experiencing it for the first time, she can only let him do whatever he wants. How is it? Does it feel good? Wu Yan moved his head away from Frenda's ear, looking at her with a teasing look as if he's planning to tease her. It feels so good. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Frenda subconsciously blurted it out, but when she realized what she said, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. What did I say? Wu Yan smiled proudly, continuing to touch Frenda's body. This time, his target was her asterisk, but when he placed his hand on a certain part of her body, he was a little surprised. It turns out, at some point in time, Frenda's thighs were already soaked. Wu Yan stared at Frenda blankly. He saw the intense pinkness on her body and her embarrassed expression. Only then did he realize something. Frenda was actually such a sensitive type. No way. Wu Yan pulled back his hand from Frenda's thighs, waving it in front of her face. You? Frenda's face couldn't get any redder. She's the one most familiar with her body condition. After seeing Wu Yan's hand, Frenda was even more embarrassed. She could only whimper twice to express her embarrassment. Wu Yan smiled, no longer teasing Frenda. Instead, under Frenda's panicked expression, he started unbuttoning Frenda's pajamas. Furthermore, he easily took off all of Frenda's clothes. With a faint gasp of surprise, the girl's body was completely exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. Even though he doesn't know how many times he's seen a girl's body, but Wu Yan has to admit, it's just too exciting. It's different from Mikoto and Hinajiku's half-grown body. It's also different from Ikaros's voluptuous body. This is a body that's not fully grown yet. Wu Yan's heart started pounding at the sight of it. From now on, the real show is about to begin. Chapter 266. Lying on top of her own body, Frenda's small breasts were in disarray. Her face was flushed red and her blue eyes were misty. Clearly she was in a daze. Frenda's heavy breathing showed her nervousness and uneasiness. Her originally flawless and petite body was now covered in sweat. She was trembling slightly as she slid on the surface of her body. She was clearly just a petite figure with no ups and downs, but at this moment she was bursting with astonishing strength. Listening to Frenda's soft moans, Wu Yan smiled proudly. He seemed to be very proud of his teasing skills. He laid on top of Frenda's body and extended his tongue from her small breasts to her neck. Another sobbing sound came out of her mouth. Frenda's heart was filled with panic. She felt that her body no longer belonged to her. Frenda felt a little dizzy. Her body is very sensitive and under Wu Yan's teasing, she couldn't take it anymore. Her body started trembling as if she couldn't take it anymore. At this time, Wu Yan's tongue had already kissed her from her neck to her breasts. The girl's upper body was covered in a faint red. Wu Yan's mouth was dry as he smelled the scent of the most delicious delicacy. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and sucked on the little cherry on the girl's breasts. Frenda couldn't help but cry out. She had never experienced such a situation before. Her heart was pounding furiously as moans continuously came out of her mouth. Under Wu Yan's relentless assault, Frenda's small body started trembling violently. She reached out a hand and pressed down on Wu Yan's head as if she's trying to stop him from leaving. Her other hand was clenched into a fist and placed on her lips, as if to prevent herself from making a sound. She even bit down on her index finger to prevent any sound from leaking out. However, it was all in vain. Even though she bit down on her index finger, she couldn't stop moaning and moaning, pleasuring Wu Yan, who was roaming all over her body. As Wu Yan's movements got bigger and bigger, Frenda's little heart started to get flustered. She felt like her body was suspended in midair. That strange feeling made her feel all sorts of flustered. She wanted to push away the man on top of her, but her sensitive body disobeyed her command over and over again. She couldn't even muster up a bit of strength. Let alone pushing Wu Yan away, she couldn't even support her own body. If she wasn't lying on the bed right now, she probably wouldn't be able to get up. Under the control of her body, Frenda didn't resist Wu Yan's invasion. Instead, she twisted her body towards Wu Yan. It was as if she was the one who opened the door and allowed the man on top of her to do whatever he wanted to her. This made Frenda both angry and agitated. To sum it up, it was a pain in the ass. If Wu Yan knew what Frenda was thinking, he would definitely laugh evilly. Because if you can't take it at this level, what are you going to do next? Very quickly, Wu Yan's hand reached for her nipple under Frenda's incredulous gaze. No. When those nimble fingers entered her body, Frenda's legs trembled. The rejection in her mouth turned into a painful yet joyful cry and tender moans. Under the touch of Wu Yan's fingers, the girl couldn't hold it in anymore. A small stream of water flowed out. This made Wu Yan laugh. How long has it been? Isn't she a little too sensitive? Frenda tightened her body once again, enjoying the feeling of emptiness and excitement. After the tide passed, her petite body landed on top of the bed. She panted softly, and couldn't help but let out a small moan that seemed to be lingering in the aftershock. And it was this little lowly moan that triggered Wu Yan's evil thoughts. His body suddenly moved downwards. His tongue flipped over Frenda's small hill. Crossing the smooth plains, he charged towards the hill that was already submerged by the stream. He charged straight into the enemy's closed door. Frenda's misty eyes suddenly widened. She let out a tender moan. Her originally relaxed body tensed up again. Feeling Wu Yan treating that place like this, Frenda quickly reached out and shouted at Wu Yan. Don't do that place. Wu Yan ignored her. He's never played this kind of trick before. In the past he couldn't get any proof from Mikoto, Chuju and Ikaros. If it wasn't because he was rejected by Mikoto and Chuju, it was because when he lightly touched Ikaros she was traumatized and gave up on the spot. This time, Wu Yan couldn't help but want to give it a try. Thus, amidst the petite squeals, Wu Yan's tongue barged in and tasted something different. Whoa! Frenda's outstretched hand trembled violently and fell down heavily. She let out a heavy moan and squinted her eyes. Her petite body kept twisting as if trying to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. Alas, it was useless again. The seemingly powerful enemy army had been completely defeated. Their weak side had been completely exposed. The enemy leader couldn't help but beg for mercy. However, Wu Yan's invincible army is currently in the middle of a killing spree. How could they possibly stop now? Ignoring Frenda's feeble pleas for mercy, the Five Fingers Mountain climbed up Frenda's body and lifted it up high, bringing it right in front of him. Frenda instantly panicked. She watched as her body was lifted up by Wu Yan and placed in Wu Yan's embrace. Frenda's heart hung high. At this time, Wu Yan's spearman was released. Feeling the hard body beneath her, Frenda panicked. In the end, the fear of her first experience won over the desire to break her rationality. Frenda begged for mercy. Don't. I beg you, don't. However, this kind of begging only fueled Wu Yan's anger. Everyone knows that Lolas have 3 good qualities. Clear voice, tender body, easy to push down and whatnot. This high schooler hasn't shown any of those qualities yet. However, her tender body, Wu Yan has experienced it firsthand. In addition, her clear voice begging for mercy. Frenda's rationality is still on the verge of collapse, but Wu Yan's is the first to collapse. Looking at Frenda's petite frame, Wu Yan is a bit worried. Can such a small body fit all of this? However, this worry was quickly tossed to the back of Wu Yan's head. The enemy is already at his doorstep. If he retreats now, even Wu Yan himself will look down on himself. He pressed Frenda's petite body into his embrace. Frenda's body sank down under her panicked expression. Following a crisp sound, Frenda's petite body was completely pierced through after breaking through the first layer of obstruction. Ah! Frenda was like a wild horse that had been struck by lightning. She raised her neck and let out a long hiss that could not be compared to all the previous sounds. Her small face was filled with pain. Her 4 limbs tightly wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Frenda's eyes were filled with tears as she whined, Don't move, it hurts." Hearing this, Wu Yan obediently stopped all his actions. Feeling the pressure of being tightly bound, he was so satisfied that he couldn't speak. After a long while, when Wu Yan felt that it was about time, Frenda twisted her body. Thus, Wu Yan smiled and began to move freely on this petite body. Frenda moaned, feeling the endless desire in her body. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the tidal wave of violent thrusts. She let out moans of pleasure. Chapter 267. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight spilled into the room through the crack in the window. The curtains had already lost their function in the breeze. The sunlight shone into the room pleasantly and fell on the tightly shut eyes of the person who was sleeping. Wu Yan felt his comfortable dream being dispelled by the dazzling light. His sleepiness melted away like thin ice in an instant. Wu Yan gently opened his eyes. In the past, the first thing he did when he woke up was to stretch his body. This time, however, he didn't do so. Because even without stretching his body, he is already very comfortable. Wu Yan moaned comfortably as he felt something tighten around him. Now that he's awake, Wu Yan naturally recalled everything that happened last night. Feeling his waist being hugged by a pair of petite arms and the smooth skin touching his body, Wu Yan chuckled and tightened his grip around the petite body lying on top of him. Wu Yan's movement woke Frenda up from her dream. She opened her eyes and a pair of sapphire blue eyes appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Frenda naturally turned her head and raised a hand to rub her eyes. This action made her realize her current situation. Her consciousness was called back in an instant. She felt a sense of fullness in her body that she had never felt before. Frenda finally recalled everything that happened last night. Frenda's dazed face stiffened as she felt herself lying on top of a body. She slowly lifted her head and very quickly, a face with a faint smile entered her eyes. Frenda blankly stared at Wu Yan's face. She covered her face with her hands and sighed softly. In the end, why wasn't it a dream? Hearing this, Wu Yan also sighed and said to Frenda, Indeed, I had a good dream. Frenda gritted her teeth as she listened to Wu Yan's infuriating tone. She wanted nothing more than to bite the skin right in front of her into a pile of minced meat. In her heart, she had already cursed Wu Yan 100 times. Tears streamed down her face. Even though Frenda already knew that she would be eaten alive by Wu Yan sooner or later, she really didn't expect this day to come so quickly. It's only been one night. In just one night, who knows how many times she has been eaten alive. Not even her bones are left. There are still so many days ahead, how can she survive this? The most unforgivable thing is that her body actually became dependent on the other party's violent treatment. Is there anything sadder than this in the world? Really? Really? As she thought about it, Frenda, who was crying in her heart, couldn't hold it in any longer. Even on the surface, tears started to flow down her cheeks. Coupled with her cute little face, it was truly a sight to behold. Looking at the kelp-shaped tear lines on her face that were the same as when he was abused by Hinajiku Mikoto yesterday, he smiled in a vengeful manner. This girl, she even dared to gloat over his misfortune yesterday. He straightened his body and sat up. Frenda, who was lying on top of him, was also passively pulled up into a straddle position. At this time, Wu Yan's *** is still inside Frenda's body. Therefore, with this movement and tug, Frenda immediately moaned as if her sensitive spot was poked. What are you doing all of a sudden? When she moaned, Frenda immediately recalled the countless times she begged for mercy last night. Countless times she was ignored by Wu Yan. Countless times she moaned like this. She was instantly angered. He forcefully pushed her down and still had so much fun playing with her. Don't think that I won't lose my temper just because I'm on the receiving end. And so, Frenda chose to forget about Wu Yan's deterrence and yelled at Wu Yan. This yell also made Wu Yan raise an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile that made Frenda tremble in fear. Before Frenda could react, she felt Wu Yan's body move. Instantly, an indescribable electric current that she enjoyed countless times last night came from the deepest part of her body. Frenda moaned again. However, this was only the prelude to the storm. Therefore, this one shrug quickly became a lot more shrug. A blush crept up Frenda's fair face. Her petite body was tossed up and down by Wu Yan. Her long blonde hair bounced up and down with her body. Frenda couldn't help but start playing the song that made her feel ashamed and angry. Seeing Wu Yan's proud face, Frenda moaned and said with difficulty, You, you're still going. Hearing this, Wu Yan didn't slow down at all. He continued to toss her body and smiled nonchalantly. Of course I'm still going. Do you think I can't do it? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Indeed, Wu Yan hugged Frenda for an entire night. If it was the old Wu Yan, perhaps he wouldn't be able to do such a heroic thing. But don't forget, Wu Yan is now a true ancestor. With the increase in stamina and recovery, Wu Yan became a valiant general. Even Wu Yan didn't expect the true ancestor bloodline to give him such a surprise. This made Wu Yan rejoice that he chose the true ancestor bloodline back then. He made the right choice. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile happily. He tossed her body even more frequently, and in return, Frenda moaned even more frequently. At this point, the sun shone down on the bed. Naturally, it also shone on Wu Yan and Frenda. Under the sunlight, Frenda felt a sense of shame. Her naked body was exposed under the sun. Frenda didn't feel good at all. Furthermore, they were doing this under the sun. Even if it was in her room, Frenda still felt a sense of shame. Grabbing Wu Yan's shoulders, Frenda started chanting. Her face was red as she forced out a few words with a high-pitched voice. You, it's already morning. Hearing this, Wu Yan didn't stop. Instead, he sped up. Frenda felt like she was struck by lightning. Seeing this, Wu Yan laughed. Morning? Good morning. Morning is when we men are the most energetic. This is the time to do it. Don't you think so, little Frenda? Frenda couldn't speak anymore. All the time she could speak was taken over by moans. She didn't have time to talk anymore and could only moan. Wu Yan chuckled as he continued to toss her petite body around. Listening to Frenda's bell-like moans, he closed his eyes and focused on enjoying the moment. So much so that Wu Yan didn't notice two figures outside the room. Chuju, Mikoto. Listening to the moans coming from Frenda's room, Hinajiku and Mikoto grit their teeth and looked at each other. They couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little sour in their hearts. Mikoto resisted the urge to flirt and said softly with hatred. I knew it. This Yen definitely has bad intentions for bringing these girls home. Chuju crossed her arms and sighed. Sigh. I should have known, but why didn't I let him in the room? If I let him in last night, maybe he wouldn't have. Towards the end, Chuju's face started to redden. Mikoto heard this and sighed helplessly. Indeed, if they let Wu Yan in last night, Wu Yan wouldn't have pushed down other girls. Chuju and Mikoto knew this very well. But for some reason, when they saw Wu Yan bring girls home, they couldn't think rationally and pushed Wu Yan into another girl's room. They looked at each other again and sighed. What bad luck. Chapter 268. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's house. Wu Yan looked at his living room. It looked like it was ravaged by a level 10 typhoon. The corner of his mouth twitched, he couldn't keep his cool. As for the creators of this scene, each of them had the attitude of, this has nothing to do with me, so I'm not concerned. They raised their heads to the ceiling as if to say, this has nothing to do with us. The three creators are Kinohata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. At this point, the three girls have changed into maid outfits and they are standing in front of Wu Yan. They look like young and pretty little maids. They don't even need to add on all kinds of cute points, they just naturally exuded from their bodies. Wu Yan, who is seeing the three girls in this way for the first time, had his eyes lit up. However, when he saw the scene of his living room being messed up by them, his wine-red eyes couldn't light up. Instead, there was only a faint trace of sadness in his eyes. Wu Yan started to regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have cleaned it himself. Why did he ask the three of them to clean the living room? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Well, you can't blame Wu Yan for this. Anyone who has three maids in maid outfits wouldn't choose to do the cleaning themselves. Luckily, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria are out on the streets or else. But Wu Yan didn't understand why Chuju and Mikoto would ask him to clean the house. Wasn't it always Ikaros who did it? Also, when they asked him to clean the house, why did they look like they had a grudge against him? Until now, a certain wolf still didn't know that because he had pushed down the lowly girl, his wife had already found out about it. Maybe Chuju and Mikoto thought the reason Wu Yan pushed Frenda down was because they didn't allow Wu Yan to enter the room, so they didn't pursue the matter. They just asked Wu Yan to clean the house and dragged Icaros away as a small punishment. What kind and lovable girls. I wonder if they would be heartbroken if they found out about Wu Yan's mission 3. As for Wu Yan, after he received the mission to clean the house out of nowhere, he didn't think much of it. After all, it's just cleaning the house, not Academy City. That's why these two girls are too kind. Wu Yan, on the other hand, is too naive. He had already forgotten how big this house is for him, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Icaros, Astria, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku to live in. How big is this house that can house all 8 of them? So, when Chuju, Mikoto, Icaros, and Astria left the house, Wu Yan picked up a rag and scanned the size of his house. After a moment of daze, he decisively gave up on the idea of relying on himself. At this time, the 3 girls who just moved in yesterday, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, naturally became Wu Yan's scapegoats. Using the reason that maids should look like maids as an excuse, Wu Yan made the 3 girls put on maid outfits, forced, and sat down leisurely waiting for them to clean his house until it shines. However, Wu Yan soon realized that he was too naive. Looking at this ruined house, it's hard not to realize that he was wrong. Is this cleaning? This is clearly destruction, right? Yes, right? Yes, right. That's definitely it. Wu Yan flipped countless tables in his heart. He can't afford to be hurt. Is it because Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku don't know how to do housework? Maybe that's part of the reason, but more importantly, it's because the 3 girls are unhappy. No. Or rather, it's because 2 of them are unhappy. She was forcefully abducted and brought here. She was even taken advantage of. Yesterday she was crowned as a maid and today, she was sent here to clean the house. How can she live up to the great name of Kinohara Sai if she doesn't cause some destruction? Thus, Kinohara Sai, who is unhappy in her heart, on the surface, on the other hand, she is obedient. She will wipe the floor, wipe the table, and wipe the chair. It's just that when she's doing something, Kinohara Sai will attach a layer of nitrogen armor to her hands. Thus, when she wipes the floor will crack. When she wipes the table will fall apart. When she wipes the chair will say goodbye to her. If Kinohara Sai is unhappy to this extent, Frenda is even more unhappy. Yesterday she snuck into her room and pushed her on Twitter. This morning she was still messing around with her. Yet not long after she left her room she was called to clean the house. She even had to wear maid outfits. Frenda, on the other hand, erupted in secret. At this moment, Frenda miraculously thought of the same thing as Kinohara Sai. Thus, this house suffered a calamity. Frenda doesn't know Kinohara Sai's nitrogen armor, but when it comes to destruction as the explosive girl, how could she lose to Kinohara Sai? She gently placed a few thin wires on the floor, the table, and the chair. Then she gently tapped on them. Thus, the floor, table, and chair, after shaking for a while, they cracked and fell apart. As for Takitsubu Riku, actually she's just a bystander. Looking at Kinohara Sai and Frenda, who are looking at each other, as well as Takitsubu Riku, who is lowering her head in embarrassment, Wu Yan slapped himself on the head. He wants to cry but no tears come out. I say, just how much hatred do you 2 have for this house? Hearing that, Kinohara Sai and Frenda snorted and turned their heads away. Takitsubu Riku panicked and looked around as if she didn't want to see an argument. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. He can roughly guess that these 2 cute girls are purposely causing destruction. Rather than saying that they have hatred for this house, it's more accurate to say that they have hatred for him. But this house is innocent. Even if you don't want to stay, we still want to stay. But in the end it's still his fault. What do you mean it's his fault? It's his fault. Kinohara Sai and Frenda's reaction is only natural. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a little girl complaining. Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan said to the 2 ladies. I say, since you've done the destruction, your anger should be gone by now, right? Chuju and the rest should be back soon. It's time to clean things up properly, right? 2 cold snorts resounded in response to Wu Yan and 2 faces turned to the other side. Takitsubu Riku instantly felt awkward. She didn't know what to do. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He really didn't know what to say. After trying his best to persuade the 2 ladies, all he got was cold snorts, indicating that he's still angry. The 2 ladies didn't even bother to look at Wu Yan, causing Wu Yan to be furious. These 2 girls, are they asking for a lesson? But at this moment, the big hall is still waiting for someone to clean it up. Wu Yan can only resist the urge to teach these 2 cute things a lesson. He tried to persuade the 2 girls, but unfortunately, it didn't work out very well. If this continues even with Takitsubu Riku's help, he won't be able to clean up before Chuju and the rest return. What should I do? Slapping his forehead with a headache, Wu Yan looked at the three maids in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. If only there was a capable maid, of various meanings, that would be great. But, who has the ability to clean up the entire living room in an instant? Unless time can stop. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Wu Yan was stunned by this sudden thought. Maid, time, stop. He couldn't help but mumble these two sentences. As he mumbled, Wu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 269. A beautiful figure flashed through his mind. Wu Yan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Happiness started to surface on his face as well. If it was her, it would be a piece of cake for her to clean up this mess. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan's heart calmed down. Ignoring the presence of Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, he opened the system list. Since it's not an existence that's fused with his life, they won't be able to see the system list. Wu Yan didn't have to worry about it. At most, he would just make them feel confused. Just like the three girls, they were confused. After opening the system list, Wu Yan clicked on the summon option. Dragging on the list, an extremely familiar name entered Wu Yan's eyes, 16 Knights Black Knight. Oriental character, the head maid of the fantasy village Red Devil Mansion. Known as the perfect head maid, she is one of the few humans in the fantasy village that is blessed by the gods and monsters. Apart from humans, she is one of the few humans. Summoning points, 100,000. Speaking of maids, there was no one better than 16 Knights Black Knight to have the image of a maid etched into people's hearts. This head maid with the title of Perfect Head Maid is extremely popular. In Wu Yan's heart, Wu Yan wanted to summon her a few times, but due to various matters, he could only put it aside for now that he has enough points and the timing is perfect. If he doesn't summon her now, when will he? Seeing the name, 16 Knights Black Knight, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He reached out his finger and clicked on the summon option. This time, it won't be because of other matters that he can't summon her, right? Tapping on the summon option, a joke flashed through Wu Yan's mind in a thousandth of a second. However, this joke soon came true because of Wu Yan's jinxed mouth. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at Wu Yan, who was pointing at the empty space in front of them with a silly smile on his face. Countless question marks appeared on their heads. Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yan strangely. Looking at his strange actions, she frowned. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy had gone crazy. Kinuhata Sai's feet clattered as she walked towards Wu Yan and shouted at Wu Yan. Hey, are you super stupid? Kinuhata Sai's sudden shout startled Wu Yan, who was pointing his finger at the summon option. Thus the plot that he's so happy to see. Do you still remember? Back then, when he completed Mission 2 of defeating directional travel, the reward for Mission 2 was summon a random character. Now the start option is at the top right of the list of summons. After being startled by Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yan's hand trembled and he clicked on the start option without hesitation. Wu Yan stared at his hand with his mouth agape. His entire face turned blank from this unforeseen plot. In his heart, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past him. The crappy thoughts in his heart were all destroyed by the grass mud horses. In the end, only 3 words remained in his heart. What the hell? Other than scaring Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, there was no other effect. While Wu Yan's face is alternating between blue and white, red and black, a frame with a border started showing the names of the summoned characters in the summoning list. Furthermore, the names of the summoned characters started flashing one after another at a very refreshing speed. Like a lottery machine, the frame with a side kept flashing. In the end, it got slower and slower. Then, under Wu Yan's deathly stare, it stopped on a name. When he saw this name, Wu Yan's face that was constantly changing colors turned completely black. Then, it turned so pale that his blood vessels could be seen. Why is it her? Looking at the name that stopped at the end of the frame, Wu Yan lost his composure and screamed again. So much so that Wu Yan didn't notice that Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were looking at him with pity and worry in their eyes. However, Wu Yan didn't have any extra thoughts to train these 3 cute creatures. Right now, his heart was completely anxious. What to do, these 2 words filled his entire mind, making him so anxious that he wanted nothing more than to conjure up a hammer capable of smashing the system into smithereens. His wine-red eyes looked at the random name on the summoning list. Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the summoned character wasn't strong enough? Or maybe the character wasn't good enough? No. If the character wasn't good enough, then maybe it could be a little bit more. But if the summoned character wasn't strong enough, then there wouldn't be any strong characters in this world. But if such a strong character descends on Academy City, then it would be a disaster. No matter how anxious Wu Yan is, the randomization process is over and the summoned character has been selected. The system's summon list is starting to glow. The glow stunned Wu Yan, who was burning with anxiety. Then Wu Yan steeled his heart and took out a town return scroll. He crushed it and disappeared under the glow of the town return scroll. Kinohata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were all stunned. They stared blankly at Wu Yan's position where he suddenly disappeared. The three of them looked at each other and for a moment, they were stunned on the spot and lost their ability to react. Could it be that he's also a space ability user? Back then, on the beach where the Archangel God's power descended, following a flash of light, Wu Yan's figure suddenly appeared on the beach. A second after Wu Yan appeared, a dazzling light shone from the system's summon list in front of Wu Yan that hasn't closed since the beginning. At the same time, the familiar light of summoning appeared in front of Wu Yan. Even though Wu Yan has seen this familiar scene a few times, he still couldn't let his eyes adapt to the intense light of summoning. Under the illumination of the summoning light, Wu Yan couldn't help but raise his hand to block his wine-red eyes from being illuminated by the light. After an unknown amount of time, the light of summoning slowly dimmed. Following the dimming of the summoning light, a small, short figure, under the influence of an unknown power, was slowly drawn out like a painting. First, it was the brush, then the drawing, finally the figure was painted in color and completely appeared in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the small figure in his memory, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. After the summoning light completed its task, when the small figure was completed, it disappeared. The full appearance of the person that Wu Yan was so anxious to summon finally surfaced. It was an extremely petite and cute little loli. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a little loli because her height was much shorter than even the shortest Frenda. She looked like a 10-year-old girl. She had a head of light yellow shoulder-length hair that shone like the sun. The side of her hair was tied into a single ponytail. She wore a very cute beret hat on her head. She wore mostly red with some white gothic loli clothing. She looked very charming and cute. Her eyelids were tightly shut and her two small hands were clasped together in front of her chest. Paired with her delicate and beautiful face, she looked like a sleeping princess. However, no matter how you look at this cute little loli, there was a pair of eye-catching wings on her back. Chapter 270. What kind of wings were they? Actually, it was a little far-fetched to call it a pair of wings because it looked more like a large necklace or a bracelet. Looking at the Luan, it should be a pair of wings. However, the part that was supposed to be the wings had completely disappeared, leaving only the edges that looked like they had once supported the wings. Crystals of different colors hung from the edges of the wings, causing them to emit all kinds of different and unbelievable colors. However, their shapes looked a bit distorted. Character: Flandora. Scarlet abilities: I. Ability to destroy almost any object. Rune card: Vampire bloodline. Strength: A. Endurance. S. Agility. A. Spirit. D. Equipment: Lavatian Leviathan. B. Grade. Level: 82. Level 82. Tier 9. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. That's because he was shocked. Other than the Spider Queen, this was the first Tier 9 that Wu Yan had seen in his life. In terms of level, Flandra's level was even higher than the Spider Queen's. Looking at the petite loli who looked like a sleeping beauty, who would have thought that she was a Tier 9 powerhouse? However, Flandra? Scarlet was a Tier 9. Wu Yan was not surprised at all. The reason was because of Flandra's ability. The ability to destroy almost anything. The ability called Sight. The so-called Sight was actually similar to the line seen by the demon Eye of Death perception. It was the same. Flandra could see the damage points of all objects, which were the so-called Sight. By moving these Sight into her hands and destroying these Sight, Flandra could rapidly disintegrate things that could be touched and untouched. In other words, when Flandra stood in front of you and raised her hand with a smile, the Sight on your body was already in her hands. At that time, she only needed to lightly squeeze it and you would disappear from this world. What a terrifying ability. Although it was different from the demon Eye of Death perception, it was much scarier than the demon Eye of Death perception. Because the demon Eye of Death perception had to rush in front of you to slash you, but Flandre did not need to do that at all. As long as Flandre could see you, your sight would not be able to escape. Moreover, Flandre was a vampire. Although she was not a true ancestor, she was scarier than some true ancestors. The ability to control eyes, coupled with the vampire's powerful strength and recovery ability, made this little lowly into an abnormally terrifying demon king. Yes, demon queen. This was not an exaggeration at all. Flandre's mental state was a little damaged because she controlled too much power. In other words, Flandre's mental state was not healthy, so she could not control of her ability. To put it simply, it was like the demon eye of death perception that could not be closed. As soon as she saw something that moved, Flandre couldn't help but want to play with it. And the play Flandre was referring to was the bullet screen. Once she continued to play with the other party, she would uncontrollably take control of the other party's eyes, and in the end, the person who was playing with her would become the person who was played to the point of being broken, according to Flandora. The consequences were obvious. The ability to control sight was too scary. Coupled with Flandre's slightly abnormal mental state, even her sister, Remilia Scarlet, could not do anything about it. Scarlet could only bear the pain and lock her up in the basement. Because of this, Flandre spent her entire life in an underground room. This was also the reason why Wu Yan was so anxious when he saw that Flandre was the chosen one. Imagine how dangerous it was for a little girl who could not help but control the target's sight, when she saw something that moved, causing her to go overboard and destroy the moving thing. She was in Academy City filled with 2.3 million people. Based on Wu Yan's understanding of Flandre, if she runs into the streets, everywhere she goes will turn into a sea of blood. Academy City will also turn into a city of ghosts under the influence of this brat. No one could stop her. No one. Including Alistair and I was. With Flandre's level 82, Wu Yan did not have high hopes for them. Wu Yan had no choice but to use a return scroll and return to the beach. Putting aside the question of whether or not the problem can be solved, the first thing he needs to do is to isolate Flandre. Wu Yan looked at the little figure in front of him with his wine-red eyes. He looked at Flandre's cute little face and couldn't help but feel pity for her. If one didn't look at Flandre's age, then with Flandre's appearance and intelligence, she should still be a spoiled little girl in her mother's arms, jumping around and acting like a spoiled child. Now, due to Flandre's terrifying ability and mental state, even he couldn't help but feel wary of her. He even wanted to isolate her. No wonder Remilia had to bear the pain of locking her in the basement. How nice would it be if he could get along with Flandre? Wu Yan was at a loss. What should he do? He has already summoned Flandre to his side. This is an indisputable fact. However, Flandre is an incomparably dangerous existence. This is also an indisputable fact. Could it be that he had to learn from Remilia and think of a way to lock up Furando? With that thought, Wu Yan's body shook. His eyes narrowed and he slapped his own face. 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on Wu Yan's face. One can imagine how much strength Wu Yan used. Even with the true ancestor's powerful recovery, the 5 fingerprints disappeared in a second. However, the pain still lingered in Wu Yan's mind. I can't learn from Remilia. Never. Clenching his fist, Wu Yan looked at Flandre and quickly opened his system list. Character. Wu Yan abilities. True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment. Shana of the Holy Temple C, Dragon Armor C, Meteor Shower B, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandre, Scarlet. Equipment points, 21,000 item points, 200,000 ability points, 1,000 summon points, 220000 level, 67. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the various stats on his character. His mind spun like crazy. With the resources he has, what can he do to turn Flandre back into a normal little girl? Equipment, item, ability, and even summon are being scrolled by Wu Yan at an incredible speed. His eyes skimmed through 10 lines at a glance, trying to find a way to solve this problem. Wu Yan isn't afraid that the system doesn't have a solution. At least until now, the system has never disappointed him. Every time he needs something, Wu Yan can find it from the system. Wu Yan's only worry is that he doesn't have enough points. Fortunately, the system didn't disappoint Wu Yan this time. Sealing Bracelet. This item is divided into 2 bracelets, one red and one white. When the wearer wears the red bracelet, the wearer's power will be completely sealed. Only when the wearer of the white bracelet enters the release, command through the white bracelet will the wearer of the red bracelet's power be released. Once worn, the bracelet can never be removed or destroyed. Note: the bracelet can only be worn if the wearer is willing and understands the bracelet's ability. If the wearer resists, the bracelet will not be worn. Item points: 200000. Chapter 271. Sealing Bracelet. This item is divided into two bracelets, one red and one white. When the wearer wears the red bracelet, the wearer's power will be completely sealed. Only when the wearer of the white bracelet enters the release command through the white bracelet will the wearer of the red bracelet's power be released. Once worn, the wearer will never be able to remove or destroy the bracelet. Note: the bracelet can only be worn if the wearer is willing and understands the bracelet's abilities. If the wearer refuses, the bracelet will not be worn. 200000. Item points. Sealing Bracelet. This is great. Wu Yan was overjoyed, but when he saw the 200,000 item points, his face fell. His entire net worth is only 200,000 item points. He shook his head and his expression turned resolute. Now is not the time to worry about the points. He can still earn them, but without the sealing bracelet, Wu Yan really doesn't know how to get along with Flandre-chan. His finger quickly tapped and the item points turned into a cute 0. Two bracelets, one red and one white, appeared out of thin air and fell into Wu Yan's arms. With one red and one white sealing bracelet in hand, Wu Yan put the white sealing bracelet on his hand and placed it next to the black biocontainment device. Then he gripped the red sealing bracelet tightly while looking at Flandolo with a serious expression on his face. Next, he has to think of a way to put the sealing bracelet on Flandre-chan. It's complicated to describe, but all that happened in a short period of time. When Wu Yan was done with the above actions, Flandre finally reacted. A small ray of light shot out from Flandre's heart and connected to Wu Yan's heart. The familiar scene of life fusion happened again in front of Wu Yan. When their heartbeats became the same frequency, the ray of light that connected them finally broke apart. The ray of light started to twist in the middle and merged into a small ball of light. It then flew into Wu Yan's body and merged with him. The life fusion finally ended. Two people from two different worlds, two different fates, two different lives, two completely unrelated people from this moment onwards, gradually became indispensable to each other. Wu Yan's heart was in his throat. His grip on the sealing bracelet tightened. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Flando's eyelids started trembling. She's like a bird that just came out of its shell. She's trying her best to open her eyelids, trying to see the world with her own eyes. In the end, her efforts were answered. Her small eyelids slowly opened and a pair of wine-red eyes that were almost the same color as Wu Yan's appeared in her eye sockets. Her wine-red pupils carried a trace of confusion as if she had just woken up from a dream. She tilted her head and looked around at her surroundings. She raised a small hand and rubbed her eyelids. Seeing Flandre-chan's actions after coming to this world, Wu Yan's weak heart trembled and trembled again. He stared blankly at Flandre-chan and screamed in his heart. "So cute." Flandre-chan murmured in a daze. Then, the confusion in her wine-red eyes slowly faded away, revealing a clear and bright expression. However, Wu Yan's heart felt heavy. That was because within those clear and limpid eyes, there was also a trace of insanity. Flandre-chan lifted her head. She seemed to have thought of something as a happy smile appeared on her face. When she saw Wu Yan standing in front of her, her eyes lit up and the happiness on her face became even more apparent. Flandre-chan cheered and she pounced on Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan with a surprised look on his face. Stunned, Wu Yan watched as Flandre-chan drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed on the ground. He quickly came to his senses and pulled Flandre-chan into his arms. Wu Yan underestimated Flandre-chan's strength. Due to her mental age, Flandre-chan didn't know how to control her strength. Wu Yan felt like a truck ramming into his chest. His chest felt heavy from the impact and he almost lost his breath. Rubbing his chest, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Thank goodness he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline. Otherwise, with his strength and body, he wouldn't be able to catch this little lowly. Hugging Flandre-chan's soft and tender body, Wu Yan felt a wave of pleasure, but at the same time, he also felt a bit confused. Flandre-chan kept rubbing her face against his chest. He didn't understand what is going on. Why is Flandre-chan so close to me? Could it be that the system knew about my difficulties so it raised Flandre-chan's intimacy level to 100? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Let's not talk about whether or not the system would do something so consider it. The summoned characters aren't like those virtual characters that can only be seen on the screen. They're alive, they're real. Even the system said that there can only be one summon and it's impossible to summon a second one. In other words, every summon is unique. Therefore they weren't puppets. They weren't existences that could be casually intertwined with the system. The only thing the system could do was to link their fates together with him. That was all. Giving Flandre-chan a pat on the back, Wu Yan asked, "Flandre-chan, did you know me before?" Flandre-chan might have heard the confusion in Wu Yan's voice because she lifted her head from Wu Yan's chest and looked at Wu Yan. Her two little eyes curved into crescents. She seemed to be very happy that Wu Yan called her Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan didn't know Big Brother before. Wu Yan got even more confused when he heard that. "Then why are you so close to me? Didn't your sister tell you that you shouldn't get too close to strangers?" Wu Yan had a weird feeling when he said that. Why does it feel like he's teasing a child? When Flandre-chan heard Wu Yan's words, her eyes flashed with nostalgia and resentment. She looked at Wu Yan and said, "Humph, don't mention my sister in front of me." Wu Yan froze for a moment before he bitterly smiled. It seems like Flandre-chan has quite a bit of resentment towards Remilia. No matter what, she's the one who locked him in the basement. Even if it's her beloved sister, she can't help but feel resentment towards her. But it's good enough that she doesn't have any resentment towards her. A child's mood can change quickly. Flandre-chan put on a smile again in the blink of an eye. "Although my sister did say that I shouldn't get close to strangers, Flandre-chan likes Big Brother a lot, so I'm an exception." Hearing her tender voice say the words, "I like it a lot" to him, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. But it only lasted for a while. If you didn't know me before, why do you like me?" "That's because Big Brother is the one who released Fran from that detestable basement. That's why Flandre-chan likes Big Brother the most." "And?" Flandre-chan sniffed Wu Yan with her little nose. Flandre-chan nestled in Wu Yan's arms and squinted her eyes. She moaned softly as if she's intoxicated. "Big Brother has a familiar scent on you that Flandre-chan likes. It's the same scent as my sister and Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan's summons will be imbued with memories of the system and himself. That's why she's so close to him, because she thinks he's the one who saved her from the abyss of suffering. That so-called familiar scent is probably because he's a vampire as well as a primogenitor. In other words, Flandre-chan's so-called is just a child's heartfelt joy towards the person who gave them candy." Sighing, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel disappointed. He thought he'd max out her favorability. Chapter 272. Flandre-chan's nose twitched as if she's sniffing a delicacy. The more she sniffed, the more excited she became. She kept rubbing her face against Wu Yan's chest, which amused Wu Yan. From the looks of it, Flandre-chan is just an ordinary little girl who likes to act spoiled. Hugging Flandre-chan, Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan's delicate face. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. However, Flandre-chan's next words made Wu Yan's happy heart turn cold. Flandre-chan lifted her pretty face and she excitedly said to Wu Yan, "Oni-chan, can you play with Flandre-chan?" "Play?" It's true, it's normal for a child to say something like, "Play with me." However, Wu Yan knows that the play she's talking about isn't something fun at all. If she doesn't play well, she might lose her life. Even though Wu Yan has an immortal body and is now a true ancestor, he can't help but feel suffocated. Flandre-chan's eyes are the same color as his, but they're filled with hope. Even though Wu Yan knows how dangerous Flandre-chan is, he can't bear to reject her. Sighing, Wu Yan ruffled Flandre-chan's blonde hair. "So, what do you want to play, Flandre-chan?" Flandre-chan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She raised both of her hands and made a cheering gesture. "Big Brother. Flandre-chan loves playing bullet screen games. Let's play a bullet screen game, okay?" As expected, Wu Yan frowned and patted Flandre-chan's back. "Flandre-chan, the bullet screen game isn't something you can play as you please." Flandre-chan's cheerful face turned grim when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her red eyes flashed with a crimson light that's darker than the color of her pupils. "Big Brother, don't you want to play with Flandre-chan?" It's still the same face and the same soft voice. But this time, Flandre-chan's words were followed by a bloody stench in the air. Nothing is happening, the beach is still peaceful, but Wu Yan can see an endless amount of blood rushing towards him. Wu Yan's frown deepened, he suddenly felt Flandre-chan's weight. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan is a true ancestor and doesn't feel uncomfortable with the smell of blood, it wouldn't be as simple as a frown. Wu Yan sensed that when Flandre-chan said she doesn't want to play with Flan, Her mental state seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Hugging Flandre-chan tightly, Wu Yan's furrowed brows relaxed. He sighed and he raised the red sealing bracelet in front of Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan, who had a weird expression on her face, froze up when she saw the bracelet. "It's so pretty." Flandre-chan reached out and touched the bracelet in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but for someone like Flandre-chan who likes red, the bracelet in Wu Yan's hand is really pretty. "This bracelet is called the sealing bracelet," Wu Yan said. "Sealing bracelet?" Flandre-chan looked up with a confused expression. She couldn't understand why such a beautiful bracelet would have such a strange name and why Wu Yan would suddenly say something like that. Wu Yan couldn't see the confusion on Flandre-chan's face, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. Who told the bracelet to be worn willingly and knowing the effects of the bracelet? Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan seriously. "Flandre-chan, do you want this bracelet?" Yes. Flandre-chan wants it." Flandre-chan didn't hesitate to shout at Wu Yan. She reached out with both hands and grabbed the bracelet as if she was afraid that Wu Yan would put it away. "She's so cute. If you want it, I can give it to you." Wu Yan's words made Flandre-chan smile again, but Wu Yan's next words made her smile disappear. "Flandre-chan, this sealing bracelet can seal the power in your body." Flandre-chan was stunned. "Seal power?" "Yes." Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan, then at the white bracelet on his wrist and the red bracelet in his hand. "As long as you're willing to put it on, it will seal your power. Without my permission, you won't be able to use your power anymore." Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time when he saw Flandre-chan's expression. He suddenly looked at her seriously. "Flandre-chan, if you want to play with me, you must put on this bracelet to seal your power." Flandre-chan went silent. She slowly withdrew her hand from the sealing hoop. Her wine-red eyes slowly calmed down and became as calm as an ancient well. "I see." Flandre-chan lowered her head, her low voice traveled into Wu Yan's ears from under her bangs. Wu Yan's heart went cold again. "So Big Brother hates Flandre-chan's power just like Big Sister? That's why you don't want to play with Flandre-chan?" Wu Yan saw how bad Flandre-chan's mood got. "It's not like that." Before Wu Yan could finish, Flandre-chan whispered again, interrupting Wu Yan. "Big Sister is like that, Big Brother is like that too. Flandre-chan did nothing wrong, so why does everyone hate Flandre-chan? It's not like that, Flandre-chan. It's your power that's too dangerous." Flandre-chan suddenly laughed at Wu Yan's words, but her laughter sent chills down Wu Yan's spine. Big Sister said the same thing too. In the end, Big Sister locked me up in that annoying room. Now Big Brother is saying the same thing. Are you going to use that annoying bracelet to lock me up too? It's just sealing your power, it won't lock you up. It's all the same. Flandre-chan raised her head and shouted at Wu Yan. Her voice was filled with grievance and madness. "You're all the same. Big Sister is the same. Big Brother is the same. Everyone is the same. You hate Flandre-chan." Flandre-chan wriggled out of Wu Yan's grasp and floated up from Wu Yan's body. Then she quickly retreated. A pair of twisted but beautiful crystal wings fluttered. Flandre-chan floated in midair, facing Wu Yan from afar. Two pairs of wine-red eyes stared at each other. Both of them were filled with a bewitching charm. However, the expressions in their eyes were completely different. One pair was filled with seriousness and worry, while the other pair was filled with madness and wariness. Suddenly, Flandre-chan's wine-red eyes lit up like a small light bulb. Under the illumination of the red light, Flandre-chan's adorable face turned into a horrifying and evil one. Flandre-chan let out a sinister laugh that Wu Yan couldn't get used to. Flandre-chan stared at Wu Yan with her red eyes and giggled. The words that came out of her mouth made Wu Yan panic. "Big Brother, Flandre-chan hates you." Even though Flandre-chan hates you, Flandre-chan still wants to play with Big Brother. If Big Brother doesn't want to play with Flandre-chan, then let Flandre-chan play with Big Brother. Chapter 273. In the sky, Flan stared at Wu Yan with her glowing red eyes. Her lips curled into a cruel and bloodthirsty grin. Her rainbow-colored crystal wings sparkled as the crystals on her wings clanged against each other, creating a tinkling sound that resembled a bell. Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. Heaven and earth seemed to darken in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the darkness faded away and was replaced by a thick red color. The sky is red. The ground is red. Even the clear blue ocean behind Flan turned into a sea of blood in an instant. The entire space was dyed in the color of blood. Flan's clean and tidy clothes looked like they were covered in a layer of blood. From where Wu Yan was standing, he could faintly see blood dripping from Flan's body and soaking the ocean on the ground. That's not real blood, it's just an illusion created by Flan's unique aura. Flandrachan's floating body suddenly came to a stop. Flandrachan could feel the thick blood color, the purest color, stimulating her soul, stimulating her body, causing her to tremble slightly. There's a voice in her heart that's screaming, "Destroy. Destroy. Destroy, everything." Flandrachan's red eyes were filled with endless madness. She lowered her head and looked at Wu Yan on the ground. She grinned. "Saw. Big brother, come play with Flan." The ground where Wu Yan was standing suddenly shook. Wu Yan's expression changed and a spark appeared on his forehead. An invisible wave of iron sand gushed out from the ground and wrapped around Wu Yan's arms and legs. It lifted Wu Yan into the air. Boom! Flan's feet barely left the ground when the ground rumbled. A row of light bullets shot out from the ground and split into countless vine-like whips. They whipped towards Wu Yan. It's the Forbidden Cranberry Trap. One of Flandrachan's rune cards. Wu Yan's scalp tingled when he saw the forest of vine-like bullets. He moved his body and the ground shook again. This time it's not light bullets but iron sand. The iron sand quickly formed into iron sand swords and they flew towards the vine-like bullets. Boom, 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 boom. A series of continuous explosions rang out from the collision between the vines and the iron sand swords. It was as if firecrackers were being set off. The sounds were extremely frequent. "Flan, stop." Wu Yan yelled at Flandrachan. "No." Flandrachan refused. At the same time, she used the Forbidden Cranberry Trap again. Countless vines formed in her hands and attacked Wu Yan. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and opened his palm. The iron sand swords formed again. It's another showdown between bullets. However, it's unknown if Flandrachan was being merciful or not. Flandrachan's attack was cancelled out by the Tier 7 Wu Yan's. Wu Yan leaped and landed in front of Flandrachan. He looked at Flandrachan and said seriously, "If you don't stop, I'm going to get angry." Flandrachan froze for a moment before she shouted angrily again. "No, no, I don't want to." "All this time I've been alone. No one came to talk to me, no one came to play with me." Flandrachan screamed at Wu Yan. "Why did you lock me up?" Flandrachan didn't do anything wrong. Flandrachan just wanted to play with Big Brother. "Flandrachan," Wu Yan looked at Flan who was yelling at him and he felt pity for her. But he couldn't do anything about it. If he didn't do this, Flandrachan would cause a lot of damage to her surroundings. Maybe subconsciously, Wu Yan didn't want to see this cute little girl do something cruel under the influence of a superpower. That's why sealing Flandrachan's power was necessary. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. "Anyway, Flandrachan, can you stop and listen to me? I didn't want to lock you up. Big Brother, you're a bad guy. Flandrachan hates Big Brother." Flandrachan obviously didn't listen to Wu Yan. Her temper didn't show any signs of calming down. She started attacking indiscriminately. 495-year ripple. This rune card, that seemed to have a very meaningful name, actually displayed a terrifying scene. Light bullet. Pure light bullet. But the number of light bullets was enough to cover the sky. Compared to the 495-year ripple, the scene created by Accelerator's ability is so weak. "Big Brother, come play with Flandrachan." A terrifying amount of energy radiated from the projectile. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again when he saw the projectile filling up his field of vision. Wu Yan reached out to Flandrachan and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the iron sand swords turned into normal iron sand and scattered into the sky like a huge wave. However, the 495-year ripple is obviously bigger than the iron sand swords. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and a vein popped up on his forehead. At the same time, an even bigger wave of iron sand came out from the ground to supplement the iron sand swords in the sky. Wu Yan's veins popped up on his forehead and a hint of pain flashed across his eyes. It's a sign that he's having a hard time right now. But to fight against Flandrachan's 495-year ripple is not something he can do normally. Wu Yan can only overdraw his computing power. Anyway, his brain being burned out is nothing compared to the true ancestor's powerful recovery ability. The huge iron sand wave surged towards the light bullet that was falling from the sky and slowly spread out. It was like a big palm that wrapped around the light bullet of the 495-year ripple. Then it clenched its fist. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the iron sand and light bullets that were enough to form a small ocean were all turned into flowers of light and scattered between the heaven and earth. Under the sparks, Wu Yan's face turned extremely pale. His eyes were bloodshot and his originally red pupils turned even redder. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead and waves of pain came from his head. Wu Yan couldn't help but hold his head. Seeing that the 495-year ripple didn't take effect, Flan wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, she got even more excited. Seeing Wu Yan's pained expression made her even more excited. Licking her lips, Flan giggled. Haha, this is so fun. Big brother is very strong. But Flan is even stronger. Let's continue playing. Big brother. Holding his head, Wu Yan panted. The blood in his eyes visibly decreased and the pain in his head lessened. That's the true ancestor's powerful vitality and recovery ability at work, repairing Wu Yan's nearly burned-out brain. Holding his head and one of his eyes, Wu Yan looked at Flan in the sky with his remaining eye. This time, Wu Yan's remaining eye shrunk. Flan's lips twitched into a smile of infinite joy. She smiled happily at Wu Yan just like when they first met. So cute and pure. However, Flan's small hand is facing Wu Yan. She opened her hand. It's this action that made Wu Yan's heart turn cold. If possible, Wu Yan would rather face the barrage of bullet comments than watch Flandre-chan reach out her hand to him. Under Wu Yan's pinhole-sized gaze, Flandre-chan's hand suddenly clenched. Bam! After a light sound, Wu Yan's body shattered into pieces and turned into a pool of blood. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.